Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated.
Yo, what's up? Welcome to the Initiated broadcast. Let me know y'all can hear me first and foremost. Give me a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me, because I'm trying to kind of do some extra shit. I'm trying to simulcast the TikTok, but we gonna see how that works. So just give me a 1 in the chat if you can hear me starting out, and we'll get straight to it. I figured I gave y'all enough time to kind of accumulate in this motherfucker. So again, welcome to the Initiated broadcast. We're gonna be doing a review of Black Men Trust Black Women. This recently just dropped. I think it dropped the 12th, or maybe, I think the 12th, a couple days ago. So cool, y'all can hear me once. What's good? Shout out to Lance Zulu, Electrician. What's good, bro? Barlamuccio, Bruce, Indigo, what up? Ghost, what's cracking? So y'all can hear me on this end. Let me see if I fuck everything up by doing this. So let me know if y'all hear this echo though, because y'all might hear this echo. That might just be me though. So do y'all hear an echo with me talking? And on TikTok, can y'all let me know if you can hear me in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat. Bless DBA. Can you put a 1 in the chat and let me know if you can hear me? And you guys, Ghost, can you hear echo or something? Or am I good? It might just be on mine. Oh, all right, perfect. I don't know what the fuck going on over here, but hey. TikTok might have to be over with. So we'll just go right into it. Fuck it. let's do this. Yeah, so again, we're gonna basically be reviewing. We got 17 people, so yeah, we can get it started. We're gonna be basically reviewing this project from Sister. Let me turn this. Hold on, let me turn this because I got a fucking echo and I can't concentrate. Boom. Turn this shit off. Matter of fact, if I just turn this down, maybe that'll just help it. Fuck it. All right. So this is a Black Men Trust Black Women Roundtable presented by Sister Song and BLD Power. Sister Song, I did a little. Let's see. I remember I read. Let's check out Sister Song first and foremost. Let's see who the hell that even is, for one. Open new tab. No, okay, so that's not doing that. Let's see. So Sister Song Women of Color. Let's see, fuck it. Women of Color. This organization put this talk together with a panel of Black men, apparently, recently, to talk about trusting Black women. That's the title, at least, and we'll get into exactly what they're talking about. But this is the page. So Sister Song National Women of Color Reproductive Justice Collective was formed in 1997 by 16 organizations of women of color from a mini community, Native Americans, African Americans, Latinas, and Asian women who recognize that we have the right and responsibility to represent ourselves and our communities, and the equality compelling needs to advance the perspective and needs of women of color. Okay, so this is the organization, obviously, a women's rights and advocacy organization that put this panel together. So we can already kind of see what angle that shit gonna come from. So it shouldn't surprise us what we end up seeing. So let's just go back. And I've only watched like 30 minutes of this. I kind of jumped around, so this will kind of be new to me as well. So so let's do this. We'll start it from the beginning and we'll get a sense of what the fuck that is going on. I don't know if you guys can see that on TikTok. Hopefully you can. We got how many we got? We got two. I think we got a few people joining in on TikTok. I don't know if y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me on TikTok? Can somebody say something in the comments? Because I got the sound on, but I don't know. So let's just get right into it. Fuck it. So let's go. All right. Let me get the sound right, and then we can go from here. Let me know y'all can hear this. Y'all can't hear this. Let me know if y'all can hear
smarter when we listen to Black women. Not because all Black women are right, but because all Black women deserve to be heard.
The main thing is trusting Black women, but how do we get ourselves as men fixed to be able to love them the way they need to be loved?
How do y'all think about safety outside of just I'm the protector? You know what I'm saying? How do we build that?
Patriarchy is not good. The system of domination for women is not good. But a lot of us buy into that.
So I got a question I want to ask.
These are all things that don't allow women to come and open up to us because we are ready to play football every goddamn time.
That's how I'm gonna make my wife feel safe. She wants to know that in any conversation, I ain't gonna just be like, I gotta go outside and smoke real quick. Like, she wants to feel safe.
You can't be a natural protector. You are the one that's causing harm.
A lot of men don't got shit to contribute. If you can't even commit marriage to a motherfucking woman, what makes you think that she wants to commit to having a baby?
The reward for being disciplined is the outcome of what makes men so great and what makes men be able to understand.
This ain't no skit, bro. This is real.
I think we're on to something here. I think we're on to something.
Definitely real, bro.
All right, so we rolling. So this the thing. We done came together. We done been brought together.
Yeah, get the
we got Sister Song. Sister Song is the homies, and they are doing some revolutionary work. I mean,
Also,
2025, let's
these
just
black
be
men,
real,
these
has been full of
everyday black men, as far as
some
the news
weird
are
shit,
concerned.
some fuck shit. It's been just some strange shit this year, you know, and black people being attacked left and right, our stories, our educational institutions, our safe places, and our power. And that's my thing, you know. I got an organization called Build Power. So I'm really about power, and it's from the legacy of the Black Power movement. And I don't think you can get any closer to power than the person who birthed it.
Right. Yes.
The Black woman, right?
Yes.
A lot of the time, it's Black men that stand in the way of it, right? That get in the way of, you know, what we're supposed to be empowering, what we're supposed to be collaborating with. And so when we're thinking about things like, you know, Sister Song is steeped in reproductive justice. And when we talk about reproductive justice, it's the human right for bodily autonomy. Now, here's the thing. You know, I get into all the academic terms and then I get confused. So we're going to get into it for real about what this means to us, what the human right to bodily autonomy, the human right to have kids, to not have kids, to parent kids in a healthy environment, to set up that environment, and what goes into that actually means to us. And I want to make sure that, you know, the way we're talking about it, other people can understand it, because I know for a fact, if people came to me however many years ago and was like, hey, what you think about reproductive justice? I would have a very confused look on my face. And I'm like, I don't know exactly what that means and how we engage with it, but everybody here comes from a different perspective, a different life.
So that's interesting. We got a panel of men that the first issue, their foreground is reproductive justice. But obviously we know this talk is sponsored by Sister Strong Women of Color, the female advocacy group or organization. So that's, I guess, the logic behind having a group of men discuss this, because as we know, men in general, not just Black men, but men in general don't have reproductive rights in this country, really, I think at all, as far as legal rights. So they can't be referring to themselves. So this has got to be a panel of men discussing what their perceptions of the reproductive rights conversation is. So let's hear them out.
Different life, different experiences, and we want to bring that to this conversation. So I know that there's no way to get there without the empowerment of Black women and centering Black women in that power talk, in that power struggle, in that power strategy, in that movement, in our behavior. And what in y'all's eyes does that mean to you? Like, from y'all's experience, what's your connection to or experience with reproductive justice, and what does that actually mean to you? Anybody should kick in.
As a father, you fall deeply in love with parenting, right? And what that means, and understanding the responsibility that it takes. But you also learn, as a father, the mother ends up doing so much more than what you can offer sometimes. And it's just facts. You don't have breasts to feed this baby. You don't have the kind of just natural intellect to kind of carry things. That's why a lot of fathers just say, here you go, I don't know what to do, right? So I think, for one, it's just accepting that, understanding that you are there to help produce and provide, but then there's going to be so much more that you can't, provide. And so just trying to be a support system around whatever your spouse or your girlfriend at the time is choosing to do with their body is something that I've learned over the years. Personal experiences from having to make that decision to have an abortion, with your girlfriend at a young age, to end up feeling like that you didn't have a say-so in it, right? And then understanding as a man where you don't. Once you decide to go into that position and you put your seed into this woman, now that's her decision where to go. You can't say, well, I don't want no baby. You can't have it. No. You should have thought about that before you go. So teaching my son that, right, and understanding that you have a decision very early on in the process, but later on you don't. And if you decide to go through with it, then you need to be ready to support and provide and do the things that you need to do. So
I'm talking on mute and shit. No, but this is a very common trope, as we know, in the Black community, American Black community, where Black men feel as though they have responsibility with very little or no authority in terms of reproduction. And he just expressed, like he said, he would teach his son that, yeah, once you essentially you have sex with a woman, as soon as you have sex, that's exactly pretty much all the agency and the time and rights you have. After that is her call, but you're responsible. He'll also teach him that you're responsible for whatever she calls and however she goes about it going forward, which is really not questioned amongst Black men. That's just something that's a cultural narrative, cultural thing that I think we assume everybody operates by that logic. But I would beg to differ, but we'll just let the brother cook. We'll keep letting the brothers cook. Remember, these are average Joe Black men. So they're going to give us a perspective of how Black men think about these issues. Not Black manosphere men, but just, the wider, this supposedly supposed to be a subsection of normal everyday Black men. So let's just see what they do.
That's kind of been my learning curve over the situation. And then just feeling horrible for, as we were talking off camera, about all the women who've lost their lives in this situation and not being able to have the medicine that they need. And not only around, reproduction and having babies, but even down to like fibroids, right? Mm-hmm. My wife struggles with that, and Black women not having the information that they need.
No, cynical optimist. The scarier part is they didn't have to get these niggas no script. I guarantee they didn't have to get these niggas no script. You get a group of the average Black men, randomly assorted Black men in a room like this, especially in this class. These are like influencers and notable people, I guess. Niggas don't have to be a script. This is really this is organically what Black men think. That's the scarier part.
They need to figure out how to get rid of the fibroids and all those type of things. So whatever we can do to just kind of lean in and learn and listen, that's what I've been like. Same thing. If somebody would have asked me a couple of years ago, I said, I guess my perspective may have been different, but now we're in a time where you really just want to have a different understanding. I teach my son that, and then also my daughter, what decision she has to make before she lays.
And see, this is why the space is so important, and just even having these discussions and then giving our critique or giving the town square, giving our perspective on this, because I think that's dangerous. Even what he just said, well, he's gonna spread that logic to his kids and then his grandkids and pretty much as many Black boys that he can find, because he's starting with the premise that this is the proper way to think about reproductive rights. And that's where this gets. It's not just dumb niggas talking or we just disagree. I'm not calling niggas dumb. We just disagree, or we can agree to disagree. No, nigga, because you're going to continue to spread. You're going to go talk and tell other young Black men this same shit, which is problematic. And I would say actually contributes to the problem more so than, the narrative itself, the reproduction of that narrative. So that's important. That I think that's problematic, but let's keep going.
Lays down with somebody and how it can change your life, right?
So it's incumbent upon you to have that information if your desire is to be a father, is to understand the woman's point of view and the things that they go through. We think of a lot of things that we go through, our upbringing, not having a father or having a father, all our experiences, and the dream of being a father, and having a son or a daughter, and what kind of father you want to be. All of that comes to mind, but before inception, those thoughts never came to me in the sense of what she would go through. Mm-hmm. How would I handle being in a waiting room and being told something and not knowing the information? Who do I lean on? All those things that come to mind that happen when you're in the delivery room or the process of having a baby or having a healthy delivery and all of that stuff. And then, I think it's absolutely important for us to have these types of conversations and have these thoughts leading up into the idea and actualizing fatherhood. Mm-hmm. I think we center ourselves, the patriarchy of it all, we center ourselves, we're the ones that make it happen.
Nah, he's taking it too far. See, this is where niggas, the patriarchy of it all. Essentially, Black men have been too selfish and not emotionally intelligent enough when it comes to Black women and the plight of Black women. Even though for the last 50 years, nothing but the plight of Black women, movies, academia, fucking intersectionality, everything about Black culture and Black thought in terms of popular culture has been about the plight of Black women. So for him to give that soliloquy about, I've never been, we never think about the plight of Black women. And it's because of the patriarchy. We center in ourselves. Black men are centering themselves too much, according to bro. And I recognize him. I think he's an actor. But Black men are apparently centering themselves too much, so much so that we basically narcissistic and don't even recognize, the struggles Black women have in terms of reproductive rights. But we'll go ahead. Oh, they got my brother here. I like dude.
I want to say something. I was raised by women,
shit.
Right? And I ran into some brothers a couple of years last year when we were running for election, who felt like Kamala couldn't lead.
Crazy.
I said, but your mother ran the house, right? And my mother.
Okay, so shout out to the niggas who think Black America is a patriarchy, or niggas that claim they come from patriarchies and matriarchy, gynocracy. I haven't never seen that. These niggas, and I'm glad he just put it that way, because that's real. That's really the situation, and that's the perception niggas is carrying into conversations like this. Even male-centric conversations with a bunch of men talking about women's issues, where he's saying, I was raised by my mama. And then he brought in this last past election with Kamala, where Black men felt as though, or the people claim Black men felt, even though Black men voted at 80% for Kamala. Barack and even this brother has shared a perspective of Black men feel like women can't lead by default, and how dare you, nigga, because you're from a matriarchy. Your whole community, your whole culture is led by women. So how don't you feel that that's the position he just took, essentially? Like, let's let him keep cooking, though.
Tragically died when I was 4, but my sister who raised me was a gangster. Could take $1 and balance the budget like in 25 minutes, $100. So I think that in order to trust Black women, we gotta kind of like, I think you and I were talking about, or no, I was talking to my driver on the way over about holding yourselves accountable. 81% of people don't talk, and Black men have to talk to the women. And a lot of the women, and it's not 81% of women, it's 81% of people don't talk. So I think it starts with a dialogue. But I can personally tell you, I can't imagine walking around with another person inside of me. And I think that we have to yield to women. And I don't think the government can tell you if you were raped. I mean, they're talking about if you were raped or molested, that you have to have that child. I don't think the government should have any.
I hate that straw man argument that the exception, these extraordinary exceptions and traumatic exceptions are the justification for why they fighting for Roe v. Wade or the right to abortion. It's not because they're worried about the women who are getting raped or some sort of incest. There's no, everyone knows that's not what's the driving force behind it. So you can't retreat to, we got to let, reproductive rights must be women's complete choice and in the purview completely of women, because women can be raped and that can produce a baby. And what will they do when that, that can't be the premise in which that's not the argument. We know most women are not using that because they were raped or it's incest. So cut the bullshit. That's a corny ass talking point that everybody uses. Then people let get away as if that's a point.
And he's saying that. Along with women having a choice of their bodies, we also have to teach our daughters and sons how to be responsible. Not rely on the plan B, because abortion shouldn't be used just so you can all go out and have a good time. Right. Because we walk away, but women have to deal with the body, the changing your body. It's so much. I tell my girl all the time, I couldn't do it. Just having a menstrual cycle. I would say, God, can y'all let mine come it's like once a year? I can pay somebody once a year because I watch my girl go through the changes emotionally, and not just physically, but it's a lot of shit women go through. So I think men, honestly, need to sit down and shut the fuck up.
Right.
It's a lot that we don't see because if you weren't raised that way, you don't know. It's like you
see, that's bullshit though. We talking about reproductive rights and you niggas going down these rabbit holes of periods and shit. Reproductive rights isn't a gendered issue. It shouldn't be. But it's people, we at this point is synonymous with female reproductive rights. Because no one has a discussion about what should be the male reproductive rights based on the fact that we don't carry the children. But that's fallacious to say. We don't need rights regulating how things go in terms of, producing a child, even though we're 50% of at least 50% contributing the DNA of the child and will be held at least 50% responsible for the child. We shouldn't have any right. They're not discussed. They're starting from the premises though. Reproductive rights is the exclusive purview of women. And this is Black men have a habit of can't wait to not have power in something or not have a say in a lot of things. And in this case, especially when it comes to Black women, we cannot wait to defer. Like he's saying, niggas need to shut the fuck up, as if reproductive rights itself is just something women need to handle. And men don't have a right to say, have a right or opinion about these things. And he disappointed me with that fucking lecture he just gave, because I fuck with him, but this is I can see where we're going. I can see what this shit gonna be.
Like listening to you guys trying to be good husbands. But the women gotta let us in, and we can't tell them what to do. And I think this government has to step back and let women make choices for themselves.
Of course, absolutely.
Women are the first.
God forbid Black men tell Black women what to do. Kiss my motherfucking ass. What's up? You say I'm listening to CCU and your passports for these YouTube with some of the best content. Oh man, I appreciate that, bro. I can't take credit for it though. It's the space. It's y'all. It's us. It's the space. The space is that lit. So any of those shorts and shit y'all see, totally inspired by the space. If not, obviously people out of the space, their content. So man, appreciate that though. But absolutely, the space is lit, man. It's the tip of the spear, tip of the intellectual, cultural spear. People just don't know. But appreciate that, bro. Get the likes up, share, share, subscribe, whatever the fuck people say.
First wonder of the world, despite what's said, it's the first wonder.
Exactly.
That's the only thing outside of God that I know that creates.
Yes.
First and foremost.
Okay, here we go with this gynocratic. Here we go with this shit. I don't know if you niggas heard this shit. Let me repeat it. Let me play it back. Here we go with this. I knew it was coming. Somebody was gonna take it too far.
And I think this government has to step back and let women make choices for themselves.
Absolutely. Women are the first wonder of the world, despite what's said. It's the first wonder.
Exactly.
That's the only.
Come on, bro. You gotta chill the fuck out. Come on. But this is cultural, bro. This is cultural. But I'm gonna let them cook.
Thing outside of God that I know that creates.
Yes.
First and foremost. The issues that we have are that.
So sperm don't create shit. Men don't got nothing. Ain't nothing. This nigga said after God, the most sacred thing in life is women, because they create. As it like Jesus Christ. Shout out to the Gynocracy Conference 2026. Jesus Christ.
The woman knows before we know whether or not life should be brought into earth, brought here, or if it should be aborted. They deserve to have that right for the simple fact of America does not allow.
Wait, let's start, because again, false premises, bro. They deserve to have the exclusive right to deciding whether or not children are born, because what? Now, I'm not even gonna argue about that, because they have to carry it and give birth to it. But simultaneously, you can't make an argument that I'm responsible. If it's her exclusive right to decide whether or not shit is born, you can't then say, well, it's her right, but then it's my responsibility also. 50%, no, because I don't have any say. because they're second to God and all this weird shit. No, bro. And fix your fucking jacket. You look stupid as hell.
Allow us to run a system the way we should as a family. Men don't understand. You may be the leader, but you might not be the provider. Do you know how to lead if you are not the provider? In the midst of trying to figure it out, we coming from a whole bunch of systematic. It's been constructed for us to be the way that we are, to think that we are. That's not how it was programmed.
And then talk about that program I mentioned where they took they paid to take black fathers out of the house.
And then from there, me and Cliff was talking about that. When it started with the Section 8, women were able to take care of the kids without the man being in the house, which gave her the mindset that I can be the leader because I have to be the provider. And then after that, it was the crack epidemic, which guys started using or they was going to prison. Regardless, we stayed out of the house. Now it's social media. And the thing is, we were always here to protect the black women. And if you ever seen the movie Sparta, men were actually the leaders, but the leader knew how to lead because he still trusted the woman with the gift that God gave her, which was intuition and discernment. And if you knew how to...
Lord have mercy, Jesus. These matriarchal ass niggas here. This nigga say, if you watch 300 or Sparta, and the Spartan, that is correct, Spartans were rather egalitarian and very much matrifocal. I don't think you could be a Spartan citizen if you weren't, born of a Spartan woman. I think your father had to be Spartan too. But Jesus Christ, bro. Of course, we were related he would relate it that way, that you're the leader, but you know how to basically co-lead with women. And see, this is, I'm glad they're having this talk because this is exposed. This really lays bare our culture around relationships and where we believe we are in terms of hold on, my bad. This really just displays where we really are in terms that what black men, uninitiated black men will say. Shout out to the initiated. Shout out to y'all in this chat in the space. Again, get the likes up. This really just reveals niggas' point of view on these type of things. And if you can't see that we done had two black men speak very much from a subservient, obsequious position in relation to reproductive rights. And again, this is not a women's issue, strictly a women's issue. It's not, because we're held accountable for it. It could be strictly a women's issue if men are not accountable for anything in terms of children legally. Then y'all can have it. Then you'd be right. You can control everything. If I could sign for financial abortion, like you can do physical abortion, then we'd be cool. Shout out to the Black Manosphere political agenda, or the Black Male political agenda, because that's actually one of the tenets or the points in that agenda would be advocating for some form of financial abortion. If we're gonna play this game of, men are responsible even though they have no authority. But again, what this brother just laid out is a perception of a matriarchal kind of, at best egalitarian sort of situation where men and women, at least in the topic of reproductive rights or reproduction, we defer to women, which is surprise, black men want to defer to women, but we'll keep going.
Treat your woman as she knew how to love, and that stress was off her. It allowed y'all to operate as a family unit, to be able to trust her so she can be able to trust you. Once you realize how powerful that woman is, a lot of us run around, and even for myself, I struggle with being monogamous because I didn't understand the value of the woman. But once you put a woman next to God, would you play with God the same way? And if you knew what you possessed as powerful, I don't think that we would run around with the promiscuous mindset of thinking it's okay because we want to look at women the way that we are downplayed the thing of how they are.
So we should look at women like gods, and we'd be scared to cheat on them because you wouldn't cheat on God. That's a new one. I ain't heard that one. That's a good one. That will have niggas' heads fucked up. That's a justification of black women being God, because if black men consider her God, if she's second to God or God themselves, then you wouldn't transgress against God, would you? Bow down, nigga, essentially. Yeah, that sound healthy. Appreciate that, bro. Next.
Real quick though. I think that there's something I think that's really dope that you started with is around women being first close to God, right? Like because that's a fact. And talking about creation, talking about creating, because I do think people talk about the human race all the time, and it started with blah 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 blah. It started in Africa, it started in Africa with a black woman, right? And so I do think the closest you could get to power, the closest you could get to life creating circumstances, and is with the black woman.
Yes.
But also just want to ground us in, when we talk about reproductive justice, it's not just about birthing, right? It's not just about having a kid. Right. And it's about, when we talk about bodily autonomy, it's about, we all want the right to control our bodies. I don't want nobody telling me what to do with my body, right? And that is a
nigga, the draft, nigga, you agree, as when you were 18, you signed up for the draft and they control your motherfucking body. You violate a law and you put police control your motherfucking body. They was controlling our bodies during COVID when it was mandatory to get shit, nigga. No, you're not against controlling bodies. No one's against, not in a civilized society. It's a lot of shit that they control in your movement and body and what you can do. So cut the bullshit. We're not going to start from the premise that no one's restricted in terms of bodily autonomy. There's plenty of things that you're restricted. Again, the military draft forces you to take your ass into military service against your will. That's bodily. You don't have no bodily autonomy, nigga. Or at least men don't.
A right that expands even beyond having a kid, right? And fostering that environment to be able to raise folks. And we talked about like the village, right? And that it takes a village to raise a kid. It wasn't like, okay, all these people on the block got a responsibility. It was actually, you understood that kid that every decision that goes into raising that kid, teaching that kid how to move, teaching that kid how to communicate, it forms their future, but it also affects everybody in the village, right? And so everybody had a responsibility to make sure that person and the people that were raising that.
See, this is my theory on the village husband. You can't see, and it takes a village shit. It's a sneaky ass narrative because it sounds communal on the surface. But when you really think about it, what they're really asking for, what they're advocating for, is village wife shit, and you can and by extension, a village husband model, where he just said the village wasn't about you had responsibility to the kids on the block, and then went on to say it was about knowing you had a responsibility to helping the fucking kids on the block. So it's a village wife dynamic. If you don't know what that is, in Africa, some Africana kinship tribal dynamic that exists, that tribes, there would be, when you had like a disproportionate amount of women and men, depending on the size of the tribe, they would have a village wife type model, which a woman's offspring, the village would take care of. Basically, all the children didn't matter if the woman was married or not. Sometimes they had a class of women that essentially were unmarried and had children that the village, every man and every woman in the village took on as their own child, which is an Africana kinship village model type of, some ancient Africa shit that we carry on culturally and replicate in the Black gynocracy through this idea of the village, where every woman, all the offspring of children, no matter the class or state of the woman, is everyone else, i.e. the men and the boys and everyone's the elder men's responsibility to keep raise them, which I think is some village husband mentality shit, that you are essentially need to be a mentor to random ass little kids in the village, all because women want to be able to have autonomy and freedom and serial monogamy. that to compensate for that, everybody needs to fucking raise the children of the village, because that's what he just said. I'm gonna rewind it because he tried to pretend, because he knows how ridiculous the concept is. Random niggas have responsibility over children on some fake community shit. But then he goes on to say that's exactly what I mean.
Do with my body, right? And that is a right that expands even beyond having a kid, right? And creating, fostering that environment to be able to raise folks. And when we talked about like the village, right? You know, and that it takes a village to raise a kid. It wasn't like, okay, all these people on the block got a responsibility. It was actually, you understood that kid had, that every decision that goes into raising that kid, teaching that kid how to move, teaching that kid how to communicate, affects, it forms their future, but it also affects everybody in the village, right? And so everybody had a responsibility to make sure that that person and the people that were raising that kid had what they needed, had the help.
Now, is that not just contradictory? It wasn't about you had responsibility over everybody on the block, but then it is about having responsibility with everybody on the block. You see this shit, this cognitive dissonance niggas are talking themselves into with this shit. What you say? What up, Mrs. Z? Oh, what's good, bro? What up? Don't let it be lost on you that Conscious Lee is there and Pinky. Remember, Pinky's son was dating Sasha Obama. Oh, okay. No, I saw your boy Conscious. That's damn near, that just way made me aware of it. Yeah, he collabed with Sister. What's this shit? This shit is actually produced by Sister Song, Women of Color, a collective of Asian, basically women of color, feminist group. Yeah, so he collabed with them. This is on his channel and their channel. So yeah, I can't wait to hear his position. If you want to come up, Z, let me know. I'll drop the link for you. And I'll drop the link for you right now. And then we probably, if I got enough time, we'll let guys come up and we'll have our own Black Men Trust Black Women panel. What did you say? The channel hosting this conversation has no views except the one conversation. This is not grassroots, it's astral. Oh yeah, clearly. Yeah, that's what I said in the beginning. Yeah, because I peeped that from who was sponsoring the fucking video itself to get kind of idea. I thought Conscious Lee was at first, but then it made sense. The first topic they start off with is women's reproductive rights. Let's cut the bullshit. I would have told y'all, go fuck yourself. Why are we talking about y'all just want to see us do this prostrating to women bullshit. But Z, yeah, let me know if you want to come up. But y'all heard that, like that's the village model. To have a village, you need village husbands, because they're not talking about a regular community. They're talking about village wives, hella village wives, like it is now. 60% single mothers that we all supposed to help out. But we supposed to, buy book bags and mentor and motherfucker. That's the village model. But the role you play as a Black man in the village model is a village husband. So you're taking care of other niggas' kids for free. Right. Again. So yeah, I bet you'll be up in a minute. All right. I'll drop the link for you. Well, let me know when you want to come up. I'll drop the link because I don't want niggas crashing out. But I'll let y'all up. I ain't gonna be petty, but I just want to, kind of get through this. We all up here. It's gonna be hard. So let me continue. Let's let this bitch ass nigga go.
The healthiest environment and things, to make sure that everyone is okay, that we all can live the life that we deserve, right? Yes. And so, I do want to also make sure that, I ain't got no kids, just so I can't talk about, the standpoint of a father, but there are fathers at this table. I also got 25 nephews and nieces. I'm Unc over here. You know what I'm saying? I got Unc strategy over here.
And again, these are the uncles talking to young men. This is the take. Your uncle tell you, nigga, no, I ain't saying you got to be responsible for the random kids on the block, bro, but you got to be responsible for random kids on the block. That's what Black men do. That's what a village is. We used to understand that. The fuck out of here.
But there's perspectives from all and on this table from every angle of it, and I do want to go back to and we can go wherever you wanted to go, whatever you wanted to say, but I do want to talk about that like you said, the government shouldn't be involved. Keeping in mind that this is a government that was steeped in what they call white supremacy. I like to call white delusion, right? You know what I'm saying?
Thing, yeah.
It was same thing, right? And the
they don't want to believe that they came from a black woman.
Yeah, and the definition.
Becky, you came from a black woman.
Well, the definition of masculinity, the definition of what we do with our bodies and how we define a government's role in that came from that corrupt standpoint, that corrupt perspective. So I 100% agree that the government should do anything about it. But where did you want to go with that?
Well, I think one of the things that I think helps, I believe, with women's rights in terms of their sexual reproduction is the relationship that we have with the black man. I heard a psychiatrist when I was on one of the panels say that African-American men and women are suffering from 450 years of post-slavery PTSD.
Yes.
So one of the things that I love about this thing right here is that the next one I want to see is black men and black women sitting down together and talking about how do we learn to exist in peace. And I say that because I'm saying this, and a lot of times I have to catch myself. It's emotional. I grew up with a lot of violence around me. My father, when he drank, I seen him knock women. My father fight a baby. He was just off. He was mentally off from the oppression of this culture that broke him. And, so we were born, a lot of us were born into that, our fathers, and we're trying to break those cycles. So somehow that ties into me to women's reproductive choices in terms of having a baby with a guy that's comes from a broken family. Now the baby coming in with a broken family and bam, bam, bam. And the mother's asking the father for support. Like, yo, I ain't asked you to have that motherfucking baby. That ain't shit. I don't even know if that's that mother. I mean, there's so many levels to this that make women cower or not want to talk, or be the victim of one guy shot his baby mama and the kids the other day. It's so I think we got to attack that from not just right now in this racist culture that we're seeing with this administration, but also from a generational standpoint. For sure.
I don't have the historical information, man. That's why I'm a listener, man. I'm a great listener.
Yeah, that's y'all problem.
But when I hear, from your generation, your perspective, and your perspective, and everybody's perspective in the sense that as we get into it, I feel like we let women down in that regard. We didn't stand on business. And
what you mean by that?
I just feel like we let depression wear us down. Fathers let depression wear them down and beat them down, take them out of the house. And therefore,
they forced them out of the house.
Forced them.
No, they had a program. They forced them out. They didn't leave the house.
I feel that. I understand that.
Forced them? Let's talk again because you niggas don't have a history. Y'all referring to 1963, basically black women having access to welfare. And what came after that, which was like man in the house rules and so on and so forth, to get that welfare. Forced out is probably the wrong word, because that implies someone went to black people's house and got black men and made them leave. The government or someone, they forced them out. That's not what happened at all. Black women were eligible for welfare, and it was totally predominantly racist. It was enforced on black people disproportionately that you can't have the man around to procure that welfare. Just justify you getting the welfare. I.e., a man can't be in the house that we're giving you on Section 8, or you getting cash vouchers if you have a man in terms of in the family or around. One of the stipulations was a man in the house would disqualify you for welfare. Thus, black women kicked black men out or didn't even start with black men in the house. So it wasn't forced. That's the history. Look at the Monahan report. He goes through in depth. So you niggas don't have the history, but go ahead, old head.
And that I can't, but ain't nobody gonna make me leave my woman. I get that. I get it, but ain't nobody gonna make me leave my family.
I got you.
I get I understand that. I could never fathom.
Yeah, and if I was there, I would say you're right. Most black men feel like nobody can make them leave their family. But what if your wife made you leave the family? or wanted you to leave the family? What if your girlfriend said, nigga, I need this crib. You can't be here. Would you have the gusto to be fighting the woman of your children, the wife, your own wife, if she was kicking you out of the family? Because it wasn't they that forced them out of the house. It was black women. If anybody forced anybody out of the house, it was black women forcing black men out of the house. Let's cut the bullshit.
What went on back then?
I think you might be alluding to weak ass men allowing things that might be coming up. Like, like, oh, this seems like, I don't know exactly the historical presence of it either, but you know how you say like, oh, like,
Notice no one
you
knows
stripping us from the house. Oftentimes, I'm a man who dates men. A lot of men are strong. So the way that you say you're not going to take nobody from my family, you're not going to strip me from my family, a lot of people don't walk with that. A lot of people don't have that. So, I mean, like, it is systematic, but I mean...
I sleep with men, so I know the nature of men, and a lot of men don't have that gusto to not abandon their children. This is a gay man, just for the record. So, just for the record, let's see his perspective.
Same time.
I mean, if
you part of like the few men who is not going to live their life like that.
I mean, I get a system that you live in a place that is just geared to tell you you ain't shit, you ain't shit, you ain't shit,
and it beats you down.
You ain't shit, you ain't shit.
Yeah.
And it beats your other counterpart down. So y'all come home to
madness,
beatness. Nobody know how to heal anybody, right?
It's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot of different influences that happen, whether it's drugs, right? We know that our community struggled with that for a long time.
But let's talk about them. Let's go back. Let's go back and talk about the CIA putting the drugs in the neighborhood.
That's what I'm gonna say. We're in a country where drugs is probably the most highest profit of things that you want, right? But just speaking on fatherhood and being in the house and not being in the household, I think, it's a lot of pressures coming from each side, right?
Yeah.
I've looked at fathers who run in the household and had conversations with them and say, man, you've been on drugs since you was 12 years old, brother. Your brain doesn't have the capability of thinking correctly, right? You are afraid that you can't provide for your family, so you would rather leave, right? Not knowing that you have a woman who's willing to stay down with you and hold you down no matter what, right? So it's just, as a man who, even to this day, get nervous, right? Like, man, this shit is slowing up. Like, am I better off telling my baby and them, like, are y'all good? No, of course not, right?
Right.
But you have to be honest about yourself and say, I'm fearful of certain things, and say, and not necessarily a weakness, but necessarily it's like, I'm scared, right? That I can't provide. And now I've either let someone else kind of tell me what I need to do, right? Rather than following my own intuition and having a relationship with my ancestors in the universe, and that can really guide you, or having that one-on-one with your lady. So many things that can pull people out of the house, similar to the conversation. It's like, well, if I was enslaved, I wouldn't have done that. It's like, well, you really don't know. So it's like, it's so many different things that go into why people do things. And sometimes, you can name it to, it's like, oh, this person was being a coward, or this person was being...
See, the problem with this, because all of you dumbass niggas don't have, everybody acknowledges they don't have the history. They don't even know what they're talking about. They're running with the narrative. See, a lot of times these conversations come down to narratives versus historical fact. And they don't know the history, so they're going off of the narrative. And they're framing men not being in the households with a lot of black women in the past and in the present as black men being scared and abandoning black women. That's been the trope, that black men are just, with all these insecurities, just go get cigarettes, never come back. And they need to just, they didn't know that they had a woman that would stay down, when in historical fact, that's not at all what happened. Black women pushed black men and created a culture of fatherlessness in these houses. We can play clips from the 70s and 60s of the women themselves saying, I don't need fathers and shit. This is not a product of black men being weak, but this is a cultural narrative that all these niggas on this panel share. And this is just a flagellation, self-flagellation committee of a bunch of niggas denigrating and hating themselves and black men.
But a lot of it is fear, and a lot of it is because we're the minority, and because the pressure that comes from so many other people that don't look like us, it's a lot of pressure that makes you feel that way. And then you got the people that's in your community that oppress you, right? Sure. And so as men, we do it to women, right? As men, that's the tier. Right. We do it to women even more, right? We fall underneath that same thing. And so to your point, we got to strip that away, figure out what the issue is with that, have those conversations, understand that it's layers and layers of what it is, but also don't be like, you weak as hell.
Maybe should have worded it like that now.
No, I know. You wouldn't have been able to do it. You ain't been able to hold it down, but it's just like, man, it's so many, reasons why a man will leave a household. And then sometimes it's, us not holding them accountable and saying, hey, look, man, you need to get your shit together. Yeah. All right. You need to make sure you over there. And now I'm sitting here playing spades, you're smoking, you ain't seeing your kid 3 blocks down the street in weeks. Right. So no accountability. So to your point, as you was talking to your driver, let's take accountability, but then also kind of give each other a little bit of grace and understanding, especially our OGs who went through a lot.
Nigga, the black men are the most accountable men in the goddamn country for like the last 2 centuries, nigga. Let's be accountable for what? Niggas are not abandoning their children out because they're broke. That is not what niggas are doing. That's not what niggas ever have done. Let's cut the bullshit.
Especially our guys who are coming from Vietnam, right? Who came home to nothing and lost everything and went out there and lost their mind, saw things we can never imagine, right?
Did everything for this place.
Did everything for this country just for them to take it away from you. And so now I say, well, fuck everybody.
That's my entry point to this conversation. I think that because I went to college and I got a master's degree in human relations, I really sat with and grappled with power and domination when it comes to like gender discrimination and when it comes to discrimination against women. So for me in this conversation, thinking about like fatherhood, I can't help but to think about the way in which I was introduced into this conversation about women's progression and how there were critiques of Black women that talked about how us as men don't start thinking about this shit until we start having kids. Mm-hmm. So we start to think about how we only think about women when it's tethered to a man. Mm-hmm. Like, hey, respect her, bro. That's so-and-so, little sister. Hey, respect her, bro. That's so-and-so. So it's really thinking about how us as men in terms of accountability, we really don't even have a good transition from objectification to fatherhood because you've been a fucker for 20 years. Mm-hmm. And now you don't want to be a fucker no more. Now you want to be a father. Because we don't have that accountability to think about the like how we are taught to objectify women. And I know in our conversations it'd be like, hey, you can get respect from the homies based off how you get down on a bitch. Yes. Yeah. To be real. Mm-hmm. You can get capital, popularity, preference based off of how you're able to dominate and objectify other women. So then when I come into the conversation and I want to talk about progression of women, we start to have different, I'm gonna say pathology, different ways that stigma taps into it. And I think one of those is us being very critical about how we relate to women that's not related to us. Like, how do you respect women that's not your sister, that's not your mama, that's not your, you know what I'm saying, you feel me? Oh, even when you find unattractive. Like, how do you respect for those women? And I think that the conversation starts before we start thinking about fatherhood. It starts to me, thinking about it in middle school, you know what I'm saying? But also in this conversation though, it's like, hey, so before you became a father, before you became a father, when did you think about the general welfare of women?
I don't see how that's really relevant. I guess his position is, like he's saying, Black men don't consider the welfare of women up until we're fathers, which is bullshit. This is complete bullshit. Black men are inundated with female issues and considering themselves. First of all, Black men are raised by predominantly Black women. Majority of Black men have grown up and to this day grow up raised exclusively, not exclusively necessarily, but they're in the households with Black women. How the fuck are Black men going their whole lives till they have a child, not knowing how to treat women or respect women or how to don't ever consider women based on the fact moving like a playboy gets you women or gets you admiration amongst men, which is universal. And I'm not, what is he saying that we can't, it's a fucking false premise that we are not conscious of women and consider women and females before we're fucking fathers. Like, that's a fallacious position to ask. What did you think about women before you were a father? Yes, of course you do. All right, I'll drop the link. See, hold on. This for Z for now. I'll let y'all I may let y'all up in a minute. But Mrs. Z, you gotta help me unpack this crazy shit, because this is that's why I sent it to you. You be even better person to critique this. But yeah, that's a let's run it back a little what consciously position is, because there was a lot of college babble he kind of mixed in. Let's see what we can translate, because he got a master's degree in human relations.
And I got a master's degree in human relations.
Right.
I really set with and grapple with power and domination when it comes to like gender discrimination and when it comes to discrimination against women. So for me in this conversation, thinking about like,
what up, bro?
Can you hear me, Compassionate? I know I might be in a dead zone. Okay. Bro, do me a favor. I'm gonna fast forward everybody's torture. We're gonna come back to it. So take note of what time you stopped right now. What I'm at
22:14. So
okay, do me a favor. Fast forward to an hour and 32 minutes dead. Actually, an hour and 31 minutes and 55 seconds. And let it play for, and put it on 1.25 speed and let it play for 4.5, maybe 5 minutes. That'll tell us everything that this is really about. So yeah, 1 minute 31. Yeah, 1 hour 31 minutes and 55 seconds. And then yeah, put it on 1.25 speed and just let it play. And that'll let us know everything that this really is about.
All right, perfect.
What's going on, chat, by the way? And thank you for having me up, Compassionate. I know I was mad excited, so I skipped over the intro. Skipped over the pleasantries.
Playback speeds at 1.25. All right, boom. All right, let's see what they're talking about.
Gotta let you know everything.
Keep this going outside of this, right? Like, and how do we? It's all.
I think we got to make patriarchy look not attractive. Yes, I think that right now our community is experiencing a red pill pipeline, a conservative alt-right pipeline that's really, really appealing to a lot of young Black boys. Yeah, and I think that because they catching these, you know what I'm saying, boys, say 12, 13, 14. Patriarchy and misogyny and sexism, that shit is really like it turned them on. Yes. So when by the time they get that age, we seen as some simping, lame ass panderers. Yeah. So the issue is that we not being intentional in this conversation with how to get them young boys. We should focus on our career. For sure. Them incel niggas, the men that's patriarchs, that's into, you feel me, that's them, they really trying to be intentional about getting the young boys. So I'm thinking about
they agree.
Hold on, let me say, and that's telling, because FD talks like that too. So they perceive this as a war, as a rhetorical war.
As I've been saying.
Yeah, I said it recently in the post. What occurred to me, and you've probably been saying it, what just occurred to me recently is that all of these arguments and discussions really are now starting to boil down to between Black masculinism or masculinism versus matriarchal or egalitarianism. That's what it's.
But we have to be honest. We use the word egalitarian to do them a solid. They don't actually want egalitarian. Right. They want that clip I keep on playing where it's what about if women are supposed to lead and men are supposed to be the muscle, the listening ears, and carry out instruction. If you as you're playing this, you're gonna see them go in and out of that type of conversation. But right here, this is why I say let them talk. Consciously just pretty much admitted what the fuck this is really about. It is a war for the minds of the young men.
It's counter patriarchal propaganda. Basically,
we've reached a market cap.
You got to ask yourself, what are they advocating for?
No, that's what I'm going. We've reached a market cap for independent women, independent Black women that make good money and that can sustain themselves. The Ebony K. Williams of the world, your rich auntie who's really not rich, but she makes 80, 90 grand a year, and so she could she could sustain herself whether she has kids or not. We've reached the market cap of that, right? And the new normal is Donald Trump. That's the new fucking normal. So the goal now is to put us back online as Black men, because they realize that white people are doing that shit with white boys and white men, and but defang us still. So you will be providing in the home, you will be the primary breadwinner, but you still won't have no motherfucking say so.
Right.
You'll still be deferring to her. That's what the goal is. And I'd say to consciously and to all the rest of them, fuck you. If them hoes ain't on our program, let them starve.
Period. Because like I'm glad you told me to fast forward because I didn't think that he would ever say nothing like that. He basically
there we go.
That this is all of our rhetoric is to disincentivize basically the black gynocracy, which isn't a kosher patriarchy and never has been. Disincentivize them from becoming one as shit trends, because like you said, they could see white culture or Donald Trump, this particular period in time, there's a heavy bent towards what he referred to as red pill or pro male patriarchal, what he also referred to as patriarchal content. And what he sees and that's what makes it so nefarious. He already knows black people. What he just admitted was he already knows black men aren't patriarchal like these niggas at the table. He knows that, but he just literally said the young people are being inundated by what, and I'm sure he would consider us part of that red pill patriarchal push of hearts and minds that we're galvanizing all these young men to think more patriarchally. And he's saying what we need to do is we need to counter that with the more, like I said, if you're egalitarian, if you want to be nice, but gynocratic, if you want to be active.
Yes.
More point of view, basically.
I'll say this, and this is why your nephews and your sons are dating and marrying out more and more.
Yep.
They don't need to hear consciously say this shit. They can feel it in the air, and they go fuck with them Latinas and white girls. And if they can pull them an Asian.
Yeah.
We're not doing that. Look, millennials.
We gotta admit, you just covered that discussion with FD and them young niggas he was talking to. There's a certain percentage of young men who, if they're positioned a certain way, if they're in college, they're on a certain track, if they're surrounded in a certain environments, they will emerge even as young men, like a young conscious leader.
Well, that's the goal. Yeah, and them niggas are around you. They up in Chicago, right?
Yeah,
that was good. So, and that's the goal. But here's the thing: them niggas can't hold up the sky though. This is the thing. The FDs and conscious leads, the foreign mans, the brothers off of Jam, they can't hold it. They need us. And that's why they're so angry, is because they do feel like we're putting too many young black men. And what they're trying to do is the same shit they do with women, with black women in specific. They're trying to tie black male leadership to patriarchy, white patriarchy.
Yes.
By saying, you don't want to be that. Do you want to be that racist white man? I just want you to know, if you trying to be the leader of your house and run shit and you get the last word, that sounds awfully like some racist white man. Ooh, is that what you want to do? Like, come on, bro. Go ahead.
Start from the premise that patriarchy was invented by white people.
Yeah. Yes.
And if you want to be a patriarch in any form or fashion, you're by default imitating white man.
Yeah, they're being hyperbolic with it, and it's not just patriarchy being created by white people, white men, but it's also tying any black male advocacy or leadership to patriarchy, white patriarchy.
Right.
Different flavors and different flavors and colors of some pseudo white patriarchy, where if your woman ain't running shit, then it's a patriarchy. Go ahead.
What would they say by saying, okay, I'm not talking about white patriarchy, I'm forging a black patriarchy, since it's about white?
Oh no, then you still want to operate off of domination. The whole goal here is exactly. The whole goal here is to get your resources without any power or dominant influence in that home and in the community. So there's no assumption that just because you're the primary breadwinner as an individual black man, or that black men are the primary breadwinners in the black community, you still don't have no assumption of having the last word, the first word, the dominant word. They want to completely defang you outside of you funding their bullshit. I literally call it patriarchy by feminist specifications. I know what I'm saying.
And that's facts. So let me play this. We go 30 minutes.
Pushing past the racism. It's wild, because you think like, okay, these people, like you're talking about the all-right pipeline, a lot of the people that have the podcast and the loudest voices right now, mostly cis white men. And they're looking past the racism and they're attracted to the patriarchy because it means power and domination.
What does that mean, real quick? Just because I love that everybody's talking about patriarchy and using the words, but what does that mean? Because I think what are the alt-right appealing to that makes people, because they're not saying, hey, come to the patriarchy, everybody. It's great over here. You get what I'm saying? You want to be a real man. Let me tell you what a real man
is. Powerful, dominate. I'm gonna make more money than you. I'm gonna be able to control. And it's essentially that.
That's absolutely not even the definition of patriarchy. But again, these are not niggas talking from any actual from an informed position.
The house, he makes the decisions. The woman sits there and listens. Ain't only two places in the world for a woman: in the kitchen and the bedroom. Type of mindset, that stupid shit.
So I grew around a lot of poor white people, working class white folks, who, when Trump was coming in, I saw this coming a mile away. Because for them, there's a box.
Pause right there, compassionate.
Black people can check a box and progress.
Bring it back maybe like 25 seconds, because the way he tied how we speak to there's no place for a woman but the kitchen and bedroom. Like, this is what I'm saying. This is how they attempt, at least, to get the young men. Whereas the second you have an idea of, why is she talking to me like this? Or why is this going on this way? Where she flexes her power and then has the backing of the community. Any idea of you defending yourself or responding in kind, they tie in that, and they're being real slick with it to you, allowing that seed of doubt where, man, this bitch should be in the kitchen and in the bedroom. That, like, I see what they're doing with that, right? And that is to have young black men have this internal shame when they want to check a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah,
you don't get to do that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
They communicating that the system, system of oppressions and hierarchy and basically gender theory, or like they're communicating a lot. They're starting from a premise as if, like you said, if a young man has a problem with being disrespected or even in a by default being in a secondary role to women, that they start with the premise that that thought you have, that problem you have with that is a function of your indoctrination in patriarchal white domination. And then, like you said, it sows that seed of, okay, they're basically trying to sell me that men and women are equal at best, but they're kind of trying to, at the same time, like you heard at the beginning of this, they were calling women gods and all type of shit.
Men and women are equal, but women are women are a little bit better because they have the children and they have they have something innate in them, and they're socialized better. So innately, black women in specific are more nurturing, kinder. And if she's not, that's okay, but she's more nurturing and kinder, and just have a wisdom about her that's handed down by the matriarch of the family. You as a toxic wannabe white man, you don't have that. Right. So it's and like you were saying, so when the math is all said and done, on the other side of the equal side is a black woman who's just better than you.
By default.
So,
Yes. And it's slick as hell the way they when they just ask, okay, let's for the record, let's define patriarchy. And essentially they said it's a man wanting to be dominant over women and say women don't deserve to be anywhere but the kitchen, which is that's not a sophisticated or even halfway sophisticated way.
And that's not what black men are saying.
That's not at all what black men are saying. Y'all are projecting, or y'all are making up some shit. It's a false premise that y'all are arguing against. But let's keep going. Let's see what the bullshit they cook up.
And they're looking past the racism and they're attracted to the patriarchy because it means power and domination.
What does that mean, real quick? Just because I love that everybody's talking about patriarchy.
Yeah, this is such an interesting theory. So the theory is black men are obsessed with the patriarchy white men have, right? So I'm clear.
Which is literally what we've been being told for pretty much since the end of slavery, really, actually before the end of slavery, really, but especially around the time of the vote of suffrage for pretty much when your everyday black man got the right to vote. This is some shit that white feminists were pushing first.
Yes, it was. So just to get this straight, so the fact to explain away to black men why they have a proclivity to want to be self-assertive, to assert their manhood. They basically are, the premise is the reason you want to assert your manhood as a man or a male it's not because you're a man or a male. It's because you are imitating, you're trying to perform white patriarchal dominance, and you're looking past the racism, as the Latino guy says, right?
It's the difference between Captain America or Iron Man and T'Challa, Black Panther. Iron Man, Captain America, Thor can do shit on their own as men. And yeah, every once in a while they'll get a lookout from a friend or family or another superhero. T'Challa needs the women of the village at all time. He needs his mother. He needs Siri. He need the Dora Milaje. He need the women at all. That nigga can't tie his own shoes if a black woman ain't around.
Right.
And that's what they're trying to show to us. Yeah, go ahead.
That's the dangerous, and that's a small morsel of an idea, like on some Inception shit, how an idea is like a virus. See, that's a small idea that if they can get, which is already has traction, if they can get proliferate, all the other narratives stack on top of that very neatly. Without that idea as a foundation, this patriarchal imitation model that we all start from the premise that black men have, this pathology. Everything else comes after that. So this is where it's accepted that you as a black man want to run the black community or lead the black community as you trying to be a white man. So we got to work you out of that first, and then we can learn to work together, or like they say, trust black women. This is the premise they start from.
But they're not being 100% honest. Trust black women with the leadership and resources of the black community. So your labor, she will direct where those resources go. An individual, her as your girlfriend, baby mama, wife, and her as in black women as a collective.
Yes. And that will work as long as you as a man, an overproducing man, accept the premise that it is not by nature or by just proper social design that you take responsibility and authority and leadership over your family and community. It's you don't, your communities aren't, that's a construct of white people you're imitating, not your natural God-given or just logical proclivity as a man. So yeah, that's why it's so dangerous. But matter of fact, I'm gonna bring up some other guys, and then I'll play it and bring up some other guys.
Okay.
Using the words, but what does that mean? Because I think what are the alt-right appealing to that makes people, because they're not saying, hey, come to the patriarchy, everybody. It's great over here. You get what I'm saying? You want to be a real man. Let me tell you what a real man
is. Powerful, dominate. I'm gonna make more money than you. I'm gonna be able to control. And it's essentially that.
The man of the house, he makes the decisions. The woman sits there and listens. Ain't only two places in the world for a woman: the kitchen and the bedroom. Type of that stupid shit.
So I go around a lot of poor white people, working class white folks, who, when Trump was coming in, I saw this coming a mile away. Because for them, there's a box that everybody gets to check in order to progress. Black people can check a box and progress a little bit. Queer people can check a box and progress a little bit, but there's no box for white people. And you're telling me I have a privilege that I've never seen before. That's their.
You're telling me I progressed.
So it's like, but everyone else is having power. I got to maintain power because it's about power. So how do we either destabilize the ideology around power, or how do we shift?
It's things like this. It's owning our, I guess if you can, our patriarchy and redesigning what that looks like, right? Redesigning like say myself.
Hey, consciously, bro. Consciously got this. Hey, compassionate, pause real quick. What the? Our patriarchy? What patriarchy?
No, not even. What's even worse is these niggas are basically getting ready to try to make the position that we're going to push patriarchy is matriarchy.
Bro,
the way we push against white patriarchal ideas, or just patriarchy in itself, is through matriarchy or some trusting of women and letting women lead. This is
black women in specific. So this is so everybody's been right in the black community. Black men, let me say that better. Everyone in the black manosphere has been right that what black women have done with this idea of intersectionality is to attempt to flip the power dynamic upside down. Where because black women are the least of us, this is their idea, that there's a difference that we should show to black women because they're not white plus man, where everybody steps is on the ladder above them. And so the proper orientation of things now is to flip that dynamic and so defer to black women. Now, nobody give a fuck what black women are talking about except for black men. And black men should be Black women's number one advocate. Okay, I don't know how much I disagree with that, including Black women advocating for the Black community to be the opposite of white society and be a fucking gynocracy funded by mainly Black men.
Yes.
Break yourself, little nigga.
Exactly.
In so many words.
Man, look, I'm gonna be brief. I'm because I'm out touching grass today, man. These dudes are. I'm offended. I'm offended because they're trying to tell me and dictate to me what should appeal to me as manhood. And these guys look like men, they have base like men. They're not Black men, essentially. I got this book. I told Z about the book that I got. I recommend everybody get this book. It was written in the 90s. It's called Black Male Money Issues and Black Male-Female Relationships. In the beginning, they talk about that dynamics of what it was like on the slave plantation and things like that. How they talked more then about the field Negro and the house Negro, and how the Black woman in that dynamics was closer to what was going on in civilization, and she became she articulated the standards to everybody else. And it seems as though, cut it short, these are the ancestors of the recipients of how they say and think things should go, because Black men was trying to figure out for themselves what is manhood. And they're trying to conflate what white men think about manhood and what we should think about manhood. We think it's the same. Lastly, I went on a little rabbit hole about the dudes who don't like women. The radical ones. I'm not going to say it because I think we're not supposed to say that word, but the dudes who don't get no booty or don't want no booty, them, that they think that we are, like, how can I say this? They have some issues that we don't, and they think that we got the same issues because we have some critique about how things are. And that's the core of the issue. So they're trying to put all of us in the box because they're trying to, I guess not necessarily showcase, but put themselves to be the one that's different. I'm not like them. I'm just like the other ones, or whatever, without really having any balls, I'll say, about manhood. They're being told with manhood, but they're not the ones who are creating a culture or actually, doing what is, authentic manhood. And I yield right.
They're advocating, this whole panel is advocating, and Black men at large, I think, agree with the idea of Black women co-authoring manhood with Black men, co-authoring Black manhood with Black men.
But remember, though, you don't get to co-author Black femininity or Black womanhood, though.
Absolutely not.
Because all of your ideas, see, Black women speak as if they're not tainted. So what happens is Black women are or at least they're the least tainted. So Black men, unless you're regurgitating their exact same talking points, and even then you should be looked at suspiciously, Black women should author their own femininity and womanhood. Black men, on the other hand, need the guidance of Black women, because if not, then you'll be tempted by ideas of patriarchy of white men, or Black men, wayward, sexist, aspiring patriarch Black men, into creating a Black community that is a lesser version and a more broken version of white society.
It's Sojourner Truth, the Sojourner Truth narrative.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And who do you think you want to tell me anything? Because I'm supposedly smarter than you because I have the standard.
No, I'm smarter.
Wait a minute.
I'm at the intersection of race, class, and gender, which puts me at a perspective that is more moral than everyone else. Thus,
standpoint theory.
Yes, yeah, exactly. By default, I have a better orientation to even tell you what manhood should look like. Basically.
Yeah. And about that, guys, I've been saying this, in it's Discord. I'm like, this whole idea of, we're not quote unquote letting the women lead or whatnot. I'm like, everything in this isn't just in regards to this. I'm talking about this is in regards to, like, when people talk about, like, the billionaires, the women, the baby boomers. The entire argument is that we haven't quote unquote allowed them to lead. You know what I mean? And that's the reason why things are so fucked up. Instead of the reality, it's like, no, we have. That's why everything's so fucked up. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like
That's the irony.
everything that we quote unquote haven't done, nigga, we're doing right now. We're doing it right now. That's why it's such a shit show. Like
don't talk about babies. Don't let my baby.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
Wasn't it like a story, whatever, right? Like where man had to lead his woman, whatever, like through a forest, but he had like to cover her eyes or something like that.
I don't remember that. I don't jog a memory.
Yeah,
It's like
no,
Greek shit or something.
I think it was in the Bible. I think what was it? Was it? He had to lead him and his kids, quote unquote, through something. What is it?
Come on, no.
Hold on, give me a second.
You talking about Noah?
It wasn't Noah.
But no, yeah,
when it's when the city was quote unquote getting hit with meteors or something like that.
His
wife.
Yeah, Lot's wife.
Lot. Yeah, we're talking about Lot.
It is the one quote unquote supposed to be leading us because we can't because we'll be tempted by the sins of patriarchy to look. That's the narrative.
They have to pigeonhole. See, it's strange because they have to pigeonhole. One second, hold on. I'm gonna play it a little bit and then we can talk.
You know what I mean? That's what that's my focus. I'm like Lionel Richie. That's where I get my shit from, right? You know, but I mean, like I do believe that is my purpose, right? To instill passion and romance and connection. And that's in my way in doing that rather than a space of whereas I get everybody's story is different. I've got that story too. But the thing I want to celebrate, the thing I would love for someone, a young man, whoever at my age when I first heard D'Angelo to take from me is that what I took from D'Angelo was love and connection. What is groundedness in spirituality, your indigenous history, just the overwhelming consciousness of your surroundings, your upbringing, chicken grease, and what you grew up in, and feeling home.
And like I said before, we've done all that shit. Everything you're saying that so-called black men need to do, we've already done. This idea that if we just, how can I put this? If we treat so-called black women as overgrown children, we would magically heal our community. Nigga, we're already doing that. That's why it's so fucked up. It's like everything you're saying we're doing, we've already done that. You can't say
the reason why
don't make it. Yeah.
The reason why it's contradictory, my bad, Kev. But the reason why it's contradictory is black women and black thought, essentially, even just the narratives, has used white women's patriarchal model analysis of their community and try to shoehorn black men into that model. But exactly. The problem is what you just pointed out. Culturally, historically, we don't fit that model. But because they're essentially parroting white women's patriarchal model, they have to contrive our history and the narratives to fit that model. Because otherwise,
in the words of Big Worm from Friday, what the fuck that got to do with me?
Exactly.
What the fuck does that have to do with me? Nothing.
I would even go. I'll even go further than this and say that he's making a logical fallacy where he's misattributing the way men love their women from, the main argument at hand about, what do we see as manhood? Because you can have that one part about how to love a woman and still not want to think or aspire to be, part of this sort of Western European patriarchy. Like, I think he's, again, putting us in this box with these men who don't like or want booty like Nick Fuentes. He think that because we got something to say that we all have this inner Nick Fuentes in us.
They almost speaking from the premise that my bad. The premise that as if black men did not have kingdoms beforehand and that you didn't do great things in the beginning.
As if you're a beast with no heart.
It's also, and this is why they're speaking about, like, this is why whenever we start speaking about black women, black men relations, it's always framed morally, because the assumption is that you understand that black women are more moral than the men. So it's automatically framing the conversation in a realm that's best suited for Black women. So Black women dominate the moral realm. They're more spiritual than us. They're kinder than us. They're more moral than us. They have a better perspective than us, as Compassionate was saying, because they sit at the intersection of race, class, and gender.
So,
and so
what you're saying is they telling us we equal, but we're not equal. Even on that.
Yeah, that's what me and Compassionate was saying earlier. Black women are actually equal and special simultaneously, right? They're equal and special simultaneously. And you should assume some type of domination above her just because you might earn more, just because you might be more physically imposing, or just because you have bass in your voice. You defer to her, you cater to her, actually. You defer to her, and that's probably, not even probably, that's what's best for you individually in your situation, and that's what's best for the Black community, right? So that's what they're saying without saying it. Actually, they're actually saying it. I'm not even gonna say they're not saying it. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. Yeah.
And again, they get angry at people like us for basically saying, "Hey, just say you want to be matriarchal. Like, I like you just come out and say it, then try to pretend like you just care about family. You don't care about family. You don't care about relationships. You care about a hyper matriarchal.
But Big Kev.
Because if they admit it, then they destroy their own credibility. That's why they won't do it.
No. If they admit it and fail, which is what's going to happen, then yes, they destroy their credibility. And if they admit it and more of our sons and our nephews date Latinas and marry white women, date white women and marry Latinas, then they're gonna have to admit, and this is the thing, and that's why I play that clip sometimes with the older Black women speaking about passport bros, is no, stay here and build with us here, build for us here, right? Stop running, as she said, to other places. If Black people, Black men, wayward Black men, and Black women admit that the goal here is to build and maintain a counter to white patriarchy, and what they see is that is a Black matriarchy gynocracy, but they're not going to call it that, they're going to call it egalitarian, then everything that comes from that, the way Black men move, Black young men dating and marrying out, more and more Black women being childless or having children out of wedlock, and then the man is gone, all of that makes sense. It'll all make sense because the Black community is attempting to be a matriarchy, and Black men with sense either date or marry out. Yeah, no. But I'm saying if they admit that it's a matriarchy, they cannot admit it. Every once in a blue, you'll get a Whoopi Goldberg, but for the most part, your intellectuals and academics, they're never going to admit that. That's what you're seeing here. They're not admitting it. They're saying it without saying it.
Hey, can I say something? Can I say something right quick if that's okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, for one, shout out to you, brother. I've been following you for a long time, but this is my first time ever seeing your live. I mean, you kind of had a few spats, but you know what I'm saying, you never blocked me or nothing like that. So I just want to say shout out to you, you know what I'm saying, being able to be a man and us disagree and you not like block me on some bullshit.
Oh yeah, it's cool.
But, I'm sorry for cursing. I don't know if I'm supposed to curse. I apologize.
No, I don't even know. This motherfucker ain't monetized anyway, so go ahead, you good.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to say, I am a progressive Black male, but I do disagree strongly with every male that's sitting at that table, because the things that they are talking about doesn't stand up to historical or analytical data. You know what I'm saying? Black men have always been in support of Black women, no matter if we've been more conservative minded or not. Black men have never, ever, matter of fact, we have been more subjects of patriarchy than anybody else. Matter of fact, patriarchy was created to demonize Black men. I mean, that's why we get with the birth of the nation, right? When they said that that Black men was going to just, when we got free from slavery, that we were going to just come out here, ravage dogs, and just stay away from white women.
Yep.
That never happened, right? You know what I'm saying? A lot of the things that are believed about Black men come from people's perception of white men and placing that, because we're biological males, on Black men. That is unfair, because Black men ever in the history have never conducted themselves like white men. You know what I'm saying? We never conducted ourselves like white men at all. You know what I'm saying? Everything you see from Black men, if you want to talk about from slavery, if you want to talk about from slave rebellions or whatever, it has always been a continuous fight against this patriarchy. think about this right quick, y'all. And this is what messes me up. Think about the men who had to literally wear signs saying they were men, thinking we are the same as white men, right? Like that's how insultful this conversation is. And I'm sitting here telling you, I am a progressive male saying this. You know what I'm saying? Because I actually believe in research over me search, as Conscious Lee says. And the fact of the matter is that these dudes, like I say, brothers, if you do anything in your life, if you got at least $40, buy the book The Man Not by Tommy Curry. It would be the most important book you would ever read in your life. I swear to God.
Yep.
I swear to God, if you take the time to read that book, it will be like, you would be like, everything y'all think y'all believe, I just want to say, and that book proves it. Everything y'all saying right here that y'all believe, Tommy Curry literally proved it. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is what's the problem is why we can't combat these Negroes is because we are not intellectually equipped with the knowledge to be able to. And us as black men, if we're going to stand up and be leaders and fight against black men like this, and I'm telling, I'm not a conservative at all. And I'm saying this as a progressive. If we don't got the knowledge to combat this nonsense, it's going to go back down the same road. You know what I'm saying? So us as black men. I'm sorry,
bro. You're good.
No, go ahead.
My fault. But no, that's why, to your point, that's why I'm doing this stream. And that's why this space exists, is to kind of be, somebody's got to push back against this shit, because this panel is being perceived as a representation of black male thought from a wider, especially like you said, and from a progressive liberal leaning position. So this doesn't represent, like, I don't think anybody on this panel right now, which are all black men, would not agree with much has been said here, especially to your point. If you have any sense of historical facts, not just a cultural narrative, because that's essentially what they're all operating off. They're operating off the narrative that we're a patriarchy and we are imitating white men. They're not operating off any proof of that. Like, essentially, even black men being at the intersection of race, class, and gender, they don't have proof of that. They've misconstrued.
They don't got proof of nothing
to prove to make
that. They always. The thing is, what I notice with people like that, they always start to frame from the false premise of whatever, right? You always got to control the frame of the conversation. And when you're talking to people, you have to be quite very, very, very versed and understand it. How did they set the conversation? Like, when you go on TikTok real quick, right? And you hear a woman say, "Oh, what do black men need to do for black women to respect them?" I'm like, I don't do shit for you to respect.
We ain't got to do a job. Hold on, brother. Let me just say that.
Hold on, bro.
We don't got to do it.
I'm back speaking, bro. Did you?
Oh,
let her finish.
My bad.
Go ahead.
That's like, to me, that's like me almost like framing the narrative. Like, if I come to you and saying, "Oh, bro, don't you know you owe me $1 million?" And I'm like, "I don't even know you." No, bro, you know me, bro. You owe me $1 million. That come up, how I start that promise, I start that conversation with you. Hey, you owe me $1 million. No, I don't. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do, right? You got to control the narrative, man.
Yeah, you got to start from a proper premise. But I'll let AB, you wanted to say something? You hopped up, I saw. I was giving people a chance to hop in, but y'all know how this shit go. Y'all gonna have to get in where you fit in, pretty much. But let me, if you don't got anything to say,
real quick, then compassionate. Let me say this. Big Kev keeps on stressing that we have the black community that was created post this second wave feminism, right? Where we are and how messed up the black community is because we defer to the women, right? Mm-hmm. And then it goes to what you said also, compassionate, is the moral currency in where black people sit in American history. Black women have maxed out that card. Now people just see them as annoying. Nobody want to hear about slavery no more, Jim Crow and oppression, because black women maxed out that card on bullshit. They maxed out that card on twerking in restaurants. They maxed out that card on bothering white dudes in college that have dreads, right? Like they maxed out that card on little shit like the European beauty standard. And I am saying little shit like the European beauty standard and purposely being offensive because y'all didn't come at that in a more classy way. Y'all just annoyed the fuck out of everybody with the shit. Like now nobody want to hear what y'all got to say, and unfortunately, what many black men have to say, because you maxed out the card on dumb shit. That is why you hear the white dude saying, "You know what? The era for empathy is over," and that's something that scares the fuck out of me. Because I want to know when were white men empathetic. So if y'all saying the era of empathy is over, what the fuck, right? So that means that we are full on barbarity now. So I just want us to be mindful and shout out to Big Cat for what he's saying, which is true. The reason why the black community finds itself in the position it is because we've deferred to you for the past few decades. And now look at where we are. Y'all are holding on by a string. The string is already popped, but y'all are holding on by a string because so much of what y'all are was over-indexed by the largesse of white liberal women and white men. And what happens when their conservative brethren break their back is black women losing hundreds of thousands of jobs in the matter of a few months. And I'll pause right there.
Yeah, it's not looking good, and they keep want to play. They keep want to fuck around, man. And I'm at the point. Okay, you're gonna find out, because I'm not gonna sit around and be the doormat for you anymore. Them days are over.
For one, we should never been doormats in the first place. Hold on, I just want to say.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I want to ask a question. And because it's Sunday and I'm pissed off, and I should not be. I'm pissed. This shit really pissed me off. But I'm just going to ask a question to what he said, to what was said in the video. That ninja said the word yield. He said the word yield.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yeah, go ahead, Line. Go ahead.
But I want to ask a question. In what fucking history of man have any women, any race of women at any time period actually respected the men that quote unquote yielded to them?
That's their point, Lion. That's their point, Lion. We got to figure. No one's ever tried it, so we need to be the guinea pigs.
Wait, Lion. Let me say. Wait, y'all. Let me say this to Lion. Nigga, it's not about respect. You are to fear the repercussions of not yielding to her. Why are you looking for respect? That sounds way too, because when you say the word respect, they hear fear and then they hear white patriarchy. No, you yield to her because she's better than you. Forget looking for respect. Just do your duty as a member of the black community. Kiss her ass, prop her up, and fund her.
Hey, yo, look, I know you being sarcastic.
And on that note, show me the exit. Send the motherfucking asteroid.
Hey, yo, hold on a minute. No, don't send the asteroid because I want my nieces and nephews and family to continue to live on. But this is the thing is, right? You know what I'm saying? This is the thing. We ain't yielding shit. We already done that, right? You know what I'm saying? So if we already done that and we got the repercussions of what we already done, because the man in the 90s yielded, right? The man in the 80s yielded. You know what I'm saying? So we at least have maybe the man in the early 2000s yielded too. So you have at least 30 years of man actually yielding, and we know what we got the product for that. You know what I'm saying? The thing is that we got to stop allowing motherfuckers just to say stuff. You know what I'm saying? And what can you prove? It's about what can you prove? Can you prove what's coming out of your mouth? Forget all this stuff that they're talking about with this genocentric talk that don't even match black men, which most feminists, especially black feminists, no matter if they're male or female, get their ideology literally from a white supremacist named H.W.G. Hagel. So, you know what I'm saying? So my thing is hold on, let me land my plane and I'll let you go. My thing is that we don't need to yield. We need to actually start stepping up, doing what this brother that started this live been doing for a long time, and that's standing up on business and being like, hey, progressive or conservative, we about what's right, period. But I yield the flow.
Second question to what you said, Z, because you prompted me a second question. What repercussions? The repercussions of a gynocracy that we're already in, that everyone is feeling, and that is the reason why you have these white boys radicalizing? Those repercussions?
Mm-hmm. But let me
we're already here.
Let me play some more of the clip and then we talk about it. I want to kind of try to finish it. We halfway, damn near there. So let's see what they talking about.
Or your grandma, and understanding what the devil gives gifts to. You know, all of those things I got from certain beings that showed me a different idea of a man, right? And he was sexualized. Obviously, that's why he disappeared and all of those things, right? But I mean, it's like using your tool, your gift, in order to shift. It's like we can sit and talk about all them dudes doing what they're doing, but they're doing it. It's happening right now in real time, and they're gathering motherfuckers as we speak. And those kids, they're speaking to those kids at that age because those kids at that age are more susceptible, like I was when that music came to me, right? And they're horny as fuck. And you're talking about taking pussy. You're talking about getting it. You're talking about this is how I get it. This is how I get out of here. You're talking about all of the things that enables them to be a dirtbag, right? And doesn't allow them to have a successful life where love is inside. And so therefore, when they do meet the one, they don't know they met the one. And then when they do come up to a situation where they're about to be a father, they don't know what the fuck to do. And they turn into the wrong motherfuckers and listening to the wrong people, and they're not listening to her. They don't care. They just see her as the object of holding the nuisance that's holding my baby that didn't get rid of it or whatever the fuck, you know? So it's like, I think it's just more of this and more of us standing on business and what our beliefs are. And that's it.
Yeah. I was gonna say, piggybacking off of what everybody's saying, patriarchy is necessary. And the only reason why I said it's necessary is it helps keep their agenda going. After so long, we always start to figure things out. But now I got to change the glitch, because if I don't change the glitch, too many people going to catch on to the cycle and start to pivot. And then you're going to start coming together. But as long as I change it and I learn how to change it, me coming out of the music industry, you know, I came up doing what I thought was the way of success for a black man. Until I started understanding, I started losing in the music game when I started giving a fuck about business, because now I got kids to feed. So it's not making sense that I'm looking good with a diamond chain, bust down, driving a car that ain't even mine. So let's make it make sense so I can start. And that's when I had to really start understanding how purpose work, because I had to understand these music business and these labels are not driven off of the music that we make. There's called passive and residual income. They're invested in prisons. They're invested in pharmaceuticals. It's necessary that they push and give people like NBA Youngboy the chains and the gleam and the money that they give them, because that's how we get the horny little brothers that we get to start early into going out the wrong way to where we don't trust black women, because we're saying, what was that you were saying earlier? What Future say?
I tell the truth to my nigga, I lie to my bitch.
It's not supposed to be like that. We don't understand that these women are gods, but it's necessary that they had it set up like this, and that's why I feel like.
Lord have mercy.
Oh my God.
Any idea?
Oh my God. Hey, I just want to say this. Look, I don't mind calling a black woman a queen if she's calling me a king. But one thing we most definitely got to do is stop saying black women are gods. You know what I'm saying? Like, because these are normal human beings, just like we're normal human beings. You know what I'm saying? And then once we start, and that's another problem I see. Once we start elevating a lot of these people, a lot of these females, they get big headed. And they think that they are gods because we're saying it and niggas like this is saying it. No, like I understand you saying that to your female. Like I understand if you said it to your female. In the privacy of your own home, that's your queen, that's your love. I don't mind what you say with your woman. You can say what you want to her. But when we say that black women, as in all of them, like they ain't got no character flaws, like they ain't got issues and shit like that, that doesn't help. It just makes them thinking that everything they say or things they do is right. And we have to say that, yes, they can be wrong. They have been wrong. Let's be for real. Since the 60s, the black woman has been wrong. Let me just say that again. Since the 60s, the black woman has been wrong.
Oh, you just hurt a lot of feeling. You just made a lot of clutches, pearls clutch.
Yeah, I don't care about. I never cared about pearls clutching a day of my life. I care about the truth.
Yeah, and then to add on what he's saying, you know, as a lady DQ, you want to stay in the chat. Listen, if so-called black men are so much of quote unquote the devil that people make us out to be, you know, your average so-called black American male. If most of us are quote unquote the devil, the question you have to ask is, why is it that black women who don't deal with black men, why is it their quality of life goes down across the board? Nobody ever wants to ask that question. Like, cool, why don't the numbers reflect that then? You know, when people want to talk about, you know, fatherhood involvement, as we already pointed out, how black men who have kids, they're the most involved fathers on average. And then on top of that, if we want to look at the marriage rates, the interracial and lesbian marriage rate of black women combined, I'm talking about both lesbians and interracial in of black women in both lesbian and interracial marriages, it's combined, it's just 2%. Whereas compared to marrying so-called black men, it's around 23 to 25%. So, y'all getting mad at dudes for saying not willing to pull the trigger on commitment. I'm like, well, why isn't anybody else doing it? It's a simple question.
Yeah, and that's why I say I'm conscious of like what Usual was talking about earlier, which is the false premise. And like the lady in the chat, I'm not even going to point her out because this is the rabbit hole of the false premises. They just make claims, and then we go down the rabbit hole of trying to get statistics and shit to back it up. But it was a false premise to begin with because it was designed to back up these cultural narratives that this whole panel, and essentially it's funny because this segment of the discussion, they are espousing their worry of that. They're worried about the rhetoric we speak of. We speak like taking too much precedent in terms of young men consuming it. And I feel the exact opposite. This shit that y'all are doing is the more dangerous than us so-called advocating for patriarchy. This is advocating for matriarchy or gynocracy or obsequious, subservient black men, essentially. The entire panel, this is propaganda for that purpose. So this is a war of rhetoric. And that's why it's going to be important that we start from the proper premise with a lot of these discussions, because for the last couple of decades, we haven't. We've been baited into a bunch of narratives that have no historical backing, and it goes down. It goes nowhere, essentially.
Exactly. In fact, we need to just come out and say it. Like, listen, the bottom line is that so-called black women are not being held hostage by so-called black men in any way, shape, or form in the vast majority of cases. To use the NFL analogy, they're unrestricted free agents. They haven't been franchise tagged. None of that shit. Unrestricted free agents. So whatever state a relationship situation she's in, that's her decision. That's not anything you or I did. So, like, we gotta stop. Like, sorry. Like, I understand a lot of these, a lot of these hyper matriarchal niggas want to make it seem like, we should just, like they're trying to negotiate with a fucking terrorist, but most niggas are not terrorists. The vast majority of niggas are not terrorists. We can just stop with this hostage negotiation language. Like, stop. No.
Hey, I just want to say this, right? Like, one thing us as black men we gotta do is that we talk about other people controlling the narrative. How about we actually control that mom? You know what I'm saying? How about we stand on we tuck up, you know what I'm saying, pause, we tuck up our nuts or whatever and say, hey, you know what I'm saying, this is what it is, and this is what it ain't. You know what I'm saying? We got the data, we got the proof, we got the historical backing, we got this. Black men have never done this. Black men have never done that. So where are you getting this premise? Stop taking a small segment of black men and placing that over the whole, right? Because that's what they do. They think that all black men think the same. I'm pretty sure I'm probably one of the only progressive brothers on this goddamn panel. And yet I'm sitting here talking to y'all about the same damn thing that we all talking about. Right? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, so the thing is, like, just because one nigga's a weirdo, let me just land this part. Let me just land this part. You know what I'm saying? They act like all black men are the same and all this other stuff. And this last point I want to say, we got to stop blaming rap music, because I grew up listening to Tupac and Two Live Crew. You know what I'm saying? Your parents were supposed to teach you the difference between real life and reality. If that's not happening, that's a more a parental issue than a black male or music issue. But I'm gonna go ahead and land that plane. Y'all go ahead, bro.
This is what you do.
Exactly, like you said.
Hold on.
We're not holding these women hostage. Stop trying to argue from that premise that we're holding these women hostage. We're not. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you good. Usual, you go ahead, and then KMS, and then Indigo.
Okay. Give me a sec. I gotta do something real quick. I got busy. Give me a second. I'm sorry.
We'll let KMS go then. KMS, I saw you trying to say something.
Oh no. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. I'm a little late to this I guess simp panel discussion. But I know someone said that he said that the black woman is God, and then everyone's denouncing that the black woman You should not call the black woman God. I just want to kind of, not to be a contrarian, but I kind of want to pivot from that and saying, actually, I think we should call the black women God, because in my view, gods are ultimately accountable for their station. And a God to me is only as powerful as me being a believer. And me being a believer in that God is only contingent on whether me worshiping that God is worth it. So if these black women are God, then I can say, okay, what world have you built for yourself? And what benefit do I get being a part of your world? I think the issue with black women that for the past 50 or 60 years, they've been able to skirt responsibility and ownership of their own actions. If they are gods, as they are gods of what they want to be claimed as, let them. Give the baby their bottle. Okay, if you are a god, what world have you created? If you're a god, where is my station in this world? Why is no one else entering this world that you so have claimed of? So I think sometimes in situations like this, and particularly with dealing with women, sometimes the best thing to do is give them what they want. What we've been doing for the past several decades is really sheltering women from the full weight of their actions. If they want to be strong and independent, let them. If they want to be gods, let them. If they want to be single mothers, let them. Let them own the whole complete part of it. Don't come back on the back end and try to support them or save them. That's kind of, I haven't even seen this panel, but that's probably what it's going to. They're probably saying it's now, oh my goodness, men are holding women accountable for their actions. Look, I mean, none of us live in a vacuum. None of us have just met black women today. They are mothers, our sisters, our daughters, sometimes our wives, and so on and so forth. We all know how these women get down. So from that aspect, there are reasons why men speak of them the way they do. Like, for instance, the gentleman who just talked, he is a progressive. I am not. But I bet if we talked about 10 things about black women, I bet there's 8 things that me and him completely agree with. So, and being in situations like this, we're not telling no one anything that's new. The only thing new here is that men are deciding to let go and let them hold the complete weight of it. It's like the difference between, I'll say this and I'll land my plane. Have you ever been in a situation where you had to carry someone? There's a world of difference between them assisting you in carrying them, you're helping them distribute their weight amongst you as you carry them, as opposed to a dead weight. A dead weight is you're literally picking up all of that. You're maneuvering that weight. The issue is, and why the gynocracy is having this flux and discord all of a sudden, is because they are now having to carry the dead weight of their actions. There's too much pain in the system. I can't afford for you to be a do-nothing woman. I can't afford for you to be a false god, so to speak. If you are the god you claim you are, you're going to have to help me build a world that's right for me or that I see myself in. Otherwise, you're going to get another non-believer. And all these men who are saying black women are gods, okay, so be it. But they're getting more and more non-believers. And what is a god to a non-believer? It's nothing. It's nothing. And that's kind of where they are. And I'll land my plane there.
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to say, brother just talked right there. Brother, you just talked. I ain't gonna lie.
And this is an evangelistic, this is trying to get more believers. Because as you said, they can feel the belief in the black, deity, black female deity is slipping and weighing. And with that weighing, the power they wield it in terms of defining the phenomenon of the black community is weighing with it. So this panel is to galvanize or reinforce more believers and more belief, which is why I'm trying to push back against it. Or the only people that will push back against it is us, because most black men a lot of black men would sit on this panel and hear a lot of familiar things they agree with, which unfortunate.
I think just to add to that, compassion, I think what we're experiencing right now and within the black community is the extinction level burst. It's sort of like a cornered animal in this sense that, okay, it's cornered. There's nowhere else to go. It's at death's ground. The only thing to do now is to fight. So as far as this gynocracy going on, and we'll just use yesterday. Yesterday is a gigantic indicator of that men are really not investing in whatever women are trying to sell. We'll say, women in aggregate, but black women in specific. So all this pushback, so all this pushback all this level of vitriol, all this, well, you niggas better do this or else. It's an extinction level burst. This is the last fight they have. They can't run back to the government. They can't afford to keep them no more. White men ain't never wanted them. And what they found out from going to women is that women ultimately want a man. So this is the last level. This is the last fight. This is the dog showing the fangs, showing the teeth the last time before it has to fall down.
Of the gynocracy dominating the culture. The last gas.
Yeah. This is the extinction level burst. This is that last fight before it's over. And now whatever happens afterwards, I don't know. I mean, and to quote Edward Anderson, if the black community has to be this to exist, then the black community needs to die. So that is what we're seeing right now. And this panel is they're fighting the last war. These men know they have no answers. I willing to bet hard money that of the men on that panel, probably 90% of them don't even practice what they preach.
Oh no, absolutely not. Yeah, well, I mean, what's scarier is they might. I mean, because black men genuinely do believe in these. I mean, this is our culture. If we're being 100, this gynocratic, these narratives that go along with it. This is our culture for hundreds of years. Most
I mean,
don't question none of that shit.
No. You're absolutely right. But let me give you this quick analogy. And once again, panel, I apologize. To what you said, let's kind of look like this. Okay. All right. Let's say there's a loaf of bread, right? So there's a loaf of bread, and I'm in a house and a family, and there's a loaf of bread. Some of these people I don't know, but whatever. It's a whole loaf of bread. Enough few people for a day. I'm gonna get a loaf of bread tomorrow. So yeah, I'm really not that judgmental on who I have to feed as far as this goes. Mm-hmm. But let's say this loaf of bread goes to half a loaf of bread, to a couple of slices, to one slice. I have one slice, and there's 5 people in this house. 3 I don't know. 1 I really don't fuck with, and then of course myself. I'm going to be very cautious and very judgmental and critique the ROI I'm going to get on that bread, because I only get one slice tomorrow. If you extrapolate that out, that is where we are as a community. When I say there's too much pain in the system, there's too much pain just to be dealing with any old woman and taking on whatever burdens she has. The environment, society is putting the vice grips on everybody. There was a time where she could be, she could be in and out of jobs. She could have kids from another person. She could be mouthy at the lip and shiftless and all this stuff. And I could just take it because A, I had enough resources to subsidize it, and B, she had enough resources to subsidize it. So it was all the game. But all the resources from her part are getting quickly ripped out under her. I'm have to do my best to sustain myself. And then once again, what I realized, which is a game changer, is that it's not a closed system. Hey, whatever resources I have, I can go somewhere else and get a more agreeable woman. Mm-hmm. So you take all those factors into it. Those gentlemen up there are really fighting the last war, and they're trying to sell Confederate dollars. It's just not going to work. It's not an issue of ideology at this point. It's an issue of math, not even economics. Math.
And KMS, I hear you 100%. But what I'm cautious of is believing, because I agree with you that the pillars that hold this gynocratic, framework up, there's economic. They just are less and less, available. So what's holding it up won't hold it up as it traditionally has. But culture is culture. Even you're right. The environment will change, and we even see with some of the passport bros, even guys that explore other environments, niggas be taking their culture with them.
No, see, you're right, and they do, but they also get absorbed. But the people who take their culture with them get absorbed by the bigger, more dominant culture, and then you also have cultures that also fades out due to its own hubris. As far as current culture we're in right now, there's only so many times I'm going to see a person get fucked over before I'm like, hey man, I need to change my patterns. And I will say this right now to a particular point. It's almost now understood to the point that where men have unanimously agreed without even talking to each other that, hey, if this chick ain't willing to drop the draws for you immediately, don't fuck with her. Because I'll say this is one of the coldest piece of games I got as a teenager. If a woman likes you, it don't matter what you do. If a woman don't like you, it don't matter either. So why? So if you, and we've seen this too many times again by our very own women. If she likes you, man, it don't matter what you do. He don't need a car. He don't need a place to live. He don't need a pot of fish on her window. Throw out. But if she don't like you and you, God forbid, you like her, oh, here come the 12 labors of Hercules.
Yeah, here come the black.
Here come the ugly man tax. So once again, yeah, it's a culture, but cultures phase out, and they phase out by their own hubris. And also, I apologize. Let me land this one. I'll land my plane on this. The surviving things of cultures is this: a culture that survives is an instrument. A culture that dies is an institution. What an instrument is that it redirects itself to fit some sort of goal or some sort of objective outside of itself sustaining itself. An institution is only there to self-sustain itself. The gynocracy is only there to sustain the gynocracy. It's really not benefiting any of the participants within it. So it'll ultimately collapse under its own weight because it's really not building anything, making anything, creating anything, or driving anything. The only thing it's doing is existing, like a beached whale does. And that's where we are. The Black community at this point is beached. It is an instrument. It's an instrument because it's gynocratically ran. And those women do not want to change. They just want to be themselves because they're not changing themselves to any instrument to go anywhere.
To your point, though, see what was interesting to me is because you're right, the gynocracy and the culture that comes with it is dying out. It's not compatible unless it's supported by some other patriarchy. You can't really have a gynocracy unless it's supported, just supported by a patriarchy or some other stable.
Yeah, it's beached. It's beached.
So,
yes.
Yeah, but the interesting issue is
WNBA.
Like what this even this panel proves. The gynocracy is a culture which is isn't gender specific. These niggas on this panel are gynocrats. Most Black men, Black American FBA, as we like to call it, are fucking gynocrats. You're not a patriarch. You don't come from a patriarchy. I don't give a fuck what you say. If you're African American, you never lived in a kosher patriarchy. So it's not as though you have like artifacts of patriarchy that you can fall back on. You are a gynocrat at best, a matriarchist, and at very best, an egalitarian type of guy. If you're a Black man in America, born and raised in America, I'm not sure what you replace once the gynocracy as an institution falls or a culture as we know it today falls. You still have that gynocratic culture that these niggas personify that's on the screen. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's easy. Go ahead.
I don't think it's easy at all. What I think is going to happen is that it's going to be a situation of admixture where it gets absorbed. It's going to get absorbed by a more dominant male-based culture. I mean, once again, the gynocracy is only sustains itself by a more male-based culture, quote unquote. I mean, that's open for debate, but we'll say that just for the sake of this conversation.
Yeah.
So even in itself, it won't be sustained, and eventually the men are going to eventually, when it comes down to it, for the women to survive, the women are going to need the men to be men, and those men who aren't men are eventually going to get washed out, and the men who are men, independent of this subsidized culture we're currently in, are going to reestablish their own rules. That is the way it works in a society or on a planet where currently you have to be competitive with other men. We also have been subsidized by the situation that we're in. Like for instance, on that panel, you don't have to be competent. You just have to be pretty in regards of what the women say, because the women are the ones who are supported. The women are the ones who are supporting this current institution that we're in. But if they step outside of this institution, they have to be competitive and competent in regards to other men.
So what you're essentially saying, which I'm tracking, is that what's even more of a larger project aside from assessing the gynocracy and maybe helping dismantle it, it's going to be what black men are going to have be challenged with forging a new culture. The ones, like you said, that are not tied to the gynocracy and go down with the ship will be not plagued, but will be challenged with forging literally a new paradigm, or I guess if they want to be a patriarchy for the first time.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I can answer that. I can answer that because I can use this example. You're the black men who do lead the patriarchy, this gynocratic institution, will be brought back into the fold of men. I'll use the passport bros for an example. All those guys who go over to these other lands, and if they stay there, if they stay there long enough to try to establish grounds, what they find out very quickly is that those women demand those men to be men. They show up as helpmates, as in, I'm here to help you, but you have to have a program. Right. And they're like, oh, okay, that's not the culture I came from. Well, this is the culture you're in now. You're going to have to adapt because that is the dominant culture. So that's why I'm not being flippant about these gentlemen on this panel, but I'm being very direct about it. They are the generals fighting the last war, and what they're selling is Confederate dollars. It doesn't work. This is an extinction burst. All those men up there, in my mind, all they are is pretty muscle-bound jimmies. In this regard, is that all they're selling is feel good, look good behavior to the women that run the institution that they are in, that's buttressed by a bigger socioeconomic construct.
But it's even worse than that, KMS. The thing about all this shit they saying ain't even really coming from a healthy, thought out place. This is all guilt. Yes. This is all guilt. There's no honest rationale, honest logic, thought in all this. This is all guilt.
No.
You feel guilty because your mama had to do something, or your cousin had to do something, or whoever, even though they chose to do that. And you feel bad that you feel responsible that they had to choose to do that, even though it was their choice.
Haven't you noticed all the Black American or gynocratic narratives are designed, just so happen to design to inspire guilt in Black males when they entertain them? Pretty much every single one of them. Or ego.
Yes.
Trigger your
guilt. I have a question. I have a question for you, gentlemen.
I want to touch on that.
Hold on a minute. I want to add to what's going on right quick before let me just say this, brother. I want to ask you questions right quick. How do you get a man that has been through just as much as you have without using guilt? Guilt is the only thing they got, because Black men have been through just as much, if not more. You know what I'm saying? Because it was us. Because I ain't saying Black women didn't get lynched. Most definitely they did. But for the majority of part, it was us being lynched. For the majority of part, it was us being stretched out by horses to be made an example of.
Oh, yeah, the overwhelming majority. It's
not even close. Castrated and everything.
Not even close. Yeah,
So my question to you, brothers, is: without guilt, how can you come to a Black man and say something? And especially a Black man who's informed of his history.
I can answer that. That is the only conduit that they have. The problem with it is that conduit goes both ways, because what Black men nowadays are realizing over the past 50, 60 years is that, oh, you have been given benefits as well. You've been given benefits over me. You and that white woman had to Faustian bargain in the late 60s to take what was rightfully mine away from me. So you tell me that you run a community and that you're this god, more or less. Okay. Where are the means? Where are the works? That shame and guilt shit goes both ways, and men are showing that to Black women right now with their action. There's no reason for this.
Let's not forget ego too. The two vectors to vectors of to compel Black men are guilt and ego. Every narrative in the Black community is designed around eliciting guilt or triggering a Black man's ego.
Yeah. As far as I can speak to the ego thing too, and that is you can't handle a strong Black woman.
Real quick. Can somebody in the chat to give me a like count? Because I got 57 watching. How many likes I got? But go ahead, bro.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can speak to the whole ego thing. Oh, well, you ain't strong enough to handle a strong black woman, and that worked all the way up. The thing about that is that that's one of the situations that works all the way up until it doesn't. All the way up until the critical massive men say, you know what? I can't handle a strong black woman. And then when trip periods off of that, where men start saying, you know what? I shouldn't. I shouldn't have to handle a woman. I'll handle pets. I'll handle children. Hell, I even handle the dishes sometimes. But why do I need to handle you? What that shows me is you won't have a lack of self control. You are deregulated. And the thing about it is that worked in a closed loop system. You know, when you were going through American apartheid, where you looked at another woman, hey, you looking at, you also looking at the business end of a rope. But now a situation where it's more open system, and a man can find a woman that works for him, regardless of her race. That becomes a situation that starts to fall more on deaf ears. We are in we're in we're in the death rattle of all of this shit.
So I've been saying this for
my bad. Go ahead, usual. And you got next, bro. My bad.
Yeah. I need to get my thoughts in before we get on too far.
Go ahead, Andy. Go. Let you got after him. Cause he ain't said shit yet. Go ahead, Andy. Go.
Okay, bet. All right. First of all, well, it's afternoon where I'm at. Good afternoon, Compassionate. Thanks for putting this together. Shout out to all the brothers on the panel and in the chat. I wanted to go back to something you said about because I wanted to go back to my initial thoughts on this whole video, and to tie it to something that you said, and to try to tie it back around to something that Lion said. So I'm gonna do that as best I can. Bear with me. The first thing I found interesting about this panel was the composition of it, who was actually on it. And this goes to what you were saying about this being propaganda. I don't think you said anything that any of us don't recognize. We all the brothers that congregate here, we pretty much know what's up. But I recognize Luke James, who's a R&B singer. You know what I'm saying? And also an actor. I know him. I recognize him from he did it. Somebody in the chat mentioned the New Edition biopic. He did a great job.
Yeah, that's exactly where he's from.
Johnny Gill. So shout out to him for that. But I recognize him even more so for his role on The Shy. And he had his character had a series of relationships with trans women characters.
Lord,
there was another I don't know the guy's name. He's another actor. I recognize him from a show called P-Valley, where he had a sexual relationship with the I think the main LGBT character of the show.
Right.
Like this, he portrayed this. I think he was like a rapper, hyper masculine type, with the gold fronts and everything like that. And then he has a sexual relationship with the main, LGBT character.
Of course, right.
Right? And then the one light-skinned bearded gentleman with the glasses, I can't recall his name, so forgive me if somebody can help out with that. I recognized him from Insecure, Issa Rae's show that was on HBO. Now his no disrespect to him, his character wasn't really a very I think he was struggling with anxiety or something like that, which is I'm not saying that to paint that in a negative light, because that's real. And then of course we have consciously on the panel, all the brothers here, we are familiar with what his social and ideological orientation is. And then I think there's a LGBT cat on the panel, which I need to make it known. I don't have anything disparaging to say. Just full disclosure, and also in the interest of the integrity of your show here. I take no interest with LGBTQ people, but at the same time, I have no interest in hearing LGBTQ people's input on heterosexual relationships.
Right.
and dynamics for real, because that's not a conversation that we are included in on. So I think this the composition, and then I think Clifton Powell is there, and then the cat who we got in freeze frame. I'm not familiar with him, but he confirmed that he was part of the music industry.
Yeah.
So we have this panel of entertainers and social media personalities who, I question how adequate of a representation of so-called black men, as a whole, like these wouldn't really, other than, maybe Clifton Powell and a couple others, I really, I don't think that this is, this doesn't seem to be for, black men as much as it is for black women. They would have more reason to recognize and be fans of these, these guys than we would. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, Indigo, I think, is designed because, and don't leave out the producers. It's produced by the Sister Song Coalition or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
So it's so it's a feminist organization that even collaborated with Conscious League. And to your point, I think it's designed for. I do think they count on women to love the content of this production, but they also I think they count on because I didn't recognize all of them as actors. Some of them I did recognize, but I think it's designed to appear as this is the average Joe black man's opinion that you can feel as an observer. Because this is similar to, I remember BET had a summit with a bunch of black dudes, and people had the same. When you look at what constituted the panel, the type of people that was representing black male thought was like people we wouldn't necessarily regard as a good representation of the average black man, but it was kind of positioned like that this is a town hall summit of just random niggas talking on a panel when it's really not.
I really think they're trying too hard. Like they always handpick these individuals to speak for black men, and they customarily do that. They do that to men in general, especially men who don't align with more liberal or so-called progressive like sensibilities, right? But especially to black men, they do this to us where they never talk to us or with us to give our thoughts. They talk about us, they talk around us,
they talk at us.
Talk down to us, you know what I'm saying? But then hand pick people to speak for us who like don't really represent the average black man.
The thing funny thing about these conversations, two things. Well, one thing, I'm gonna speak to what you said, Indigo Flow, about as far as the LGBT2 dudes, those dudes showing up. Those dudes show up because their real reason why they always want to talk to heterosexual men is mainly because their heterosexual crush won't fly them out. That's all that is. That straight male that they was messing with, or he said no initially, or he said no after they got done messing with it. They just mad because they got dumped. But that's all that is. They got dumped and they got shut down either early or later. That's their problem too. So what you said, see, about like these black male summits and this and that. Where the hell is the black female summit talking about how they want to be better for black men? Where's that?
Why would God have to be better for me?
Exactly. Oh yeah.
Don't hold your breath. You'll never see it.
I know. That's the thing I find. That's how you know you're in a fucking gynocracy.
About this panel, once again, I came in late, but just from what I've heard, there's not a man up there that I find impressive or inspiring, or anyone I would want to emulate, or anyone I'd want my son to emulate. So let's ignore the average black man. Okay, you don't want the average black man up there talking about his woes. Okay, granted, but I really do not see any exceptional black men up there of any consequence. There's no black men up there that if they were to run, if you Conscious College, if you were to run this thing full stop, I would bet good money that after you ran this thing to its completion, to this summit, that I wouldn't want to close it and then just like, man, I need to get my shit together, man. I need to go out there, man. I need to figure it out, man. Them dudes up there are hitting on 10. I seriously doubt that.
You missed the part where they went through a part where Conscious League kind of admitted what the purpose of the summit was. The purpose isn't really to convince you or me. Our demographic really ain't the purpose. Conscious League outright said, this is a battle for the hearts and minds of the young men that observe these panels, that don't know nothing. They don't know shit. They're not initiated.
Okay. And then here's.
Hold on, Cam. Let Cam land, and then usual. You got it.
Okay. Then this is all I have to say to that. then this is a fool's errand because all them young men from the ages of 6 to 18 all say the same thing. Why are black girls mean? So you can't. This summit is literally a drop of bucket compared to the ocean of contempt, entitlements by the very girls they're supposed to be raised up with and then see as mating options. So this summit, so the hearts and minds of the boys, if you want these boys to stay, and they won't, is because you got to capture the hearts and minds of these girls, who these boys are saying. And you can talk to my son, you can talk to any one of the parents, you can talk to their son. Hey, how do you feel about black girls? Oh, they're mean, and dead stop. That's where that is where the black and male relationship ends. That's the baseline. If the boys think the girls are mean, the men are eventually not going to want to deal with the women because of the same thing. Because no one is speaking to the girls.
To add on to that, KMS, one thing they noticed when they stopped being mean, because everyone's so busy worried about Andrew Tate and the other guys. You know who the young black boys are looking at? Cam Newton and Nick Cannon.
Yeah.
That's who they're looking. That's who they're looking at. You know why? Because the women are responding to them. Because you're talking this egalitarian shit. Meanwhile, you turn on your screen, you look at Cam Newton or Nick Cannon. They might not look at Nick Cannon, but these young boys do like sports, and they see. They see their favorite quarterback or favorite player getting surrounded by all these women. So the only two things that they do translate to that they do know is that they're broke and they're not getting laid. So what are they going to do?
Yeah, I mean, and you actually, I'll say these two things. I'll say these two things that I got to leave apologies. To your point, Lion, they also see Stephon Diggs, which is a high ranking piece of shit demon, literally running through chicks roughshod, and these chicks can't get out. These chicks literally stumbling over themselves trying to be his next baby mama. My grandmother said that she was a fire breathing dragon, stomp cold old school feminist, but she did say this, and she said this will ultimately be the demise of black women. She said this. She said if black women wanted astronauts, there'd be niggas in space. And what she meant by that was that these black women who are black girls who are not taught by their mothers, tell black boys what they respond to. So these men up here trying to give this counter narrative is a drop of bucket in the ocean of in the field research these boys and young men are getting from these girls. The hearts and minds, it's not about the hearts and minds of the boys. It's about the hearts and minds of these girls. If you want to save this community, which I don't think they do. But I'll lay my plane there. Once again, Casual Talents, thanks so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Usual. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say like this is only propaganda that you can probably only rush to put on like a 5-year-old boy. Like this is propaganda for your 5-year-old who I don't know, he don't know his daddy, and you put this in front of him and this will work on him. But outside of any man being 15 and up, seeing the world, I'm not gonna work. It's not gonna work for long.
It's not gonna work for long, but see, I'm a little bit more pessimistic. I look at this as lens.
No.
I look at our space as a lens, a set of glasses.
Yeah.
And then I look at what these niggas are selling is a set of glasses. For a young man who observes in his verbal reality that black women are mean, let's just say, for example, 14-year-old boy. These niggas, if one of these niggas get a hold of him and give him their framing and interpretation of the world, they already have ways to explain away why black women are mean to you. You want to be a patriarch. You want to be the leader of the relationship. So they're mean to you. And there's generations of black men who were ruled over black women like Mr. from Color Purple. Don't you know? This is the framing that young man.
Yeah, this is why I also have my own little quote unquote videos I make. I call it the blue pill genjutsu, right? where we really actually talk about stuff like this. At the end of the day, who controls the frame controls your world view.
And that's my point, bro.
Control your frame. she will tell you that Silver said all black men are evil, and you know you ain't ever did nothing.
And that's my point.
Dangerous
though.
next year.
Conscious Lee got over 1 million followers between YouTube and TikTok. FD Signifier got over 1 million followers on YouTube and TikTok.
True.
Like a lot of these niggas have, they have the push to create the lens. This is why they get BET panels, and like you said, this is why they designed them the way they do. They're not talking to regular black men like us, and we slip up and say some shit like what we'll say. They can't. This is a lens, a particular lens and framing that they're selling to young black men specifically. That they have the push for. They have more push than us. And I'm not gonna hope that the truth prevails, because the truth necessarily don't prevail. It's the framing. The more consistent framing prevails more than likely, which is why we do what we do in the space, which is critique these things and put out even just any type of counter narrative, because there's no one else going to critique this talk. Most people absorb this white culture. This is the mainstream opinion of black men. Full stop. And this is the lens that they are giving to as many young black men as possible. You guys are right. The reality doesn't support none of this shit. But they've manufactured and curated a very, very slick ass ideology, which I think I don't want to underestimate the slickness to it. It's it's based on a lot of lies, but it's very slickly. The wording, the framing can be, if you don't know the history, you can be convinced of everything these niggas are talking about on this panel. Very easy.
Oh yeah, no. Like I said, this is logic. Like I said, for a 12-year, like for a 5-year-old to be brainwashed for. I really said that, because when I heard what they said early in the beginning, where they said, "Oh, remember T'Challa from quote unquote Black Panther," I was like,
I heard
that word. When I heard that, I was like, oh, when I saw the movie quote unquote Black Panther, I was like, this shit matriarchal as hell. And then I looked at it, and quote unquote, then I see him, I was like, oh yeah, so they're trying to quote unquote control the whole framing and the notion that you shouldn't even be a man in the first place, that you should always, let's say, come into the room, let's say, with your head down.
Yeah. But that's another issue I have with this entire panel, because they're kicking around concepts that not only are they not well versed in, but like nobody stopped to provide a definition for those concepts and then base the conversation on that. I heard patriarchy mentioned. I heard gender, reproductive justice.
Yeah.
Did anybody define those terms before they went on and
exactly?
They loosely define patriarchy as men wanting to run roughshod over women. That was
it was a very oversimplistic, like cartoonish, definition of the concept. Like that's not the basis for
reproductive
a good conversation. But then again, this is a panel full of entertainers and social media personalities.
But let's be real. Before you got in, if you weren't in this space where we actually go through the goddamn literature and the archaeology of what patriarchy is, the working knowledge most people walk around with what patriarchy is essentially just men being mean to women. That's essentially what patriarchy is. Not worshiping women.
Yeah, because it wasn't the same patriarchy that allowed women to vote. It wasn't the same patriarchy that keeps women from having to sign up for selective service.
Lion, you're getting too specific about what patriarchy really means. Once you break that down, you realize the Americas don't even function. The white people don't even function as a patriarchy, if we're being real, right?
Exactly.
So, but again, that narratives can't stand to historic truth. I mean, this is not about truth. This is about basically reinforcing the cultural narratives, which black people have many, of black men ain't shit, and essentially we need to try something new, because we've been running this bitch into the ground as a black patriarchy. That's the cultural narrative.
Reproductive justice, as if women can't go to Walmart and buy some Plan Bs and some condoms right now. Like if they show up to Walmart and they show up to the cashier trying to get some condoms and some Plan Bs, like they gonna get arrested. Is that the narrative? Is that the narrative? Because that's what it sounds like. Let y'all tell it.
The narrative. But you gotta understand this. As I was looking at these quote unquote people, these are the what is it? I don't really want to say this, but it sounds bad. These are the Uchihas, bro. Like these are the Uchiha kind of Negroes that they literally casted the genjutsus of illusion upon people. that have them walk to their death, right? And it's fitting that I have this image, right? Because I can actually see the illusions and within the illusions, right? So I know where the truth is, right? But like I said, this is for people or for kids who don't know the difference between what is up and down is, who don't really understand what a quote unquote what is it, I'm gonna say, was it masculinity or actually patriarchy, as you said. 'Cause I remember as a child, right? They asked me one stupid question as a when I was, let's say, 10 years old. It was like, do you think white people and black people can actually get along? And me, stupidly, at this point in time, I said, well, maybe, I think so. Maybe times can change. With the notion of understanding as the notion of a 12-year-old who doesn't deal in real life.
Well, that's my point. You saying this will brainwash young people. Nigga, grown ass men don't know what patriarchy means. Grown ass men believe black men wholesale just abandoned their women in the 60s. Most black people don't even know Jim Crow history. Grown ass people don't. So this won't just convince a young person. This will solidify already pervasive cultural narratives. Like we sound crazy.
It's grown ass niggas. It's grown men thinking getting a big piece of chicken is patriarchy.
That's a bunch of, these is a bunch of mama ass ninjas.
AB, what up? What up?
We still have Negroes going around calling people racist and telling you sold out when they blindly support a party started by a slave owner. When they blindly support a party that literally started the Ku Klux Klan, but they want to call somebody a sellout.
AB, we still have black people that let people use black on black crime as a conversation, a debate ender. So we're not talking about people that are impenetrable. Most black men are not impenetrable to this propaganda as a grown ass man. That's my point.
I just want to say this: if we're gonna start talking about politics, if we're gonna talk about history, we need to have adequate history. While yes, the Democratic Party was started by the KKK, we know a whole bunch of shit happened in the 60s that literally flipped that. You got letters from Martin Luther King literally telling the Republican progressives at the time that if they didn't do this, they would lose the black vote forever. You know what I'm saying? There's a book also called The Loneliness of Black Republicans that talks about that in depth. You know what I'm saying? So if we're going to talk about this,
better.
I think we put the cart before the horse. I think considering that we a dysfunctional ass community, basically a gynocracy that's really not politically sophisticated. Black women, they don't deploy any sophisticated strategies politically, really. They listen to white people. So I think it's damn near irrelevant for us to even debate over our political orientation as a group right now, because it's so chaotic and not really coming from any informed place, even we talking about just black men. Black men are reacting to traditional, progressive or democratic spot. Like it's weird. So
that's not 100%. Hold on a minute. That's not 100% true. Black men were responding to the times, and those times called for progressivism. If you want to talk about it, when we talk about
CB, I get where you're going, but I don't think we need to debate the efficacy. Like, this is not a progressive versus conservative issue. I think again, a lot of times when black men start discussing it, I think we're all mostly pedestrian in how we
I get what you're saying.
Political shit. Like, because black men haven't been maneuvering as a block or anything. It's been kind of random, and it's hard to say. We don't really have a political ideology. Hell, we just generated the goddamn black male political agenda like 3 years ago. So like we really ain't in a position to. I don't even want to argue over past political orientation.
Holistically, bro.
Yeah, it wasn't informed by much, really. I think we in a new. So going forward as a group of men.
I can't say that because Booker T. Washington would have been what we call a black conservative, wouldn't he? Wouldn't Booker T. Washington be considered a black conservative? You know what I'm saying? Why W.E.B. Du Bois was considered a black progressive? I mean, I think that, you know what I'm saying, as far as black men, we have our ideologies. But the thing is that us as black men, the only thing we have to do is come together and reinforce that ideology. You know what I'm saying? See what facts hold up and we move forward with that. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what it is. You know what I'm saying? We need to understand, because I tell everybody, understanding American history is understanding black history, because then you will start to be able to connect the dots of how everything failed and how we got to the point to where we got to today. You know what I'm saying? Are y'all ultimately right that black man was going off white man's ideologies? Yeah. But through all that, between the W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey's, and all that other stuff, we developed over time our own political way. You know what I'm saying? The only reason this country is at a somewhat progressive state where black people got free was because of the ideologies of the black men that wanted to fight in the Civil War of what's his name? Smalls. I can't think of his name, but I know it's Smalls. During the Civil War, he is the reason why the Union won. You know what I'm saying? So us as black, yeah, Robert Smalls, you're correct. You know what I'm saying? So when we have these conversations, I'm not saying that we got to side on conservatism or progressivism. Well, because at the end of the day, no matter if you're a conservative or I'm progressive, we still black men at the end of the day. And what's better for you is what's better for me, and what's better for me is what's better for you. Even if we have small ways that we disagree. You see what I'm saying?
But my point with my pushback to that is I think it's the cart before the horse. If black men as a collective don't even know the structure of their community, meaning they don't even know the difference between a matriarchy, gynocracy, and patriarchy, I don't want to hear your niggas' opinion on what political advanced assessment of the political system. You don't even know what fucking you can't agree on if you're in a matriarchy or a patriarchy. So
yeah,
I'm
100%. Yeah, I'm 100%.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. But I just want to say patriarchy is a white man's sport anyway.
Yeah,
well, I'll push back against
no.
White people did not invent. Let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this. Let's for the record, just so we can stick, because I think that's dangerous, false premise to start with. White men did not invent patriarchy. Let's get that straight. White men are not the gods of the universe and been around like shit has been existing longer than America or the Europe. White men did not invent patriarchy. So let's just get that straight first. And us building a patriarchy would not in de facto mean we're imitating white men.
Allow me to clarify real quick. What I mean by that is whatever version this, because we had patriarchy in Africa, right? But it was more nature. It was more together. We already knew
about something that you're not. I think he's speaking about something you really don't know about.
No, that's why. Yeah, usual. I get what you. Before we even get into argument, CB, what do you define patriarchy is first? Before you start telling me the story.
Well,
what is patriarchy?
Y'all saying that my thing was patriarchy to me is a system of a form of white supremacy that white people use to control everything.
Never mind.
Patriarchy.
And on that note,
that's why I keep telling you, bro.
Nope.
Yo, chill.
Hold on. Before everybody buzz up.
Hold on. At this point, you need to be quiet and learn. This is the point where you have to actually say, Hold on, bro.
No,
if you're starting from a false premise, right? We're telling you you're starting from a lie, right? Then you're fighting us and telling us, no, nigga, I'm telling you. Hold on.
Instead of arguing with me, instead of arguing with me, dude, instead of bumping your gums, and
you need to understand
yelling at me, explain it to me.
Exactly, bro. So you need to be quiet before you can.
Order in the court. We gonna do this like gentlemen. CB. We do it orderly. So he's saying he disagrees with your definition of patriarchy. You said it's a white supremacist, blah, blah, blah. Cool. He's usual retort, and then CB will give you opportunity to retort. Go ahead.
It's just a system of men working together. That's it, bro. At the most basic level, this says that's me making sure me and you are working together, and we have the same, at least let's say a closely knit family, or either family, cultural necessarily, or let's say ideology based, knit together. Whatever goal that they so whatever they achieve, right? That's that closest to what actually our patriarchy is, right, bro? So it's just so you can have variety of different quote unquote patriarchy, right? The Chinese man invade nobody, bro. You know what I'm saying, right? The Japanese man is actually different. If you know the history of quote unquote the Indonesian man, different kind of quote unquote history.
Hold on, did you say the Japanese didn't invade nobody?
No, you said it was different.
Did I not say that? Did you not hear what I said?
Oh, my bad. I thought I misheard.
You're not listening. That's what I'm saying. You always jumping. You're not listening, right? The point we were saying is that's the fault.
Slow down. Don't offend them. Go ahead.
I'm gonna start. Myself. Basically, we start from a false premise, right? Where if you say quote unquote patriarchy is white supremacy, that's false. That's a false premise, right? That's like me telling you quote unquote of a building.
That's not all what I said, but okay.
Okay, we'll let you, since we let's not misquote you. What do you think a patriarchy is, CB?
What I said was patriarchy is a form. Patriarchy is a form of white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? That they have used to uplift white people. That is literally a fact. A white man. They didn't care about the white woman, or they didn't care about nobody else under it. They cared about making white man the top. That's why you get this thing called, or like white nationalism from. That's the form of patriarchy we all grew up in, that I'm talking about. If we're talking about American patriarchy, which we all can agree that we systematically grew up in, that's what I'm talking about. It's part of the betterment of white people. It is a form of white supremacy. Now, if you want to go back into historical basis, we can do that. And I don't mind doing that. That's why I was giving you the African point, right? Because it was strong men that were leading, and that was a form of patriarchy, right? You know what I'm saying? Some of those men knew how to lead, knew how to say, hey, women are better suited for this, the men are better suited for that. We had forms of different patriarchy. Like you just said, there was forms of patriarchy in China, there was forms of patriarchy in Japan. But the one we grew up on is specifically for white people. But you know what I'm saying? You go ahead though, brother. I want to finish. Right. I want you to finish your thought.
It wasn't, and I disagree with you, because I mean I get your analysis in terms of specifically in America, but patriarchy is a term that describes a social system of a society or community. It's not exclusive to the West or the East or any place on the planet. It like Indigo alluded to, it's men essentially run the community. Elder men and elder men run the community legally, socially, and that's the basic definition of what a patriarchy is.
Right. But we haven't grown up. But I just want to ask this question: which form of patriarchy did we grow up under?
No.
Can I interject right here?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear you out and discern what you're saying, but you keep going back and forth in that you're defining patriarchy as this thing, but then you're making a distinction between forms of patriarchy. So I think one thing you have to decide is you know, what am I trying to say here? Let me build on something Black Uru said, you know, because I think that something that you did is fallacious and not, you know, not deliberately, but I think you're talking about a specific form, like a specific form of patriarchy, and that is white supremacist, you know, racist patriarchy. Patriarchy existed before white supremacy, or before the notion of whiteness ever even existed.
Okay, brother, I already explained that I understand that. I'm not saying that. But the dominant form of patriarchy that everybody's talking about right now is the one we currently live under. You know what I'm saying? Now, if we as Black men want to take things of it, which is what we were doing in the 60s, taking bits and pieces and making it better and fine for Black folks, we can do that. But the one we grew up under, the one they're talking about, the one that our people have suffered under, is the oppressive kind. Are there different kinds of patriarchies? Of course there is. You know what I'm saying? Just just like people don't want to believe it, but there are matriarchies as well, right? You know what I'm saying? Some are they say all of them are bullshit. I know one in China is not doing so well, but some of the ones in Africa actually did pretty good. You know what I'm saying, right? So when I say these things, I'm not saying it as far as like this never happened before, or that there's no different forms of it. Yes, there have been different forms of it, but the one we grew up under, the one that represents what we're going through right here, has been used to elevate white men, the one that dominates our political structure, the one that we're dealing with right now with the current president, the white nationalism that we're dealing with right now, that form of patriarchy is white supremacy. Regardless if you want to say it or not, that's the dominant one where the country we live in controls the narrative right now. So, and one thing I don't say is I didn't insult or come at anybody's intelligence on this panel. One thing I don't appreciate. Hold on. I know, not you, Compassion. Not you,
I don't want you to feel offended, bro.
No, bro. You can't tell me. Hold on a minute. You can't tell me to be offended while being offensive, right? Because if I called you an F, if I called you a F boy, right? I was like, I didn't mean that in that sense.
Did I call you an F boy?
But you questioned my intelligence, right? Because I disagreed with something that you didn't say, right? Instead of saying, "Hey,
my bad." What did I say? I just want to make sure because I don't want to say that.
You know what I'm saying? You said that I didn't know something and that I need to be quiet and that I ain't got like the intellectual fortitude or something like that. I was trying to speak or something like that and I didn't fully hear you. But that's when Compassion stepped up and said, hold on, because he heard you too. And he was like, hold on, we're gonna calm this, simmer this down, and we're gonna let everybody talk. Now I understand why everybody was sitting here saying that I didn't know what the definition of patriarchy was. Everybody jumped right on me instead of allowing me to speak and fully explain what I meant. You know what I'm saying? Now you could disagree with it. That's cool. But us as men, I could disagree with you, brother, without questioning your intelligence, without telling you to be quiet, and with letting you speak your full thought. But I'm gonna be quiet and let y'all speak. You know what I'm saying? I don't sit back and listen.
I want you to feel
Compassionate.
No. I mean, I just want to.
Real quick.
Okay.
Oh,
but
hey,
usual.
You mean like in the background or whatever?
Leon, if you.
Say it again. I want to make sure we.
Go ahead, usual. Land your plane, because I guess he was just acknowledging the insult I guess he took from you, and then Leon go.
Yeah. Simple, bro. If I say be quiet, that's my bad. But I understand how that quote unquote may feel. But because I know a lot of people have lacked the structure that people just being told, hey, you can be quiet. Understand how that may actually affect the mind of some people who actually not used to that structure right now. Relax. We'll address it in a few seconds, right? But if I actually say that something is factually wrong, right, or you start from a false premise, right, I'm simply saying you have bad information. Some of the information that you did give out earlier was actually started from a false premise, right? And I will just correct it. But I will next time. I'm gonna try to be a little bit easier with that because they kind of know me. I'm a little bit rougher, like. But I want to say first thing I apologize for me. But yeah, you start from a false premise, man. And anytime you start anything from a false premise, everything you say from there is always going to be wrong. That's like saying 1 + 1 is 38.
Hey, you done, buddy?
That's the
Okay. I know only one to speak. Can I just retort to that?
We don't got to retort back and forth, man. It's gonna go on forever.
No. Yeah, exactly. That person. No. That's not how it runs here. But let the next guy go. The guy who's supposed to go in order.
Yeah. So, hey, Callis, I'm gonna need your email because I've been doing a living document on free labor, Marxism, and neoliberalism, and I think you're gonna like it. I'm almost complete, and I'm just asking my stepmom. I hit her up because she used to work for Washington Post, went to Harvard, and she got me 2 extra books so I could cite some stuff. And it's possibly going to have 2 parts, one with more detail, but you're going to like it. So I'm going to need your email. I'm going to give it to Mrs. Z, BGS. We already talked about it. He knows what I'm doing. I think this conversation of patriarchy and what we think, patriarchy is and how it functions. I mean, America has systems of patriarchy, but I think the failure that you're not understanding, feminist literature, if you sit down and read, they say they raise their sons still to be patriarchs because they want to sit by the ruler's side. They want to look down at others. So white feminists that are progressive perpetuate producing conservative boys that operate as patriarchs within a system. group function, clan, state, nationalists. They produce them. The whole point of what white women say about patriarchy is because they want to be alongside, side by side with them. What we live under is we're a subgroup that we have to negotiate consistently with institutions that give out shit to our women because they understand the psychology of if you give the boys less and give them less opportunity, they can never rise up above us. And plus how it operates in this system, which part of it is patriarchy. And what's funny is the same women that cry about it continue to elect the same patriarchs to rule over them because they get benefits out of it. But like he said earlier, patriarchies function in different ways. And some of the communities that you said were matriarchal, they were more matrilineal. And the males were okay with the female leadership for what they did. So they didn't interfere because what they were doing was working. But once you get closer to trade locations, whether it's Nigeria, Morocco, Egypt, the Middle East, into Europe, Asia, those are patriarchs because you have to bring together clans of men to protect the good and tax people. And you need certain levels of order that will break down under women matriarchy pretty much. And it's every patriarch's not going to be the same, but it operates within systems, man. And it's governed by morals and values on the guy's side to influence them to continue behaving within the patriarchy. As soon as they don't, your men will be indifferent, or they will operate as zero sum. If I'm not getting this, I'm not doing this. Or they'll become nihilistic about their situation and be like Romans and Greeks jumping off of buildings because there's nothing else that they can have pretty much. So it functions in all types of ways as it breaks down and as it builds up. And it's all dependent upon the environment and the location if you need a patriarchy. So when you get down in the deep Africa, there's no need for a patriarchy because people aren't attacking and doing certain things, and they're away from the majority of trade and everything. So it's not a need to really enforce patriarchy. So it's dependent upon the location too. But I think how you see and utilize the word patriarchy when you say that we're living under, this and this patriarchy, it is what it is, man. They're operating in a system to make sure that only 10% of black guys reside in each class of everything. To show to the world, you know what I'm saying? I'm not here for the rhetoric. I was just hollering at my boy. I'm writing that paper. I'll probably have it done by Wednesday. It's more of a living document, and feminists are gonna get it. My aunt already likes it. My stepmom likes it. My mom knows. Conversations I even had with my grandma, because you hear the conversations. I tell you about the conversations we have and why I do more for women that done shit for me compared to women that are asking me to do something for them before they ever do something for me. You know what I'm saying? So women that done shit for us. Wait, I'm about to roll out. I'm about to roll out. Women that's done free shit for us, we treat them different, even in conversation. And that's what it's about. But I'm gonna holler at you, Callis. I'm gonna send that to you too.
Hey, I just wanted to ask Compassion and homie that said he's writing a dissertation. Can I send something to you? Is that okay if I send you some? The dude that was just talking. He left. I wanted to ask him if I could send him something. You know what I'm saying? Since he said he writing because I had I just wrote a paper called "How Black Men Were Harmed by the Patriarchy," and how we are not, and how we are more products of it. You know what I'm saying? They're saying that, and how Black women used it against us, like we wasn't harmed by it as well. But that is what it is.
I mean, good, but I'm gonna tell you this much, man. One thing I did learn as an individual when you're around other people, like try to actually, you know, learn some things from other people, right? Like, if somebody can correct my premise, right, or correct my point of view, right? Maybe I should just, you know, peep game and actually learn that that's actually a good part of actually what manhood and brotherhood is actually peeping each other and actually watching each other and learning from each other. Quote unquote, me teaching you, hey, not to quote unquote just take a fish, but me quote unquote teaching you how to fish so that you can always go to any fishing river or anywhere and actually compete. That's what it is. It's the lessons that we give you that quote unquote you can take anywhere in the world and apply them and be successful.
Okay, I feel that,
I mean,
brother.
What's the
But
brother's
brother, every time.
CB is your name?
But yeah, CB is my name. But brother, I just want to say this: you saying all that while at the same time, every time I speak, you huffing and puffing over there. You know I can hear you, right? So you saying all this stuff that you teach me how to fish and all this other stuff. If you was really trying to teach me, you would actually be trying to talk to me and not talk at me. You understand? So, because you don't talk at somebody you're teaching, right? You talk to them.
So what do you do?
You see how? Hold on, brother. Hold on 1 minute, brother. I am speaking here. You know what I'm saying? I was quiet when you speaking. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, brother, you think that you're going about something the right way when most definitely you have been going about it the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? If I haven't came at you anyway. I haven't questioned your intelligence like you did mine. I'm not trying to teach you nothing. No, I can give you what instead of saying that you can teach me something, how about telling me what you know? And then if it's factually based, like I've been doing this whole time since I've been here, right? You know what I'm saying? If you want to pick up on that knowledge, you can go and then research yourself and then see if I'm correct or not. You know what I'm saying? Mostly everything I said here, I have been correct on. You know what I'm saying? And especially the form of patriarchy we grew up on. You know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying? And then when I was trying to ask that brother a question, I can hear you, brother.
If I may,
you know what?
If I may briefly,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. If I may briefly, I think what is happening here is something that often happens in these discussions where there's a disagreement of terminology, and then there's no official clarification of definition. I think the moment you all started debating what a patriarchy is, somebody should have pulled up the actual definition of patriarchy. Because I think had that been done, then instead of talking about suppositions and theories about various parts of the world and the planet, you could look at the actual definition and then have a conversation based on whether or to what degree what you're referring to actually aligns with the definition. And we're not disagreeing over shit that's in your head versus what's in my head. Instead, we're actually talking about an objective definition. Now, on the point of which usual, I like you, usual. I thought you were unnecessarily disrespectful towards the other brother. And I know you, usual. I don't know the other brother, but just in listening, I thought it was unnecessarily judgmental. I thought it was unnecessarily dismissive of what he had to say, even though I might agree with you more than I agree with him on this whole notion of history and patriarchy. I thought you were unnecessarily and unwarrantedly dismissive of the other brother.
I know that's why I even apologize. I was even nice enough to apologize. You know what? Maybe I came at the wrong way. Maybe my approach was a little harsh, and then I even adjusted, right? Like I said, but from this point of view, right? If you're wrong on something, if I say you say, "Hey, is it with 1 + 1 is 2," right? And I say, let's say you say 1 + 1 is 45. I say no.
Well, but you not, with all due respect, you've not proven whether to what degree he is wrong.
Right.
He offered an opinion. You offered an opinion. And we have yet to actually see the definition of patriarchy.
patriarchy. Yeah, so we can,
You know,
so yeah.
my understanding of patriarchy is the eldest male of any family clan runs everything. That's like the real traditional classical definition of patriarchy. He runs everything, he effectively owns and controls everything. Now, I don't recall in any recent American history, and I'd be hard pressed to find in any part of American history where there's been a real patriarchy. There's been patriarchal aspects of America, but even that have been flawed in a way. I mean, you had nearly 50% of the slave owners were females. You know, George Washington's wife and Thomas Jefferson's wife, they had more slaves than their husbands did. That would not exist in any sort of real patriarchy. In a real patriarchy, the man dies, everything passes to the next eldest male. That man dies, maybe that passes to his son, his eldest son, and so on and so on and so on. In a real patriarchy. We've never had that in America of any consequential degree. We've had white supremacy that has been largely enforced by white males, but we've never really had a real patriarchy in this country. Not really. Because if we ever had a real patriarchy in this country, you wouldn't have been able to fuck over black men the way you did. Just by virtue of our being males would have invested in those powers that were forever denied of us. So obviously there is no patriarchy.
I can agree with you on that, Black Uru. But you really didn't say nothing I disagree with. I just want to ask, I just want to ask this. You know what I'm saying? Because I know I could be wrong. I'm not sitting here saying I'm right about everything. I know I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I could be wrong like anybody. But I just wanted to ask this question because you seem to be more informative. As far as like how patriarchy has been described in this country and white supremacy using that. You know what I'm saying? Because we all know that patriarchy is just the more qualified men or the men running things, right? You know what I'm saying? Has like the patriarchy that has been inhabited by this country, has it been largely to benefit only white people? And not white people, but white men specifically.
I would say white supremacy was set up for which it put the males primarily in the lead for much of its history. But I would say certainly in our lifetime and within the last, let's say, better part of 100 years, once a woman could divorce you, especially without cause, and take your children away from you, and then the state can force you to pay for those children, there is no patriarchy. There is no patriarchy in the system like that. That is completely opposite and antithetical to anything patriarchy. In a patriarchy, if the woman would have to get the permission of the man to divorce her, and the man would most certainly get possession of those children once she left. And he didn't even have to allow her to leave. In a real patriarchy, she would have to have brokered a deal between her father and his father to compel him to allow her to leave. In a real patriarchy, we've had nothing. When have we had that in America?
White men gave that up.
So you guys have been seduced by this terminology that feminists have utilized, created a series of lies around that terminology, and now you're just continuing to perpetuate those lies in various different forms. Now, when I say lies, I'm not speaking of your intent. I'm just saying maybe I'm speaking more of your ignorance. But we're not in any way acquainted with any sort of real patriarchy and the realities that we've lived in. This is not anything remotely close to a patriarchy. It's white supremacist. It has used white males primarily to enforce that supremacy, but then it's also indirectly and more subtly used white females to enforce that supremacy. Again, as I said, over 40% of the slave owners in American history were white females. How does that exist in a patriarchy?
Also giving them the right to vote. In a real patriarchy, would you give women a right to have a say in who's in charge of you?
Exactly.
In a real patriarchy, would you lynch men who tried to vote just because they're black? In a real patriarchy?
Not at all.
On a real
That's not a patriarchy. That's a white supremacist. That's a white supremacist system.
I say this necessary, right?
Yeah, in a real patriarchy, would they listen
Go
to
ahead,
white
Usual.
women complain because black men got the right to vote?
Like I said,
Right.
for me,
In the real patriarchy, with over 55% of your voters be female. In a real patriarchy.
Yeah.
But go ahead,
So, like
Usual.
I keep, and earlier, I keep saying here, I said on TikTok, y'all always start from the false premise, right? For me personally, right, like I said, when I say people is wrong, right, I'm saying because I understand what a false premise is. For me, I go to patriarchal countries. I'm in patriarchal countries. I have sat down and ate with patriarchal families. Me and 3 other people on this panel, like who actively quote unquote leave this country on a routine basis. We quote unquote know this. But y'all actually know I do actively go out of the country and go to these places. I say I'm correcting people. I'm not correcting people on the fact that quote unquote I'm trying to be mean or whatever.
Yeah, but you can't use your own personal. But you can't use your personal. I'm saying you cannot use your own personal history, your anecdotal history, merely as the basis to gain authority in the conversation of other people.
Yeah, dude don't know you.
I just want to say this. I just want to say this, brother. Let's say now you see how this could be nipped in the bud like this. You see what's his name? Black Uru. You see how he's talked to me? You know what I'm saying? He even said I was ignorant, but I know what ignorance is, but I'm not offended by that, right? You know what I'm saying? He sit there, he talked to me, he explained to me, and when I asked the question, he answered that question without necessarily having to insult me, without using his personal experience, with knowledge of the system that I know I can understand, and therefore I have nothing to say to him. You see what I'm saying?
I don't say my bad. My thing is the problem is I understand that you are starting from a false premise. I understand that I'm starting from the correct premise. So the thing is, even if I told you, that's like telling the man, quote unquote, that's in a maze that he's in the maze. First, he has to first understand that he's even in the maze. And that was my problem. But you know,
right.
it starts.
Yeah, but you're assuming a position of Morpheus without proving yourself to be such. Yeah, since you're using that analogy, and I would say, as informed as you might be, you know, everybody's just now presumably this is sort of an initial exchange, I guess, between you two, right? Is it not?
Yes. I don't know none of these brothers.
Okay, so how aware is he of what you're informed of, absent the presentation of any objective material to support your position? That's why I initially said the moment you guys start disagreeing with what a patriarchy is, the very first thing should have happened was somebody should have presented the actual definition.
Right.
To be fair to that Black Rule, I did post it in the chat. That was the very first thing I did. But the train already went off the rails. But yeah, I agree with that premise. But I did put it in. The chat, and I was trying to define it, but we were already off the rails.
I'm not
and at that point, that's what you got. That's what you should have been talking about, rather than what you might have observed in Uganda, unless what you were presenting in Uganda or Kenya was aligned with what was being presented in that objective definition. Now, if you present it in juxtaposition to that objective definition, then you're presenting a much more persuasive argument in maybe perhaps rebuttal to what the other brother had presented.
That's why I said I apologize from the beginning, because I literally said he started from the false premise, right? So I understood that. So I understand. That's why I say it's a loose clan. I even say it's a loose clan necessarily of men working
But
together to quote unquote achieve an objective.
He did.
I just want to say it start.
So that's when
You
I
said,
came in
oh,
and said,
go
that's
ahead.
what I'm just saying. So that's when I came in and said that it's a loose quote unquote either a kinship, either connection, or either biology or whatever, right? And that's the example that I gave him, right? Because that it will be the closest or the correct one that he can possibly understand, right? And after that, that's when it started going out the roof. But then everybody else went, because that is what you consider the closest to an actual patriarch. Because it would be one dude instead of him, his other dudes either in his family or quote unquote other dudes in other family working together, either in a family setting or in a ideological setting necessarily, or a cultural setting, working together to achieve certain goals and missions in life, right? Really what it is. I did say that, right? But like I said,
Yeah.
I didn't come in, but I already know what we started from a false premise. So everything I said was going to be interpreted differently because we started from the false premise.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm somewhat afield of what started that particular debate. I just hope that maybe going forward, when there's a disagreement as to terminology, then what should be put at the forefront is some actual objective presentation of that terminology.
You're 100% my bad.
And
my bad, Uru. I don't mean to cut you off,
Go
but
ahead.
I'm making sure you know I'm back. Yeah. No, my bad. I had some technical issues while computer died. But no, and you're 100% right. We should have defined patriarchy a lot cleaner. What started this conversation was CB made the claim that patriarchy is a white man's game. And that's what we started pushing back against. That was the initial statement he made.
Yeah.
Patriarchy is a white man game. We said no, white men didn't invent patriarchy.
Yes, because as soon as he said white supremacy, that was defined by a false premise. Like Unreal might have been wrong about how he went about it, but he was right that it was a false premise. He was just wrong about how he went about it, as far as telling him, as far as the conversation. But it was a false premise. It was.
Yeah, no, and I'll
and I want to say this: I started from a false premise. That's on me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
But the way I look at patriarchy and how it has been run, especially in the majority of the place where I lay my head, I'm not worried about what happened in the past as far as before we came off those boats. You know what I'm saying? Because my history don't go that. Because my history, for my majority of my family, has been under this white supremacist, so-called patriarchal system. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, well, the thing is, you're not wrong about like you're speaking to
it's not, but it's not a real patriarchal.
Give me a second, right? The problem is you started from the false premise again, right? You said I don't need to quote unquote know what it is before I got on those ships. The reality is before those white dudes even got on those ships, they got the quote unquote patriarchy from who? You keep starting from the false premise, right? See, the thing is that's what I'm saying. If you don't have a big enough quote unquote picture, or you start from a false premise, then you always come back to the wrong answer, regardless, because you said in the calculation that you're making, right?
Did they?
1 + 1.
Okay. Who did they get it? Okay, who did these white people that came from Europe? Where did they get it from?
Well, hold on. Let's stop. Let's do what Uru said. Let's define what patriarchy is. It's ultimately not about how we feel about it or our personal. We're being precise about the language, CB. That's all the thing we're being sticklers about. Patriarchy is an actual thing. We're not playing fast and loose with the definition of it. By Sedanius, which is a PhD, a black man, defines patriarchy as a structural system of male group dominance over female group members, maintained by institutions and cultural ideology, not merely attitudes or individual behavior. So for patriarchy itself is a structural system. That's all it is. White men didn't invent the concept of a structural system, nor a male-dominated one. So that's the claim. That's what we're pushing back against. You're making a claim that patriarchy in itself is white supremacist. It's not. It's a structural system of male group dominance over females of any culture. They could practice a patriarchy. So that's what we're being precise with the language. It's not our personal interpretations. So that's where the false premise is coming in. A patriarchy is not a white man's game in it by definition. No, it's not. That's not true. That's literally a narrative Black people concoct to explain away why we shouldn't be a patriarchy.
Yeah.
But you understand why I'm saying
it's a white feminist divide and conquer tactic.
Right.
That's the primary reason why, because white feminists have used the notion of this white male patriarchy as divide and conquer, particularly amongst Black people, on the confusion of, well, you should be on our side as white women because we're against the white male patriarchy. And then in the process of doing that, they're circumventing Black men and women as a result of this false notion of them being against this alleged white male patriarchy, when the truth is the actual purpose is to subvert Black people with the distraction of the notion of this white male patriarchy.
Right.
So it's been a very effective tactic of divide and conquer amongst Black people to fool us and to think that there's this white male patriarchy, and white women, feminists have been the ones who have been the architects and the perpetuators of that.
Even though, and I'll point you to a prime example, even though almost 50% of them voted for Trump.
Yeah,
exactly.
White women help manufacture the white patriarchy.
Exactly.
So it's clear, like it's clearly been a tactic. It's a they are not down with the patriarchy. They're part of the white patriarchy. So and that was an excuse used to explain away their culpability and all slavery and basically our oppression, that they were just in a guilty cage.
But see, I just want to know when I talk about the white patriarchy, I'm including white women into that, because they have been the holders of that. Like all the information y'all giving, I already know. That's why I asked Black Uhuru the question, because the question I asked him earlier, because I include white women in uplifting white supremacist, white patriarchy, or whatever you want to call it.
No, but the question is, but the question goes back to you making a statement that patriarchy
is a white man's game.
And do you still believe that though? Because patriarchy isn't by definition a
white man's game.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The way that, okay, and this is why I want to say my fault, because I should have better clarified it, because I know that patriarchy is pretty much a male dominated system, as I demonstrated and said that there were different cultures, there was patriarchies in Africa and all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because I already know that. But what I'm talking about, at least for me specifically, is what the things that has been going down as far as inside of America with that system, with that type
so
of
let me
system.
ask you a question.
I don't think, hold up. I'm not against patriarchy. That's the thing. I'm not against patriarchy as a system. You know what I'm saying? But what I am against is white supremacist forms of patriarchy and any systems or anything that may tie into that. You know what I'm saying? Because I do think that men or competent men should run society. But I also think competent people should run society.
So let me
that
ask
may
you,
include some women too.
Let me ask you this. Are you saying in the context of us in this country or in this part of the world, are you saying we should or shouldn't practice patriarchy? Are you saying by the fact of us practicing it in this part of the world amongst white patriarchs?
As far as the white supremacist aspect, whatever, look, we should be a patriarchy as far as what it means from, I want to say, indigenous people, if we want to use the African types of patriarchy. You see what I'm saying? I was talking about.
Do you agree that, okay, let me simplify so we can actually discuss it. Do you agree that Black men should form a structural system of male group dominance over Black females?
Of course.
Okay, well then we agree. We don't disagree on anything then. you making a we don't disagree then.
Yeah, we don't disagree, because this panel and what we're discussing is this video that CC played.
That's why I
in
said white
opposition to
supremacy,
what we're
though.
talking about.
But see, that's why. But that's why.
Wait a minute. Right now, I'm like maybe it's just me because I had a Sharon on, right? But I can just see stuff, right? Remember early when you said, quote unquote, you started from the premise that you said there's plenty, quote unquote, matriarchy running around in Africa, right? And I told you, boy, I've been to plenty of African countries. They're hard to find one. If there is one, it's like a quote unquote desolate group of women whose men have already all been dead or something like that.
Yo, sus business. Your audio, man. Your audio's terrible. You're in and out.
I think
my bad. I'll be back. Give me a second.
I know I understand what he's trying to say. I heard him what he was saying. He was saying that.
I'm sorry. Okay. Have we established just a simple baseline on patriarchy? Because I see patriarchy more or less this. It's more or less this. If I'm going to carry the burden of responsibility and accountability, I will wield the power of authority. I think that's really all patriarchy is if I'm going to be burdened with the accountability and the responsibility of seeing that this group moves forward to the next generation cycle, then I will have the authority to move I'll have the authority to do that. I think that's really what it is. I don't think patriarchy more or less is a white supremacy construct, as if patriarchy would be an Asian supremacy construct or a black supremacy construct. If I'm running things, I'm going to want my group to be the best. So I think we just need to reestablish what we think patriarchy is.
It's not what we think what it is.
We got it on the screen.
They got it on the screen.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
I'm sorry. I was in with the screen.
Like I said, it's a patriarchy is a structural system of male group dominance over female members maintained by institutions and a cultural ideology. That's what.
Okay. So yeah. So what's the? What is the problem?
I think we're good. We're good. We're not trying to rehash.
Right.
We weren't rehashing anything. I was saying, right? But all I was saying is necessary, right? I was saying basically to bro, like when he was saying, quote unquote, he was like, oh, this matriarchy's running around in Africa. And I was like, bro, not in the harsh jungles in Africa, bro. No, they're not. People don't know how harsh Africa really is.
I didn't say they was. Hold on. I didn't say they was in the jungles though. I know they wouldn't be there.
Let me bridge it. What ultimately not a discussion is about is false premises, which I think black men have to be cautious of that, because this was just a slight discussion of what I think CB he understands now that what the claim he made was a false premise that I think, and it just so happens to be a cultural narrative of ours that is very much carried around the black community, that the black community, if it's a patriarchy, it's imitating a white patriarchy, because essentially patriarchy is a white man's game. That's a cultural narrative that CB repeated that we're unpackaging, but it is relevant to point out we need to be cautious in terms of rhetoric when we discussing these issues, or even discussing our own cultural issues, of not making false premises or going down the road of false premises. Because I think much of what this cultural debate or the gender war or whatever is a lot of false premises floating around that we all go down a rabbit hole of and go get data to disprove and do all this extra unnecessary shit when it was a false premise to begin with. Black men practicing patriarchy in itself is not a white supremacy construct, because patriarchy in itself is not a white supremacy construct, period. So anybody else saying anything more is fallacious and they're full of shit. It's not. So that's the point that I think we can make at this point.
Thank goodness.
I can agree.
Thank goodness. I didn't get that part. I apologize.
We had to do it because you imagine if we were in the room with these guys on the panel, these guys on the table. Can you imagine?
It would be a very, very dangerous day, bro. Or we would stop fighting, bro.
Hold on. Time out. No. Time out. No, we wouldn't.
Why not?
I'm saying, Why not? Because us as black men, just like me and that brother, like how he got hype, right? and I stayed quiet and I let him go. And I explained to him why he was wrong. And explained to him why he was wrong. And y'all explained to me why we was wrong. And we just hashed that out. If we, just because things get maybe loud or things maybe get, maybe heads might butt, doesn't mean that we got to fight. You know what I'm saying? Just like y'all sat here and explained that to me, y'all would need that same understanding and that same, and that
No,
same,
CB, you're forgetting
no,
CB.
and that
You're
same,
CB, you're forgetting we're in the context of good faith. Everybody's here in good faith.
I mean,
that's the thing. But
They will
And
not
remember,
be
you also did originally fight me, bro, when I did correct you.
And you're acknowledging it, CB. I think you're willing to change. You're willing to hear him out and understand where we was coming from. But that demonstrates good faith. If we was in the room with these niggas, these matriarchs,
that's not good faith.
That's not good faith, but we gonna fight you on it.
Good faith.
They would have not allowed me to change the definition of patriarchy. They would have said,
No.
no, patriarchy is attitudes and behaviors that we imitate the white men. And that would have been the premise we all ran off with.
You know what I'm saying? But see, the thing is, now this is where I disagree with you, right? Because we all have some form of education in this room, just as far as those men do too, right? You know what I'm saying? If y'all present it, if like once you do what y'all just did, just say, hey, we ain't talking about white supremacy and all that other stuff. We know we don't want no forms of that. We're just talking about baseline patriarchy, right? You know what I'm saying? Baseline, what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Well, hold on. Not to cut you off, brother, but here's the whole thing. What I gathered from the conversation we had here was a situation of where there may have been just a genuine ignorance that needed just course correction as far as, are we saying the same thing? Are we using the same words, using the same definitions? Once we got a line on that, we go forward. What we are saying, as opposed to those men, is that those men are educated. They're clearly lying in their and they're progressing an agenda. So there comes a time where there is no more conversation.
Exactly.
And that's what we're speaking towards.
Yeah, but basically, I want to put it to you like this, bro. Like I can't see your name right now, but that's like me, quote unquote, coming to your house, right? And then I'm saying, hey, bro, like you, me, and you acknowledge, like I'm me and you at your house, right? And then the third guy come in, quote unquote, and then rob everything from your house. Me and you, so when me and you get together, we start from the first primitive. We know this guy robbed that house. This dude right here come and say, I ain't robbed your house, bro. We gonna beat him, bro.
Yeah, you know,
The question you have to ask with those gentlemen on the panel is, what are their motivations, and who are their sponsorship? What are their move to do? Hold on, I'm not talking about what should be. I'm saying we don't know what their motivations are. If they're media personalities, for example, and they rely particularly on a lot of female support, then their motives are going to be something different from ours. That's for sure. And if they are financially backed by certain interests that align with a more feminist position, or even a white supremacist position, then they are not going to ally with us, regardless of how logical or how clear and how objective we present things, because their motives will be skewed from ours. So that's why you cannot presume that just because you've made a appropriate argument, a clear, concise, appropriate argument to them, that they will necessarily respond to it in kind.
CB, you know what you did, bro? You started from a false premise.
That's precisely why.
See?
Can y'all hear me? Go ahead. That is exactly why when I jumped on the panel, my introductory comments were my observations of the makeup of the panel. I was in my black bag. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and to agree with Black Guru, yeah, you can be the world's greatest grandmaster chess player, but in some cases, your best finishing move is to pick up that chessboard and bash the other person over the head with it.
Come on, man. Hey,
some folk don't
man,
learn, bro.
But here's the
hey,
thing. The
hey,
thing about
hold
it,
on,
we
hold
don't
on.
understand. It's not like we want to. It's not like we want to be violent towards these men. It's just that
Right.
we know they're full of shit.
Okay. Now,
Like what they're
now, do
saying
I
does not
understand?
play out in like the very things they're saying does not play out in
Not
real
play
life.
out in real
That's
life,
not
right?
happening.
Like no,
Right.
but basically, we telling you, we already know these dudes are traitors, right? So it's basically like quote unquote, like that. That's like the spy, that's the traitor, right? So he comes, hey guys, quote unquote, we should put down all our weapons and go to the middle of the field and fight these dudes hand.
Yeah,
What happened?
Nah, he dropped out.
Yes, some situations.
Hold on. Can I just say?
Some
Can I
situations.
just say? Oh, can I just say something real quick? I just want to say this, like I understand what y'all saying, and especially when people are coming from bad face, you know what I'm saying, bad face direction. But us as black men, the one thing that I have learned over time, and this is coming from a person who actually likes to fight, right? Is that sometimes is that the fighting is the easy part. Me punching you is easy. You know what I'm saying? As a man, that's like, you know what I'm saying, that's pretty, you know, I got some size on me. It's easy for me to knock you out. That's the easiest thing for me to do. You talking stuff, you running your gums, man, you know what? Bow. And that's over. The hard part as men, what we have to do is we need to be able to have these conversations. And because just like how y'all did me just a minute ago, right? Put definition, and no matter what, we got to stand on business. If we were in that room, we have to stand on business, period. You know what I'm saying? The thing is that then let the court of public opinion see that they're wrong. And then I just think it could be a better way without violence to come to that conclusion.
Let me answer that question. I do understand that you being a man of size and man of consequence. I too am a man of size and man of consequence. But as a military brat, I can tell you this: the last 400 meters of diplomacy for the United States of America is our military. And I say that to say this: there comes times where the talking and the figuring out, the trying to come to some consensus or alignment are over. Those guys are at best charlatans, at worst fucking liars.
No,
go ahead.
I put like this, bro. I'm put like this. Let's say me and you are on a team on an army, right? And then random guy come up and say, "Hey, bro, we should throw away our weapons, go to the middle of the field, and run a square one-on-one with our enemies." And they got guns. You would shoot him in the head because you'd be like, "Oh, bro," because apparently this guy's a traitor, right? You need to look. See, the thing is, you don't see them as they truly are, right? This is why I keep the image of the Sharingan on my picture. I can see who you are. I know you're a liar, right? I can tell that quote unquote Nasil said that you are actually the ops or you're a spy, right? You do not have the best interest of my people at heart. Actually, you as we say, the young guys say, you're the ops. You know,
they are not ignorant. They are not ignorant. They are too smart to be ignorant. I think at best they're self-serving, but they're not ignorant. Those are not ignorant men.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? It's almost the equivalent, like looking at you're truly looking at a lion as if it's a kitten. No, that's an actual lion in front of you. And if you turn your head for an instant, he will pounce on you. He will grab your neck and he will bite.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying. Like we can see this conversation.
I'm more progressive, but you know, I like.
We're like false. We're like we can't. Yeah, we can't do the false premise. We define things as they are in an objective manner and not what we'd like it to be. These niggas are talking about what they would like it to be or what they think it is.
Look, this is what I get where I get you where you coming from, CB. But like I said, this is like Black Manosphere like 4.0. 1.0 and them started from the premise that this was just a matter of, you know, getting people updated on the statistics. Or, you know, just showing them the history, showing them the definition of patriarchy. And then we can all get on the same page and, you know, move forward. No,
Mm-hmm.
Nah.
covered at this point. You talking to the most. We can go real civilized and bring paperwork and documents and charts and Monahan reports and shit. But over the last 60 years, we done did the research and we realized that's not what this is about. This is propaganda. This is a rhetorical war against people with an interest, black masculinism versus matrifocality and matriarchal and gynocratic principles. That's what it is.
It's the plantation boys versus the passport bros. Basically, we have an ideological split. The ideological split is quote unquote the dudes that want to serve the matriarchy and the dudes who want to be real men.
And the last dude,
you will either choose which one you will be.
Honestly, the diplomacy, you had a man who tried to exercise some sort of diplomacy between black people. His name was Kevin Samuels.
Exactly.
He tried to exercise diplomacy. You may not like the way he was saying and the way you might not have liked the things he was saying, but the one thing that he was staunch on is about the black community getting together. And he's like, you can't have a black community without black men and black women getting along. And you know what he's called? You know what they called him? Anti-black. Even though he said that every single damn night.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen LC signify and say that.
No, let me say this though. The reason why the next frontier of the black manosphere is what we're doing right now, which is we're really not even talking about black women. We're talking about gynocratic black men.
Thank you.
We haven't seen a gender war really yet. The gender war is really going to be it's going to be a civil war between the black men.
Oh, yeah, I keep saying it.
Black Uru said a long time ago.
Uru said that. Thank you. You beat me to it.
Gynocratic black men are more of a threat to black men advancement than the women at this point.
And that's why CB, you got a unanimous, visceral response to having any type of civility towards those dudes. Because like Compassionate said, we're at 4.0. 5.0 is where you start transitioning from the verbal realm into the physical realm. Because if you look throughout history, ain't no revolution been done with clean hands. And I'll leave it at that.
And I want to say one thing, CD, right? So I want people to understand why it kind of came off the way, because quote unquote, put it like this, right? CB, right? You came in the quote unquote clan meeting with a different jersey on, bro, and I kind of attacked you, right? But I thought you was a Gynocrat, bro. I thought you was, you see what I'm saying? But you was running on, see what I'm saying, Team Mama, bro, for a second, bro. So I kind of looked at you kind of crazy, right? But after you see what I'm saying, we adjusted and we got a decent understanding. I was like, okay, but right. But the thing is, remember, like I said, you were starting from the wrong premise, right?
But to be fair to CB, many of the very best of us are recovering gynocrats. In fact, almost all of us are recovering gynocrats. Absolutely. It's just how much further along in the recovery process we are. Absolutely. And so for that reason, we need to be a little more empathetic when there's an initial misunderstanding of some sort, especially amongst newer brothers in the environment.
Yeah, but I was say though, to CB's credit, I understand where he was coming from, given everything he's seeing and what's going on when he speaks about white supremacy and what's going on and what these white boys are doing. So I understand that perspective, given the environment and what's going on. I understand that.
I come like this is where I come from with it. I come from with it from a standpoint of looking at white supremacist systems. That's the systems that control us. You know what I'm saying? That's why I come at it from it. You know what I'm saying? I may be different from y'all. Y'all may not like that, and I get that. But the thing is that I didn't like everything I said up to that point, right? Has been mostly on point. You know what I'm saying, right? So into that one splinter where y'all said, oh, hold up. I was correct on most of the things that I was saying. Right? What was I wrong on?
The thing is, and what we're advocating for is just the very definition of what it means to be patriarchal.
Right, or what it means to be a patriarch. Exactly.
That's what we're saying, and it's a false premise to automatically associate patriarchy just
with white supremacy. Right.
Or white men in general.
That's not fair, and that's really disingenuous.
Okay, see what I'm saying? Understandable.
And it's very easy to convolute white racism with whether or not black men should actually be the leaders of their homes and their communities. And that's why you don't want to convolute both of those, because then you'll be making arguments against your own your very leadership, because you'll be convoluting it with white racism.
Yes,
and that makes you an intersectional feminist, more or less.
Yeah,
and you're trying to mix things.
It's
I get that, but I know the truth about feminism. I went to college, like when I was in gender studies class, I got kicked out by my gender studies teacher because I asked her to point out where in history a black man did any of these things, and I got kicked out of my gender studies class. So please, I'm very aware of the things that black men have went through in the gynocentric order of it. The thing is that, you know what I'm saying, without having to come to bloodshed or have to or not having to destroy or have intertestary war, us as black men.
Okay, but CB, on a practical level, you have had people try to undermine the leadership of a Malcolm X or a MLK or the Black Panthers, and they'll say they're trying to act like white patriarchs or patriarchs.
Right.
They'll try to equate black men trying to. I know, but it works, and you know why it works? Because you'll have black women. You'll have black women actually reverberating that. You'll have black women condemning them for that.
You are correct.
So that's why you have to be careful about mixing those things together like that. You have to be very careful about that.
Yes, and those things.
I want to say one thing.
Right around and get with a white boy.
No. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to say that y'all, for the most part, y'all are correct, and I want to say that's a slip up on my part. Next time, I'm going to look to be more detailed and clarify my points more accurately, so that we don't have to get sidetracked with that stuff. Because I think even though I may have a different political ideology or whatever, I think we are more aligned than we're not. And any black man, and all I'm saying is that most black men, even black men that will see that, if they're coming at it at good faith, will be like me. You see what I'm saying? They would be more like me.
Well, our definition of good faith is the first and foremost thing is being objective and finding things for what they are and not the things we want them to be or what we would like to be. That's the first good faith step. So you want to operate on good faith, objectivity is the name of the game, because that is where we stand over here.
I have a question, CB. I just want to ask you a question, right? Can you coexist with somebody who's already put in their mind that they want you going?
Of course you can.
Right? I mean, okay, can you say it again? I want to make sure I heard you.
No, of course you can. You know what I'm
You
saying?
can't.
But
Hold on. One second. All right. Mm-hmm. So when a man that tells you to quote unquote, like those men right there told you to kneel necessarily, quote unquote, submit yourself under black women, and then black women submit themselves under white supremacy. So my question is, because that by order of levitation, how they stack it, bro, that is ultimately the order that they have for you. So my question for you necessary, right? Can you come to terms with an individual like that who told you to serve? Or do you have to break apart from those individuals? Which one can it be?
I was saying you can break apart from them individuals, and you can most definitely break apart from them individuals. But but do I need to be violent to break apart from them? Do we need to necessarily like I'm saying, like right now?
Let me answer that. Let me answer that, CB, because I get where you're getting at. You figure I get you think we're not necessarily being reasonable in terms of
you think we're stupid.
No, I don't think
I don't think y'all stupid.
I think he notices. He knows it's not that. He notices the air we have of almost no tolerance for this, but it's not because we can't civilly debate these men. It's that we've already come to we've come to the conclusion that these men are enemies. We're not having a disagreement. They're pushing matriarchy and gynocracy. They're gynocrats. They find us as masculinists or black masculinists as evil. They regard us as evil. They regard us as antiquated and don't understand the cutting edge, new social theories and shit. We've already came to that conclusion. So it's not that we want to be violent, but violence is 100% on the table now. Because once you slap and I bow, and I slap, you slap and I bow, I'm not gonna keep bowing. Because that's where we've been at with these guys. We've been putting
No. He does not believe. No. What's the CM, right?
Don't tell him what he believed, brother. Don't tell him what he believed.
I'm not going to tell him what he believes. I'm not going to tell him what he believes, right?
Opinion.
I understand it, right? So basically, look at this, right? We
And I never
already
said
know.
nobody is stupid either. I never said nobody was stupid. So.
I understand, right? But what I'm saying is these men, like I say, you're having an ideological split, right? You either going to be on one side of the ideology or another, right? Either black men need to be the men that they need to be, or they're going to be perpetual servants. You didn't have to choose. They chose their side. Their side is perpetual servant. So then you, CBM, then have to make your choice. Do I want to be a free man or perpetual servant? And then you have to make your choice. Because their ideology is perpetual slavery. My ideology is your freedom. Then you, CBM, regardless how you keep trying to do the little shuck and jive, right? You got to eventually come to the sit. Eventually, we got to get to the point where you either say, I want to be a slave forever, or I want to be a free man.
Hold on.
Look,
Okay,
I would say this. You don't want to have to hurt another brother, but you also have to be prepared to hurt another brother.
I agree. With that.
It's like anything else. You don't know. See, here's the thing: you don't know the degree to which you use the matrix analogy. Somebody made the matrix analogy. It's very apropos here. Yeah, they didn't want to kill the humans while they were in the matrix, but in some cases they had to kill the humans in the matrix in order to achieve their overall mission, because the humans were easily used against them within the matrix. Well, that principle applies here, and it may apply with some of the men that we're looking at in the thumbnail here. And when I say kill, I don't always necessarily mean literally kill, like I could mean figuratively as well. But for the survival of your set, everything has to be on the menu. Everything has to be on the menu to prevail.
And let's just see it from their perspective, CV. They've already, in the Caution Callis said this earlier, they already set the premise of their discussion is that this is for the hearts and minds of the boys. Or if you want to be more visceral about it, this is for the hearts and minds of the children. And considering that we automatically are almost polar opposites of their own dogma, that makes us an existential threat. So here's something that you need to think about, CB. Okay, violence is not on the table for you, but do you think that violence on the table would be for them if it came down to that?
He wants you to serve, but he
don't. Listen to their language. They will speak about
access. So
other men
hardly hear y'all. Whoever was just talking, can we repeat that last part?
No, we can't. It's your sound is messed up because we can hear everybody. Try to maybe come out and come back in, but go ahead, Uru.
Okay.
Well, I mean, a lot of people will tell you what they are inclined to do or might do by describing what they believe you are or what you do. And if and when they get to a point where they start describing us as being violent or being harmful to women and stuff like that, that is code for them saying that they are willing to put hands on you. That's what that means. When they start saying you're a threat of some sort, that's code for saying, what do you do when you perceive something to be a threat of some sort? You've authorized violence.
And
Go ahead.
Let's be real. We have documented cases. I could pull them up of people we would regard gynocrats willing to die for the gynocracy.
Yeah.
Like we have that already has occurred. So we know some of them are willing to die.
I understand CB's premise from this standpoint. He's saying that he's a man of physical consequence and stature, so he sees himself as pacifist and as meek. My point to that, also a man of consequence and physical stature, is that pacifism and meekness doesn't mean shit if you don't have the tools behind you to enforce that in case someone be a walking the turn in case someone fucks with you. So you got that. So even him in his self-representation knows that violence is on the table. He may not want to go to it, but he knows it's there. So whatever, bro. Every once in a while, you gotta fuck up. Every once in a while, a motherfucker got to know you a motherfucker so they don't fuck with you.
But I think, like I said earlier, I think one of the next frontiers, I think, and I'm gonna be on the front, leading charge of this, is we need to focus more on the rhetoric coming from the gynocratic or matriarchal men. Like that.
Absolutely. I'm 1,000% aligned with that.
Like you said, KMS, because they're at the point of trying to get the hearts and minds of our boys or of our sons. Like they're not even trying to convince us anymore. They're trying to go around. FD says it. He's trying to go around us and get to the young guys. To me, that's a threat.
That's a threat. Yeah. That is the direct threat necessary. And at that point,
and they are indirectly authorizing other men and maybe even the state to take punitive actions against you.
Yes.
And they're publicly doing that.
See, this is why
I get the link. CB asked for the link in the chat.
Okay, but this is why I was telling CB originally, right? Like earlier, right? You started from the false premise that quote unquote these people can be dealt with and that you can coexist with them. Like I liken these people to if you ever watch the show, it's called a show called Fremen, right? And they have a thing called demons who live in this show called Fremen. Not Fremen, but Fearing, right? The demons are not like some quote unquote different species. They are predatory. They actively look at people. They can actively speak quote unquote the language of the people in the universe. But they only use the words in that universe to be effective, better hunters. They know what side they own necessarily. They own the side that quote unquote eats you alive. The problem is you keep looking at them and saying, this is a friend because it looked like me. Not all kinfolk is skinfolk.
You know, the thing I find funny about this shit is about these dudes is they're doing this shit and all the women gonna do is usurp them. They ain't gonna do shit. Oh, yeah. They're not gonna respect those men. They're not gonna revere those men. They're just gonna usurp them and run over them.
But they understand their job is to be a sacrifice, quote unquote. Let's see, like they know their job is to be a sacrifice, right? You see what I'm saying? But they want you to pick that back.
Hold on, it's no black man. Hold up, I just want to say this: it's no black man's job to sacrifice themselves for nobody.
No,
that's just gonna be for
that. They don't. You believe that, CB, and we would agree with you, but these niggas don't.
But you're starting from that premise that that's the correct mindset, right? And that every man has that correct mindset. But there's a little boy who mom is telling him, who showed him this video, who said, you know what, your daddy left you. You should go ahead and be a drug dealer, sell drugs and with it, right? And then when he go to jail, she gonna say, oh, you was a bad son. Started from a false premise.
Mm-hmm. And these gentlemen did use the word yield. I heard him loud and clear. He said yield.
Yield. See what I'm saying?
That is yield.
Like I'm very loud and clear. I have very, very good diction. Now, granted, I may be a little southern boy, but I have good diction, right? When the time comes for it. When people select words, I'm always reading the word people say and the word they don't say. When he said yield, I was like,
yield. I heard it loud and clear.
See what I'm saying? You have to be attentive to the words that you.
I was in the middle of a workout in a set. I stopped my set and I had to turn this shit off when I heard that shit. I heard loud and clear when he said yield, and I was working out.
At that point, I was cooking, bro. I had to stop. I was like, boy, I almost threw that pan, bro. I almost threw that pan, bro.
So, you know what I'm saying? My thing is that I understand what y'all are saying, and I agree with y'all for the most part. But not but, because but means that. Because but means that I then. All I'm trying to say is that everybody has their ignorant sides. Now, as far as them, how you show the boys, how we can show the boys is by literally taking what they say and literally just proving it wrong. You see what I'm saying? Like the thing that Collier's dude does all the time. You know what I'm saying? He takes the information that's being presented, right? He shows where people have went wrong, and we move on. And like I said, we move on from that point. You know what I'm saying? That's how we have to be. Like because see, the thing is, they do want to think of us as violent. They think of me as violent. You know what I'm saying? When I talk like this, they say I'm violent, and then I have to explain to them, you know what I'm saying, because everybody think I'm just going to be a big brute. I'm not a pacifist or anything like that. Like somebody said it, like I said, I'm a person that likes to fight. But a person, that's why I do the little MMA shit. But everybody thinks that a person is just a meathead, and that's where they coming from in that. You know what I'm saying? We, like, y'all are all intelligent brothers, right?
Who
you know
are they?
Just like that.
Who are they?
Who are they?
Who are they?
Okay,
who are the they?
As far as the men, I'm talking about men like FD Signifier, the Conscious League, because I find myself sometimes agreeing with them. I find myself sometimes agreeing with some of the things they say, and I find myself strongly disagreeing with some of the things they say, just like with anybody else. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be, for one, no man should be a follower of nobody. You should listen to them and take what works. Period. But they want to think of us as we are just brutes that just think of violence. No, like we are not, like y'all are not brutes who are violent. Y'all are intelligent men. And I know that y'all, if y'all are presenting the conversation, how y'all are presenting the conversation, and we like say it's those men versus us. Why does that have to come into fisticuffs when we are all so-called intelligent black men?
Because
you know
I'm gonna explain to you this much. I'm gonna explain to you again. Hold on. I'm gonna explain to you again, right? Me and you are on different sides, right? Put like this. I'm on. Look like this. You're gonna redo the world. I'm on FD sitting side, FD side, right? I want you gone, bro. We can't exist in the same reality, bro. Because at the end of the day, I want you to be I want you personally, you. I want you to be a slave.
You know what I'm saying?
And I want to serve necessarily my white supremacist God, right? So
but see, this,
I got to make sure
this
you
is
quote
something.
unquote. Hold on. That's what I'm saying. Hold on.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
See what I'm saying, right? So when you saying that quote unquote we can't quote unquote get along with these people have already thrown down the gauntlet and said, I want you to be a servant of white supremacy. I keep telling you that, right? Then you have to either say, will I be a servant of white supremacy, or will I serve my own best interest as a man, as a black man?
Well,
that's two different things.
Okay, now, even though I do understand what you're saying, but see, this is the thing: they don't see it like that, right? You know what I'm saying? So we know, we don't, you don't 100% know that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Some of those dudes, like I know a lot of people when I like, for instance, I know a lot of black men that do spit this feminist ideology. And then when I go down and tell them what the Cohambé River Collective was, or when I tell them about how Bell Hooks used HWG Hagel, which was a white supremacist, in order to get her rhetoric or her characteristics of a black man, right? That is me breaking down or using breaking down a white supremacy in an intelligent way to make this brother understand what they're saying. That information comes from somewhere, and it comes from right here.
No, you misunderstand. You misunderstood
Okay,
the question.
okay,
I'll say it again, though.
but hold on. Now you mentioned FD. Now, is FD is an intelligent, well-educated man? I think he's a PhD candidate, or maybe he is a doctorate. I don't know. Don't you think he should already know what you're referring to? Don't you think he should have already studied that and came to the conclusions about what those things? See, when you say you don't think someone knows something, but yet they have 1 million subscribers and get hundreds of thousands of views at a time, you have to make that person more responsible for what he say and does than any other random person, because he has disproportionate power and influence. So you have to hold him more accountable, regardless of what he does or does not know. You have to make him accountable for the power and the influence and the leverage and the resources that he has. So regardless of whatever he's read or whatever, I'm going to hold him more to task for what comes out of his mouth than I am just some random other brother.
And then also, and let's just kick everyone right in the teeth with this shit. Ignore trying to explain bell hooks on the common Peter elective, or or Lyndon B. Johnson's Greater Society, so on and so forth, and so on and so forth. Just be team better mousetrap. Anytime I have an issue with someone where it's almost to the point that we done contemplated all the ifs and got as granular as fuck, here's what it comes down to: team better mousetrap. Is what you're doing, is your dogma working? Is it working for what even you're trying to accomplish? I will quote BGS on this. It's like, I would have no problems with the matriarchy or the gynocracy if it worked for me. It doesn't. It doesn't work for me. It doesn't even work for women. So their whole ideology, so skip all the dogma, skip all the bullshit, skip all the going through all the papers, chapters and verses and whatnot. Is what they're presenting working? And also follow up, is any resources they're trying to allocate to it going to make it work? Oh, we just need black men to John Henry more now to get us out of this situation. No, it will not. Black men been John Henry since we came off the fucking boats. That's not the case. Which makes them at best charlatans, because they might be self-serving, but at worst fucking liars. It's fucking liars. There comes a point to where there's no talking. Look at the works. Look at the action.
Excuse me, before anybody continues.
Do you think their dogma would work for young boys and young men? They know it doesn't. You don't
actually forget that question, KMS. They seem to already think so, because Consciously literally just said in this video, we're here to win the hearts and minds of young men.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. They do that, but sometimes you got to take 5 steps back and say, "Hey, man, is this shit working?" And then if you can see it's not working, or it's not going to work for the greater community that we're all trying to be saving, quote unquote, wink, wink, nod, nod. Then that tells you everything about these quote unquote ignorant people that just need a little bit of coaching, just like Keisha. Keisha just need a little bit of coaching.
Well, hey, right? But see, if I just want to say this, if we're trying to win the minds of these young boys, right? You know what I'm saying? If this is, I ain't gonna say I hate, because I don't hate nobody. But the thing I do dislike about the male-centered feminists, right? And because they would try to make you look like you're evil, or they would try to make you look like you're the bad guy. And with us somewhat, you know what I'm saying, and with sometimes I understand what you're saying, like we got to come to fisticuffs, but don't give them the win by making you look like the bad guy.
We're not giving them the win. And first off, hold on, man. I'm a black man in America, right? I'm already the bad guy. I already jumped that villain arc at birth.
But my whole point of the matter is brother, that I don't know about you. I'm not a villain. I don't see myself.
No, let's not do that. No, let's not do that. You know exactly what I'm saying. Let's not do
I
that.
know what you're saying. I know what
Okay,
you're saying.
thank you.
I know what you're saying.
Okay, so our point here collectively is just they're trying to get the hearts and minds of the boys. Here's the problem with that. These boys are going to turn 18, they're going to become grown, and then they're going to get the real truth of the society that they're in. And then it's once again, there's too much pain in the system. We're not really broadcasting this, but people keep coming over here to these ideas because this is where everything is, which kind of goes back to what I'm saying. What they're doing is not working. So they know that. They're trying to double down on it almost as an extinction level burst. That's why they're doing it. They can't be talked to or reasoned with.
They already made their decision. Like this, they already made decision to slaughter all the quote unquote men over there, bro. You, CBM, are necessarily trying to quote unquote already have a conversation with people who've already decided we're going to slaughter them, we're going to take their wives, and we're going to take their children. CB, what do you do at that point? They're coming for your wife, they're coming for your children, they're coming for everything that you own. CB, do you have a conversation with this man or do you hit this man?
I mean, of course I'm going to hit that man. Come on, man.
CB. At that point, CB. Hold on, give me to give it a chance, right? When a person's already said, "I'm coming for your children," he said that, bro. I'm already coming for your children. So at that point, I don't know what to tell you, bro. You already made your decision. It seems like to me.
But how did Kevin Samuels? How did Kevin Samuels do it? Did he do it violently? He did it bluntly, right? But the reason that's how we should approach it. Because the thing is, it don't matter if it's FD signifier or consciously. I feel like that if I sat in front of them and we broadcast that, and I start proving and bringing out facts and saying this, hey, this is where that come from. You want to talk about where this come from? Because they know where it come from.
Also, CB, just to add, that conversation that you're talking about, we already had it with them. FD's been over here.
He already told you, bro. CB does not believe.
We should have led with
he refused.
You know what? We did not lead with that, gentlemen. We didn't lead with that. FD's already been over here, CB. We already.
CB, we apologize. That's us messing with the premise. That's us messing with the premise. We apologize. You should have told
Is FD as big as he is if Kevin Samuels is still alive?
No.
I don't think so.
And that's what we need.
Now, hold on. Damn, let me make a statement.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Now, FD prevails because another black man died. He subsides and thrives because another black man died. Gone. Period. From Earth. Now, I'm not blaming FD for it. I don't know if FD had any involvement at all with what happened with Kevin Samuels. I'm just saying that in this whole thing of yours where nobody has to bleed or die, well, FD whole thing is riding primarily on the fact that another black man died. And if you don't think certain people dying and certain other people living isn't ultimately what is result of the world, then you need to go back and reread your history. There's a reason why certain things did or did not happen after Malcolm X died. Did or did not happen after MLK died. Did or did not happen. If Medgar Evers ain't killed in his driveway, you probably got a whole different Mississippi. If Beckwith don't kill the late great Medgar Evers in his driveway. So history goes up and down very often on just a few guys living and dying.
To your point, Black Guru, it's not just that Kevin Samuels died. A void was left. A void was trying to be filled by certain people who opposed him, others who were opportunistic, and they all tried to convince the people to follow them. And I guess I got to repeat this myself. I know it's been a long time since anybody's heard me say this, but you know what? F y'all, but I'm going to say this right now. Like I've said time and time again, who's going to let the truth get in the way of a convincing narrative? We're dealing in truth. Y'all are talking about dealing in truth, but people forget that the other side is dealing in narratives. And narratives that are used to convince and lead people into a certain direction. I'll even go as far as to mention this. The little mustache man, when he was gaining prominence in Germany, a gentleman looked to him and said, I will not follow you. He just coolly and calmly looked at that person and said, it does not matter, for I will have your children. Winning the hearts and minds is not about just the current group. They're thinking several generations ahead in certain cases. The floor is open to anybody else who wishes to speak.
Yeah, I mean, and that mushroom guy, he burned books. He burned the truth. And the point I'm trying to make, because I think you made a valid point in terms of what happened after Kevin Samuels died. My point is that, I just to emphasize the point is, I mean, that man dying changed a lot of things. Changed a lot of things, regardless of whether you agree with everything he said or how he said it or how he presented himself. That man dying did a lot of things. And if you think that certain people, that it would be out of the purview of certain people to make other people disappear who they find to be materially against their interests, then again, you need to reread your history.
He started from the false premise. No, hold on. He is starting from the false premise that the quote unquote American society.
Okay, usual. Stop that, man. Stop citing this man starting from the false premise. That's unnecessarily abrasive. Just state your point.
Okay, all right.
No, and I started from a false premise on when I said white supremacy patriarchy is a white man's game. You're trying to make it look like I started from a false premise on everything. So I really don't appreciate you keep on saying that.
Okay, brother. Now I tried to stop. That's why I checked usual, so we can avoid doing all that. So go on and make your point, usual. Go on and make your point, usual, without all that stuff, criticizing the man. Go on and make your point.
Never mind. I forgot the point. It's all good. What I was about to say. Damn, I lost the thought process. I lost the thought process because I got too caught up in another thing. My bad. I'm sorry. Just go ahead and skip me. Just go ahead and skip me, man.
Excuse me, if I may.
Go ahead, Neighbor. Go
Thank
on.
you. See, it costs. You show respect, you give respect. But here's something I've mentioned this, and usual. I've mentioned this to you before in private conversation. What they're trying to do is trying to have people engage in groupthink. When they say they're coming for the boys, and when they talk about indoctrinating, they're trying to say is leave the thinking to us. Y'all just need to follow. That's what they mean by trying to get the minds of these children. We're coming for the minds, but they're also saying the hearts and minds. I mean, even the Bible says, I forgot, it's Jeremiah where it says, the heart is deceitful of all things else. Who else knows the nature of it? Your mind makes you think and consider things, what to do, what not to do. The heart is only focused on desires, the impulses. These people understand you need to get the people to embrace a certain way of thinking, a certain narrative to believe in. And from then on, they'll gladly follow.
But you know what that is, though. What I just said that everybody keep. But you know what? But you know what? But you know what you just said. You know what that is? Starting from the false premise. That's the whole thing. That's the whole argument that we're having. That if we start from the false premise of that this is right and it's wrong, we're always going to have the wrong math, and that's what I'm saying.
Hold on a minute. Now we're not what false premise. Now I thought the false premise was something
I'm not
that
saying this is not you. This is no. It was not you. I didn't say you. I'm saying that just take the statement for what it is. Y'all people keep trying to make it more than what it is. I'm saying just simply take the statement as I said it was.
No, I mean you saying okay, but now
just
you don't understand how
like you're trying to extrapolate to something grander. It's just not.
Can I jump in?
Now if you know what, I ain't about to point out how that's a contradiction to this whole thing, but okay.
Can I jump in? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Ed, please.
Yeah,
please.
I mean, as far as usual saying false premise, I understand why y'all are personalizing it, but that's just a new phrase because compassionate says it all the time too. So you gotta watch how you firing that gun, because people are gonna because it sounds like you're trying to invalidate people's arguments rather than, if you disagree with something, go piece by piece on what you disagree with. So people are gonna respond that way. So I understand why people are responding that way. So you gotta, watch how you say that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I don't know how I could say it in pretty English. I'm pretty sure I'm not saying it in Chinese, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and so this is why I like to say, if I disagree with what somebody's saying, I'm gonna take, what I say. Look, this is what I agree with. This is what I disagree with. But this is what I will say that's not being that I just got here. I haven't listened to this whole podcast. So take this in mind with what I'm talking about. Okay. What I have not heard, Namor has actually spoke like two facts on facts. So shout out to you with the narrative thing. But the thing that I'm gonna add into that needs to be added is the fact that Black men, unlike other men, this is the one thing Black men really need to start doing that we don't do. Black men, you all want to disagree with me? Feel free to disagree with me. Black men believe leverage is abuse. Black men believe power is abuse. I'm talking about the average Black man. They believe that. So when you talk about these things, because Black men believe that people are going to do the right thing because it's the right thing. That is a fucking naive, childlike view of the world. That's that following shit. Versus people have to be compelled to do the right thing to the point where in their mind, it's the right thing because it's in their best interest. This is what propaganda is for. This is what the carrot and the stick is for. And so Black men have to get into the habit of thinking it's not just that this is the right thing or this is in your best interest. I need to be able to I need to develop levers individually and as a group. And then I need to deploy levers as per needed to get, and this is not just with Black women, this is with anyone. For example, people fuck with Black men. Like, I'll give you a perfect example. There's a lot of things that white women want to say to white men. I'm not even on some anti-white supremacy shit, but certain problems that they have with their own men that they know if they go full bore with that, there's going to be consequences as to how those men move differently. For example, Me Too. What did the Vice President Mike Pence say? I don't even want to be in a room with a woman by myself. Period. What did Sheryl Sandberg say? That can't happen because that's going to affect our ability to get promoted as women. She's a 2.0 feminist. So and there's nothing she can do if they decide to do that, because if y'all want to act this way, he actually has a valid point to protect himself. So if that catches the equal and opposite reaction type stuff. So this causes her to have to think a certain way to not overstep, because Me Too was an overstep and it was used to liquidate. I'm not even defending white men. I'm just saying, my point is, as black men, we always end up on the wrong side of that overstep because we don't have the ability to do that with white women. We don't have the ability to say, well, you know what? I'm going to do this, that, and the third. The only thing we could really do is just say we can hold self, stop fucking with it, which, good luck with niggas having enough discipline to do that. But my point is, nobody thinks that way. This is why we always get fucked with, because nobody has to think about, well, what if black men do this? Hell, they're surprised that we're not jumping out the window over this immigration stuff. That's how much they actually expected black men or black women, black people in general to do that. They expect us to take abuse. So we have to start developing things. For instance, black people, we have a spending power. We spend a lot of money on other races. We can pick a race and say, we're not fucking with you no more because we don't like how you act. For example, with the Asians, that affirmative action shit should have been on some straight up, I'm not buying no food from no Chinese restaurant, or I'm not doing this, doing that. We should have made it very clear. So we have things we can do. We just have to do it. I got more to
agree with that. I just want to say I 100% agree with you, what you just said right there.
Yeah, and so in this space, what I have more to say, but I'm gonna end it right here. In this space, if people, because a lot of stuff has already been said about what women do and all of that, and that's absolutely true. At this point, the next phase, in my opinion, we have to start talking about the language of power, the language of leverage. We have to talk about how men need to develop leverage. We need to wrap that into what game is, because game ain't just dealing with a woman's emotions. Game is putting her in a certain environment that basically compels her to do the right thing. And the way that I just told you, because dudes are going to automatically think you're trying to force her into doing something. It's not about that. That's what SYSBM is about. That's really what Passport Bro is about. It's about creating leverage in certain ways that make it so their only option is to do what's in our best interest, because our best interest is their best interest. Last thing I'm going to say, the reason why black men really don't care for the most part if black women date outside their race is because we know no other group and no other man is ever going to do as much for black women as we will, because they don't give a fuck about them enough. They will never get more out of another man than they will get from us. They know this, we know this, which is why when they talk about going overseas, we don't care. But when we go overseas, they have a problem, because they may not be sexually attracted to dudes to the extent that I'll give them that, which is not true, but let's just give them that. But that's money leaving if that gets popular. And so we have to start looking at where the leverage already is. We have to stop feeling guilty about using it, because niggas are guilty. When you look at this video that's in the background, this is a whole bunch of guilty niggas. Niggas that are guilty about shit they didn't even do. You, as black boys, if you grow up in a single mother home, all you know is the nigga wasn't there. And if you have a stepdad, that your dad wasn't there. So you assume because mama was there that mama was right.
I had said that earlier, and I said that
absolutely. And
that's the thing about these dudes. A lot of these dudes don't really believe what they're saying. They're not, everything they're saying is not rooted in any logic or anything. This is rooted in guilt. This is all it's rooted in, everything they're saying.
Yeah, which is why I always say the two emotional triggers black men have to master is ego and guilt. Ego is the game stuff. Ego is the game. When they say when they try to go at you, emasculate you, that's an ego attack. So dudes be making moves before the women even do something, because they don't want to get that attack, because in their mind, what a woman says about them, that's why they always go after that. It doesn't matter. So ego and guilt. And that's what drives a lot of this simping, a lot of this BS. You call that out, And then we got to start talking leverage. Because truth be told, if men were on the same page like that, the women couldn't get away with a lot of stuff. And this is not me blaming men. This is me saying this is what we need to do. Because they're not going to do the right. We have spent 10 years, 15 years telling them to do the right thing because it's the right thing. Kevin told them that. Kevin wanted to give black women a gift that his mom got. Finding somebody after she spent a lifetime of doing what the fuck she wanted to do. Kevin's mom found that. That's what he was trying to give to those other black women. And they basically made a fucking holiday out of his death day. I'll end with that.
I ain't gonna lie, that man, bro, you was just talking, bro. Like, god dang, bro. You know what? I'm gonna shut the fuck up because you was talking. Shit.
I personally think some of that guilt is Pookie remorse too, because I mean, we talking about a panel.
Correct.
It's a panel. Yeah, it's a panel full of entertainers. R&B singers and actors. They've ran through through a lot of black women, and now that like a lot of them cats is paying penance. Some of that is Pookie.
Hey, hold on a minute. That's what we should call it. Matter of fact, that's what we should call it. We should call it Pookie remorse, because most black men didn't run through black women. Most black men actually did right by a lot of black women. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, and that is statistically proven. So like we said, if we go down statistics like who are the best fathers, this black man by a long shot, and they've been running that study for over 10 years continuously, and it keeps on coming up the same way. You know what I'm saying? Like more black men are getting married outside their race. That is, and marriage rate for, unfortunately, our sisters is going down. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, the only thing we have to do is exactly what we're doing here. Tell the truth. Let the truth ring. You know what I'm saying? If I didn't know FD Signifier came over here. If FD Signifier came over here and but he's right there on that screen talking nonsense. You know what I'm saying that Kevin Samuels was anti-black when he was the most pro-black person out of all the manosphere people I know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, shout out to Pookie remorse syndrome. Yeah, FD, I'm gonna let you rock, but FD is worse than just Pookie remorse syndrome. He's way worse than that, but go ahead. He's a fucking race traitor, but go ahead.
Yes, he's way worse. I'm like, you did all that. This man, Kevin Samuels, said every night, I want to see the black community rise, but that does not happen without black men and black women being together. And this motherfucker gonna call him
said he anti-black.
Like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Edward Signifier is the guy. FD Signifier. Okay, so just so people understand, FD Signifier got like, I think, over 10,000 Patreon subscribers. So FD is raking up a lot of money, and I'm not pocket watching dudes, but I want people to understand like what his game is. And I don't even think majority of his audience is even black, to be honest. FD is the type of dude. FD is basically control opposition. FD is like a Democratic op that he operates in that situation. He is designed to keep black people in their place, which is basically voting for the Democrats for nothing. This is not to say, and I'm a registered Democrat, so this is not me backdooring people into Republicanism. I've always said, for people to get stupid on the Republicans, we know they're racist, but don't act like the Democrats aren't. Black people need to start primarying the Democrats. Really, you can primary the Democrats without voting for Republicans and do what the Tea Party did to the Democratic Party. There you go. But nobody, but you'll never hear FD give that solution. If you really if somebody were to stomach, I would say consult Mr. Z, because he listens to FD. I can't listen to FD without taking some medication. That's how much he pisses me off, and I'm not on medication. But if you ask him what solution if I were to ask FD something, I would ask him very simple. What solution, any solution that you would say for black people, black men in particular, on anything? And you'll find he won't talk. I asked FD on Bernard. So FD came to Bernard's show at Shout out Bernard, a channel. And then he came to talk to BGS directly. Amazing Lucas came to talk to BGS directly, by the way. But FD, I asked FD a simple question. And I can't stand FD Signifier. but I'm gonna leave that alone. I asked FD, is the black community a patriarchy, matriarchy, gynocracy, or other? Number one, he really didn't want to ask it at first, answer it at first, and then he couldn't say it was a patriarchy. He said it was like he ended up saying it was like kind of sort of a matriarchy and other shit. So when you ask him this question direct, so if it's a mate, and that's when he acted like he didn't want to be there no more. When you ask, the only thing that saved him is the fact if I would have got him by myself and everybody, I'm not blaming nobody. I get it. I'm just one of many people on a panel at that time. But if it would have just been me and him and Bernard would have cleared it for a second, he would have been cooked because there's only a couple of questions you need to ask him. The other thing I would have asked him is how much his audience is actually black. And that's all you need to know. But he didn't want to answer that question, which tells me he knows what it is. You don't ever hear him speak to that because FD is one of these guys where FD wants it to be a matriarchy. FD wants it to be a matriarchy, and then he's at the top. And it's not in the sense of being an alpha dude, and in the sense of he gets access to white money to keep black people in line. He is the definition of a house nigga. Like, he is the definition of that. That is literally, and he uses the matriarchy as a way of keeping black people in line. And so the Pookie guilt, that's absolutely bad. And that's a great explanation. Call it Pookie guilt syndrome. Them, especially them niggas that got daughters. Shout out to Black Huru, because Huru is an exception to this rule. But a lot of these dudes, when they have daughters, the daughter is their apple of their eye, and they just don't want niggas to do what they did to other women, to their daughter. So what happens is that drives where they're coming from. And they never think, rather than creating an environment, a social contract that works for both parties, that their daughters will benefit from, what they tend to do is they just want men to just be docile so their daughters can just move through the world however they move. And that's not going to work, because that's not how the real world works.
Yeah.
Well, that would never happen in the first place.
CB, question. I just want to ask you. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. The next time you talk to one of these guys, like these guys on this panel, because I'm sure you know a few, and they agree, the ones that agree with this, black men trust black women. Ask them a simple question: trust them with what?
All right. Well, let me jump in real quick. What's up, everybody?
Everything.
Black men, for the most part, do trust black women. We let them do all kinds of nonsense that says we do trust them. So I gotta say, from a general perspective, yes, we do trust. Most black men wouldn't even have the problems they have everyone for trusting a black woman. That's what most of our problems come from.
Well, the narrative is always has to be the narrative. You're right. I agree with that. But the narrative has to be, black men are just, again, black men are the most. I would ask somebody who is more egalitarian, who gives women more rope than black men. Give me a race, give me an ethnic group. You can't give me a race and give me an ethnic group that does.
Well, of course, no one does, and I'm gonna say that some of this stuff is pookie remorse, because I don't want people to lose track of that. Some of the stuff is I was one of the niggas doing the stuff that the women complain about, and for some reason they so dumb they think that's not okay. The women was only with them while they were doing that because they were doing that. If they weren't doing that, they wouldn't be responding to it. You gotta like what you respond to.
Think about it. What's his name? Ace Metaphor's motto is "Bad guy turn good." Derek Jackson, look at what he got caught up in. They are still attracted to them same niggas. Go ahead.
I just want to say this.
Well, women gonna always try to avoid the right type of man when your goal is to truly dominate a man. And black women's goal is to dominate black men. That's why I say they're stupid, because to even have pookie remorse. She only messed with me because I was in that position. So why would I be remorseful for a woman to mess with me when she ain't had no business mess with me in the first place? She got what she liked, so I did her a favor at the end of the day.
Yeah,
so
they incentivize the behavior. They incentivize the behavior, and a lot of this stuff you gotta remember. We come out of the crack era. This happened before the crack era, but it got real crazy because now money was added into it with drug money. See, what you're starting to see now is the drug money is starting to dry up. The drug money has been dried up, actually. It really ain't. That's why you don't hear these Z-boys and shit.
I think you said something earlier about ego. Didn't you say something earlier about ego?
Yeah, ego and guilt.
Yeah, ego and guilt.
Emotional
Yeah.
pains.
To address the whole Pookie remorse thing, it's very much an ego thing. It's very much I'm that nigga, or I was that nigga. I'm I'm the player. All that shit. It's all that head nigger in charge fantasy. It's that whole notion. You absolve the women of their responsibility by virtue of being that dude, being that player, being that nigga. So it's kind of the women benefit from you wanting to view yourself as having some power and some control that you did not really actually have. And very often you were being played by the very women you think you were playing. But you wanted to be viewed as being a player, so you were willing to absolve them of their responsibility for what happened.
Basically, your sense of self is predicated on a lot of black men's whole sense of self. A big part of that pie chart is predicated on what the bitch thinks. It really is. And to the point,
Hold on. Can I say something before I get up out of here right quick?
I'm gonna say it's about 98% of that pie chart. What you see here is a bunch of men who honestly, and this is something most black men deal with, they gonna come up with a reason why she gotta be in charge. They don't care what the reason is. If it's Pookie remorse, fine. If I did somebody dirty back in the day, fine. If I wasn't employed the way I should have been back in the day, fine. Black men just need her to be in charge. Point blank, period. Exactly. That's what we do as men. Our whole society trains us that way. She gotta be in charge. Because I don't even understand that, because I, for some reason, can't even see myself as a man unless she in charge.
I would respect these niggas more if they just called it a matriarchy. I know some dudes say you gotta go.
Yeah, I just want to say this right quick. You know what I'm saying? As far as the ego thing, for one, no black man should care about what somebody else thinks of them. That's part of the ego. You know what I'm saying? Your ego ego is part of your self-esteem. If you know who you are, right? If I hate to use the phrase, or if you think you are that nigga, your work should show that you are that nigga, because your work is in that, right? You know what I'm saying? So people can only attack our egos if we don't know who we are. Black men we need to know who the hell we are. Yeah. And if we are who we say we are, then they can't attack that. I know as a good black man, I've been a good black man. You know what I'm saying? I did things I was supposed to. I ain't say I've been perfect. Not by dang far. I didn't say perfect black man. I said a good one. You know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely. I want to tell you how fucked up a lot of these shits are, and you have y'all be thinking I be saying y'all have no idea the dudes, the receipts. I'm gonna say something that's real weird, and y'all won't never know who this is. I've literally been told stuff that niggas made me sign an NDA. An NDA on, literally email, put that shit through the email, and I had to sign that shit with my Apple Pen, literally. In certain things I kind of allude to, and they trust that I know how to allude to it without identifying. And these are not content. These are not content creators, by the way. So, but I just want to tell you, I've been told by multiple different dudes. I've been shown receipts about I'm black men, FBA black men. You have no idea how many of these black women are side chicks. Black men that are married to non-black women. You got black men that are married to non-black women that have mixed children. Not they got remarried. They married first. And they have black female. And when I say black female side chicks, I'm talking about black women that would operate on the lower end of the professional class. I'm not talking about hood rats that are basically in poverty. I'm talking about women that are nurses. I'm talking about women that are paralegals, black women. Black women have I say all this to I say that to say this. Black women have maneuvered themselves because we always, shit on married men, like married men just be out here just taking it in the ass and not do nothing. That happens, but there's also other black men. And by the way, these are not black men that would be quote unquote like you would look at them and say they that nigga. But these are dudes that built up their money, like they built up kind of via Kevin Samuels program, like the Henrys and stuff like that. So they got some bread, but they didn't. Black women were dealing with them before they got their money right, because black women were dealing with them once they became married. For some reason, they had value. Another thing I'm gonna say: black women don't recognize marriages that black men are married to non-black women. Black women don't consider it cheating. If a black man is married to a non-black woman, a black woman doesn't consider that cheating to deal with that dude.
Well, black women don't consider it cheating as long as she the person you cheating with anyway.
No. They no. If it's another black woman, they do.
No.
It's not.
No, they don't.
They separate it. I'm telling you, they.
I agree with. I do
Okay.
agree with what you said, but I'm saying it's also as long as she gets to cheat, that don't count either. When she's the one, when she's the side chick, that doesn't count either. So,
I hear what you're saying. I hear it, and that is true. They will still do it, but I want to understand that in their head, it is a distinction. And because they give,
I agree with what you said.
They give no. They'll still do. You're right, Roger. They will still do it, but they give absolutely no. And my point, and say the reason why I want to bring all this up is because the decisions that these women have made have led them to being gypsies and side chicks. This is what them not needing a man and doing what they do. Like Black Who is on here. Black Who got all daughters. I know that his daughters ain't never gonna be in a situation like that, because he's got a whole situation where everybody knows what the program is, and he's at the head of that. My point is, these chicks doing what they want to do. I call it the WHL, the whore holy, playing this game. Now because remember, this is my youngest brother is 29. He turns 30 in 2 weeks. This is the last year. There are no millennials after this year. There are no millennials that are in their 20s anymore. So all these women are 30 and up. So all that I'm young bullshit, that's all Z's now. The prime dating market belongs to the Z's now. So all these other women, they either got kids, they don't have the leverage. I'm coming back to leverage. Remember what Kevin said about how men that got their paper up, leverage is on age group in the 30s, it leans more into men. Like 32 is like that cutoff point. That's where we are as millennials. So we're still operating on this idea that these black women are still in their 20s that are millennials. Black women have no leverage that are in their
Well, I'm saying black women have leverage because black men have been trained that whatever they say is the only thing that matters. We do stuff
that's a psychic benefit. I get that. We understand like what the state of the situation is psychologically that we're in. But it's just like an elephant in a chair. You're saying that the elephant believes the chair is pinned down and doesn't know it's an elephant. Even if it's pinned down, it can still rip that chair out. But I'm telling you, the chair is not pinned down. So so our job is to basically get them out of the delusion. Yeah, we all understand that black men are delusional. This thing wouldn't even be in the background. That bullshit wasn't the case. Because I promise you, any of them niggas, I promise you, most of them niggas, if you get them in a barbershop and you get them and they ain't on camera, they holding. They not about to hold on to that. Like I've seen people that hold it. They know that bullshit ain't true. And another thing is, if you look at a lot of their age, some of them look like they'll be in their mid 30s, but most of them look like they're above 40. So when these dudes get to a certain age, they start getting tired. But the other thing too, if women are in charge, there is no scenario where black men are not at the bottom.
I think Roger was trying to say something. you kind of you morphed into other things. What were you trying to say, Roger?
but I am gonna say this. I am gonna say, I know we want to believe these niggas think something different in private. No, a lot of these dudes think this for real. This is who they are. Exactly. And the black community is proof that this is who they are, because They do this, they spread it, and they down. And the thing is, you don't see them. You don't see people operate with their wife or operate with their girl. And most dudes, when they're the same person no more, it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Especially on some private stuff. That's why they got the stories that they can tell us that they told us something. So
I hear you on that, and that goes back to what and that's another thing about leverage. That's another thing about leverage and power. Power is also supposed to be deployed to anybody. You're not gonna out argue these niggas. The way you deal with these niggas is you have to develop power and leverage on these dudes that basically compels these dudes to do the right thing.
Well, I'm gonna say the issue for black men, honestly, is that empowering ourselves, and we don't even think we're supposed to have it. Because that's why you have people in powerful positions always are able to be led by what somebody else is, what some woman is talking about. Because it doesn't make a difference whether you have money or not. Now, let's keep in mind, Kevin approached the whole situation just from he already has money to eliminate women saying he ain't got money, because a lot of women were saying that. He did that specifically for that person, for that purpose. The women don't want to listen to the dudes with money.
Yeah, power is not just money. That's not what I was saying.
I'm not saying it is. What I'm saying is the average black man doesn't even see himself as powerful and don't even believe he's supposed to be powerful. I mean, just the gentleman who spoke not too long ago, I didn't catch who it was, but he was saying that he was a good guy. And, you know, if you get your paper right, things should be okay. I ain't got to get no paper right for stuff to be okay. You're going to treat me like I'm grown.
Yeah, but I understand that. So I'm like, what do we disagree with? Nobody really disagrees with what you just said. Like, we're operating on that premise.
What I'm saying is the average man operates like the power ain't his anyway. It's not that we have to.
We're operating on that premise.
Yeah, we got to act like we're supposed to be powerful. Because the real talk, if you can't lead your woman and you can't even explain why you with a woman you can't lead, something is clearly wrong with you. But that is most black men's situation. They got a girl, she tell them what to do. She tell them when she going out, she tell them when she coming back, if she want to tell him when she coming back. And anytime he says something about anything going on with her, don't wear that, don't wear this, don't buy the kids this, you don't stop giving the kids this. They ain't listening to dude. And he cannot explain to you why he's in a relationship with a woman who ain't listening to him about nothing. And I'm saying that is the average black man. So when we say these guys don't really feel, no, I believe they do. Because throughout all black society, you count amongst women in general. If you actually listen to black women, they don't even include black men in their thought process. They not part of your group.
About these niggas in the background. Again, we're agreeing. It's kind of like I'm trying to find where the debate is, because because I got here late and nobody is saying that black men don't really believe this.
Edward, I'm not saying stuff to debate you. I'm just coming up here saying what I'm trying to say. You just kept cutting me off, brother. I didn't come up here to debate you. But I am saying, whoever said when you said that they don't really believe this, I'm just saying I do disagree with that part. I think the average man who gets on these things, these platforms, they are saying what's truly in their heart. Now they may try to front a little bit here and there, but the black community keeps showing that this is the belief of the average black man, because there's a lot of sisters, you can tell that they're so used to responding to men who operate that way. I can tell how they're acting. They're used to them.
But here's the suspicious thing, though. Now we had Valentine's Day passed yesterday, and it was pretty damn uneventful. A lot of men, and especially black men, have checked out of the whole Valentine's Day thing, have checked out of the whole sort of slavishly trying to, okay, I gotta buy these flowers, and I gotta take her to this expensive place to eat, or maybe get her some jewelry or whatever. All of that stuff is dying off now. So I don't know if or to what degree these men truly do represent your rank and file black men, especially young black men who, as Ed was describing earlier, who, you know, I guess the young millennials or the older Z's or whatever, I think they kind of checked out a lot of that stuff. And I think these guys, to some degree, I mean, maybe they do believe much of what, you know, the sort of gynocratic stuff they are presenting here. I just don't know if over time they're going to necessarily represent the general sentiment of younger black men. I think that there is a growing divide developing, and you're seeing baddies in social media lamenting, you know, nobody's hollering at them and nobody got any Valentine's Day for them or whatever. And so that's an element of this thing as well.
Well, I do think that's a good thing that some guys are pulling back, but I am gonna say part of the reason some guys are pulling back is because they're still acting like a woman does. The whole thing about approaching women, men are checking out of approaching women because their whole thing is the girl does that. So now I want to be like the girl. So I'm not gonna approach anymore. Now it's one thing to not approach a woman. No, I'm saying it's one thing to not approach a woman. It's a whole different thing to reject a woman you did approach. I've approached plenty of women and found out they just weren't worth my time. But I would never sit around and let some woman I would never sit around and just wait for some woman to approach me because I ain't no girl in the first place. Plus, the approach person is in the power position. I would never want to not be in the power position. I have no desire to not be in the power position. You know what I'm saying? Any woman telling me somebody approach them is for something about you that's just so ugly people don't approach. And you just got to learn to accept that.
I mean, that's a theory.
I think there's a generational difference in the perspective of the actual worth of the effort of pursuing women. And while from your perspective and my perspective, Roger, we might start with a premise of women that I think is very different from a 22-year-old or 25-year-old coming up, where the woman is fundamentally, from our perspective, she's fundamentally different than she was. If I was coming to a world where I genuinely believe most, if not all, the women are selfish hoes, then I probably wouldn't be too quick to step to that many of them either. You know, if I grew up in that environment, I probably wouldn't be that quick to step to them either.
Yeah, Roger, it's really at this point. I'll be concise about this. It's really a binary situation at this point. I mean, there's enough data points out there to say that if with a woman, it's either all or nothing. Like, it's to the point that there's no reason to approach it, because if she's with it, she's gonna be with it like that night. If not, then she ain't gonna be with it regardless of what you do. So I think it's a situation. Go ahead.
And who approaches the other person don't change that factor at all. You just literally said something that doesn't change. If I approach her, is she with it? She with it. If I don't approach her, she with it. She with it. So guess who's gonna do the picking? Me.
Yeah. So I mean, my thing is, the approach thing really. I really doesn't. I mean, it matters, but it doesn't. I mean, honestly. Because I'm talking about the psychological stuff. That's what this video was about. I mean, because technically, even with the approach, and there's a lot there, even in a lot of the dudes that play that game, they get approached because these women are very sexually aggressive and all these chicks want the same nigga, So if you're one of those niggas that all these chicks want, why waste your time? It's like saying, if I can get my car fixed for free, why pay? And so a lot of these dudes, and then on the lower end, on these dudes that quote unquote don't want to approach because they may have approach anxiety. You got bitches out here talking about sexual harassment if they don't like you and they playing like that. So it's not necessarily the niggas just don't want to approach because they girls. That shit wasn't unconscionable even as millennials. The bitches will be out here sitting here saying sexual harassment. So there's other factors there, but the issue is as far as the manosphere, we all agree on what the psychological state that black men are on. and and that's really where it starts, because the information is out there. BGS has talked about escape velocity. At this point, economics are just taking its toll. But a lot of these dudes, the issue is what drives them, and a big reason of what drives them is, like, think about it. If you think that if I were asking these dudes, I would say, do you believe black women should run shit? And then they're going to say no. Cool.
They're gonna say yeah. They're gonna say
no, they won't, because they know what that means if they say yeah. Because if they say yeah, then you can't hold then black women are accountable for the state of the community. They're not going to go there. These niggas are old enough to know that. I'm talking about these niggas in the back. I'm talking about these niggas in the background. I'm not talking about the average black man. So we're talking about two different people. About these people that are on that video.
I think some of these men are going to cite supposedly black women being more educated and all this other shit, and they're going to use that as a justification for why there should be more black female leadership.
I got an answer for that too. Let's say they say that. Then
before you say Ed, I do want you to get, because you didn't quite get what I was doing. What I'm saying is black men now voluntarily go to a weaker role. The approaching was just one of those ways of volunteering to go into the weaker role. It's the same mentality. It's just some different manifestation than what y'all was previously talking about. But go ahead.
Can I add on to what he was saying, what Ed was saying? It was two things. I wanted to address what Uru had said before, and I want to address first what Ed said. What's going on, you guys? So their interpretation is going to be, yes, we should lead, but it's going to be, oh, black men should lead in virtue, which is i.e. emotional intelligence, right? And then that's going to segue into saying, oh, yes, we need to lead in being more emotionally available and more emotionally attentive, and then it's going to lead into it's going to lead into them saying, and therefore we should be open to women.
So Israel, I got you. I call that permission-based leadership, number one. And number two, I would say, give me an example of a race of men that does that better than black men.
Oh no, absolutely.
And that's how I shut that shit down. Because if you can't give me an answer, then that tells me black men do that the most. And if black men do that the most, that's why we're where we are. And they won't have an answer for that. And I know that because when they present these kind of conversations, they never have they never, because this is theater. Because this shit can't stand in basic logic. Like women can't compete with men. Black women ain't gonna do shit for the black community against any race of men, even Native Americans. They ain't gonna do shit because that's not the nature of men. So by you saying that, what you're essentially doing, not you, Ezra, but I mean them, you're essentially saying we need to be at the bottom. That is what you're saying. You're basically chopping your own dick off and giving it. And so, and when you hear people say this is why it's always got to be entertainers. It's always got to be people that they get money off of women. They cajole to say this. This is why it's like that. So at the end of the day, you know, somebody said before, all you got to do is tell the truth. No, we've told the truth. Now people got to start. So at some point, dudes are going to have to start saying they tired of getting fucked with, or you not. My thing is this. I'm gonna say something done. My thing is, if you want to be in a matriarchy, go ahead and say that. Cut that bullshit off. I don't want to hear about no virtue shit. I don't want to hear about none of that shit. I'm gonna get rude about it. You want to be in a matriarchy. I want you to say, because that's what all these niggas are getting mad about. Say the motherfucking word. We need to be in a matriarchy.
No, I want them to say we need to be led. I want them to say
no. They're not going to say that. They won't say that. Say we need to be in a matriarchy. I want.
But that's what I said earlier. Remember I said earlier, though, bro. Huh? Remember what I said earlier about you have two different mentalities. Men that quote unquote want to have a free man's mentality. They want to quote unquote lead and be their own man. Then you have quote unquote men who tell you you should be under the guise of white supremacy, right? You can't be both, bro. At one day you eventually got to make the decision. You're gonna be the man that you want to be, or you gonna go ahead and submit to the white man and be perpetual slavery. That's what I said.
Even before we get to race, because see that's like an exit point. Just on some basic like beyond race, because no other race is doing this. Like all races are not absolute patriarchies, but no other race is doing this. I would argue other black. I would argue this is damn near a unique FBA situation.
Yeah,
it
like
is.
our Caribbeans, because even Caribbean, because like say what you want to about look, Jamaicans like not Jamaicans, Caribbeans have their problems, but for the most part, Caribbean black women and they have matriarchal tendencies, but they don't cut the nuts off of their boy. They don't be on the gay shit. That tend to be one thing they don't go to, versus our women will literally psychologically denut the boys in order to create this situation because they're encouraged to do so. Obviously, African people have their own thing. This is one reason why I like FBA, because it walls off our own problems. That's one of the main reasons why I support it, is because it walls off our own problems, because we have unique problems even amongst people that got pulled over here. Because we were up under these white people, not know, oh, y'all were kind of brought here and kind of left alone because y'all weren't a threat because you're on an island. But my point is, that's my thing. If y'all want to speak this stuff, be honest about what it is. Don't try to call it patriarchy with virtue. Don't call it none of that shit. Call it matriarchy.
What it is.
It's really, it's gynocracy under white supremacy. Because without white people power in this shit, without white people like incentivizing this shit with black women, because you notice how these other races don't, these women don't pop, they don't use the white man on these other groups, because the whole family is going to collapse on them if they do that. They handle the business in-house. I'm not even necessarily talking about recent immigrants, but people that's been here for a while. You know, you don't hear, I mean, I'm not saying Latin women don't do it, but you don't really hear Latin women calling the blue leasing on their men like that.
I've never seen that now. I've never heard of it.
Because there's going to be other consequences when he gets out. And we know other race of the men be bopping these women upside the head a lot more quicker than what we do. Even the ones who've been here for a minute.
And on top of that, when they bop them over the head, no one else is going to say anything. That's the thing. The rest of the community is going to, is eyed wide shut kind of thing.
And I like to bring the Hispanics in because they've been here for a minute. Like, we're not just talking about the recent immigrants. So, of course, they have their own culture. I'm talking about people that's been here generationally for a while. So,
I've always
and
said,
that's still true. Yeah.
I've always said it's just a unique situation, because people always want to bring up, oh, the reason why you're not getting submission is because you don't make enough money. And I'm like, bro, like, there are Mexican dudes in LA and in New York that are selling.
That's some shit that we've allowed that to be some shit that, because the real reason that comes from is because of the crack era, and people got out moneyed by the drug stuff. And then, and not to mention, ended up doing the stepfather. I mean, it predates that too, but that's really where that. If I make so it's a bullshit premise. It's always been a bullshit premise, because the niggas they having kids with, like, look at the T app, all of that. Them niggas don't be having money. So we know. Hell, black women are some of the easiest bitches to fuck without having money. Truth be told, black women and white women, other races, but. At the end of the day, the name of the game is, if you're going to talk this bullshit, say what it is. You are advocating for being in a matriarchy. And that's what we need to start bottom lining that shit. That's what you're advocating for. And them niggas get mad because they know what that means if you say it. That's why, if you notice, Black Guru, please correct me if I'm wrong, because you're the oldest person on this panel, so you would know. Matriarchy ain't even a word that's really used in the black community like that. And for the most, you don't even see that in literature unless you're dealing with dark ghetto and stuff. It's like the one word nobody never used. Even black women, they never advocate that way.
I've seen it in books, but they were like white authors. I've seen it.
But I mean, like, you with black women, when we're always
one of the biggest arguments that one of the reasons why so many black feminists revile the Moynihan report was because it dared to allude to the black community as being a matriarchy. That was one of their biggest pushbacks against that. That analysis against that.
And if you notice, even recently, like when Cynthia G, them women were very invested in trying to dismantle that shit. Now, anything else that comes out of a white man's mouth, they usually don't push back on. But that shit, they even now. And so, like I said, that's the word. You want to talk about telling the truth? That's the only truth that matters. Because when you tell dudes that directly, but I get what Roger you saying, but really, we can bottom line it. Y'all want to be matriarchal, and when you say that shit, that snaps them niggas out of it because now they got
I'm not gonna disagree with you on that. The thing is, no one does usually say it, and I'm gonna say that's what they do advocate for matriarchy, and black women advocate for matriarchy because I've talked to countless black women who they will throw the term patriarchy out there. People have been trained to throw this term out there, and I just say, are we in a patriarchy? And tell me how black men have a patriarchy.
Yeah,
I'm saying they're not even smart enough to tell me a man is running his own house.
Because see, the stuff you were saying, Roger, before is that's the stuff that if they want to have a deeper conversation to let you know there's something there, that's when you go into this is how. I'm not saying what you do. I'm not saying what you need to do. I'm saying why I was saying what I was saying before. Because that other stuff comes, okay, we ain't need no matriarchy. Okay, do black men do this, the stuff you were saying. That's matriarchy.
Burgers ready?
I totally agree with that. Remember, I wasn't disagreeing with what you were saying.
Well, I just want to make that clear. I just want to make that clear as well. So everybody and people that may hear this, like if you want to jump on somebody, that's how you say it. Make them defend that because we know what that shit is. And it's not about ain't nobody, very few people like absolute patriarchs, but at the end of the day, are you Tom Brady or are you Gronk? Are you Patrick Mahomes or are you Travis Kelce? One person is receiving the fucking ball, one person is throwing the fucking ball. Are you obviously we know the black quarterbacks, but they never have help. So are you Jordan or Pippen? And if you sitting there advocating for me, black men are not even Ron Harper. Black men are Steve Kerr. You know what Jordan did with Steve Kerr when Steve Kerr got out of line?
Yeah.
He slapped the shit out of Steve Kerr.
No, not punched him in the eye. That's what he did. He punched him in the eye.
Yeah, Jordan actually trusted Ron Harper. So you're not even Ron Harper. He put up with Dennis. You're not Dennis because Dennis, at the end of the day, he could trust Dennis to do what the fuck he was supposed to do. You're not Scotty. You're not Phil. You're none of them. You're Steve Kerr. You're not even Luke Longley.
You're not even Tony Kukoc.
Bro, honestly, they're more like Randy Brown. You'll see him add to what they're doing very seldomly, and for the average person, you'll be forgotten. They really more like Randy Brown.
Yeah, and so that's really, you want to talk about something to do with 2026. The 3 words of the day is leverage, matriarchy. Because here's the thing: if you don't want to just smack them with the matriarchy, let's say you talk to somebody in real life, somebody and you don't want to hit the matriarchy button because that's a direct assault. Talk about leverage and watch them get kind of nervous. Watch the nigga talking about leverage is like you talking about Jews. It's like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be around you while you're saying this because I might get in trouble because they looking out for black women. What are black women thinking? Talk about leverage. And because they think of leverage, they think you getting physical. I'll give you another example of leverage just to let y'all know it's not just about that. But pre-Kevin Samuels, when black women, Ashay Sade, Didi, Danica, whoever, when they used to advocate for black men, whether they were pick-me's or they were grifting or whatever, if they did that, black women would literally eat them. They would literally bully them off the internet. They would say some crazy stuff. Like, it's one chick, I think her name is I think it's Daedra is something, but she's on TikTok and she used to be talking crap about men, but she was more in the middle. Like one of these, I'm gonna hold men accountable, but I'm gonna throw the women out there too, like maybe like 7-3 men to women. And she said one thing about women, they talked about her dead mama. And her mama recently died. And then after that, she flipped and basically was like fully on the women's neck. And now she's kind of bringing it a little bit back. But my point is, that's the type of stuff these women would do. It would be absolutely ruthless stuff. When Kevin came out, made his run, all these channels popped up, all these women could see each other. So now it's, even though these women may not be interconnected, because obviously we know Crimson Cure is more associated with our space, but even women like Shay Sade, it's harder for them to just eat all these women at the same time. So now the women are able to kind of, and the market is slightly different because it's a post Kevin Samuels market. Now the women are able to kind of get their opinions out wherever those opinions land, right? Even outside Nina Marie. So my point is, why do I bring that up? I bring that up.
It's more easy to land. It's more easy to land the truth when 400,000 of them lost their jobs by June of last year.
That's true. You're absolutely right. But that was even true. That market had already been established. I call it the Black Female Accountability Department. You know, and the thing is, that's important because as men, one of the things that Black men fail to do, and I would tell these niggas this directly, you all think you're not picking a side, but you're actually, the women that are on our team that understand how this has to be done, you're actually isolating them for these other women to go after them. Because where's those women protection? We need to incentivize the women. We need to be, this is the main point I want to get with this. This is the main point. Women are social creatures. We all know this. Women do not want to be isolated from other women. If we can create a situation where a plurality, a certain amount of women can network with each other, they're on, I ain't saying they all gotta be 100% team Black men, but they're on the same page, that they don't feel isolated. That's one of the reasons these women are able to get these women in line. This is why they call women pick-me's. This is why they call women mammies. Notice they never call a Black woman a mammy for a white man, even though that's what the original term was for. They're doing that because any Black woman that cooperates with a Black man, they are trying to isolate them. Black men are supposed to create a situation where these women can network with each other. That way they're their own group. So we do that. We are creating, this is how Black women act, that they don't need to be acting. This is how Black women act, they're supposed to be acting. Look at how Black men are supporting the Black women that are acting the right way, are doing it, going about stuff the right way within a certain range. And look at how we are removing resources from Black women that are acting up. We do that. You create, that's what I'm talking about. You got to create a dichotomy where it's in their best interest to be our team. I'm going to give you a perfect example just to show you somebody I don't really like that, but she's a perfect example outside of what an ideal Black woman is. You want to know what my ideal Black woman is? I'm going to say Kelly Rowland is a good example of an ideal Black woman as far as how she act, how she look. Now, Glorilla. Now, Glorilla is not somebody I'm going to advocate for and say this is an ideal Black woman. But if you look at how Glorilla comes from a gutter background, young, like second youngest, so like 10 kids, you see her sister popping off, Memphis, all of that, right? Mm-hmm. Look at how Black men are look at Glorilla has traditionally not said nothing goofy about Black men. Look at how Black men are like Brandon Ingram, NBA player. This is not a chick. I mean, she's not ugly, but she is a hood chick. This is not the ideal. But if you are not an enemy of Black men, we're not going to mess with you and we will help you. Black men have traditionally done that, by the way. Now compare that to a Megan Thee Stallion, a Doechii, or whatever. My point is that dichotomy has to be in Black women's mind. Because we ain't saying you got to be perfect. Obviously, we all have our own preferences of what we going to deal with individually. But if you're on this enemy thing with Black men, that's not going to work for you. If you're on the team, if you're doing what you need to be doing on your own, we'll help you out. Like, think about it. Glorilla and Brandon Ingram. Brandon Ingram made the All-Star team this year. So that's a big get for her. My point is this. We don't do a good job doing that. And that's one thing the manosphere, we've talked about a lot, but we don't talk about how we don't create the situations we need to create in order to pull these levers. That lever, notice how that has nothing to do with doing something to a woman, with abandoning a woman or anything. I'm not saying that shit should be on the table. It absolutely needs to be. Well, the abandonment part. But my point is, we don't create those dynamics. That's not even something that necessarily requires money. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, no, and let me build on that. And thanks Uru for holding me down while I was busy. And I'll play this. I want to play some of it, at least play some of it. So while y'all here, we can kind of chop some of it up. But to your point,
I thought y'all played the whole thing already. All right,
barely.
Hey, if you want compassionate,
I would say start it at that time slot I gave you earlier.
Yeah, bro,
so
I
that
was trying to fucking remember the goddamn time slot. I wanted to take.
oh, I got you. 1:31:55. 1 hour 31 minutes and 55 seconds.
55. But I want to just to build on what Ed, not to lose, so we don't lose that. You said 34, 35.
35.
35.
Oh no, I'm wrong. I was 1 minute, 31 minute, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 55 seconds. There you go.
Okay, I got you. Just so we don't lose his point, because I think it's important. And what I see what work Raj does. I don't know if Raj's still here, but I think what a lot of us do in the Black Manosphere talking about this is trying to create the mindset, because that's the first thing that got to change. Black men's mindset. This is why I'm even covering this. This is an example of a terrible, horrible orientation for Black men to do any of those terraforming things you talk about. Social terraforming. Black men operate as if they don't know they have the right or the power to do these things. That's just the first thing. And a lot of it in this space, we bump up against just arguing that. Do we have the power and do we have the right to do this? A lot of us agree that we do, but I think that's the first phase. And then going into those actual apparatuses you speak about, you just listed off, is definitely us actually terraforming the social environment. So I think we got to understand we got to, like a fucking drug addict, we got to accept we got a problem first. We got to see the problem, accept we have the problem, and then we can move forward to solving it.
Let me say this, because here we go. Ed said this, and it needs to be emphasized. I've heard him say it multiple times. The idea that leverage is not abuse, and that needs to be emphasized, because when you play this again, compassionate, that I want to say that because it goes perfectly into this, that leverage is not abuse. And what they're trying, because let's be very clear, the environment that we're dealing with, the US dollar is not what it used to be. Losing leverage every day, talking about leverage. You got Donald Trump, who set a precedent. Let's see if and when we get a Democrat in there, whether they continue this. I think they will, right? Yeah. So what that means is there's a lot of places Black women could have ducked off in over the past few decades that they can't duck off in. And that's not even counting AI and machine learning. It's a new day. Mm-hmm. So I would argue why you're seeing this from Consciously, and like I said earlier in the stream, this channel don't have no views, man. It got like 50 views here, 70 views there. And then this video right here has like, the last time I checked, it was 33,000 views. It went from 31 to 33 in just the time Compassionate was streaming in the beginning. I didn't even check it just now, right? So this speaks to me like it's AstroTurf, because Consciously and Pinky are on here, right? That's number 3. Number 4, we have to emphasize that to young men and to all Black men. Leverage is not abuse. And what Black women are trying to do, because they're being kicked off of the government dollar. They're being kicked off of the government dollar. They're trying to find a comfortable place to be without you having any leverage.
And let me
without you having any say so. Go ahead.
Because I wanted down to put that shit on a t-shirt. Leverage, not abuse. Pursuit of power is not evil, Black man.
Thank you. Yes.
The pursuit of power is not evil. So we got to start at the basics. We put a bunch of carts in front of the horse. Do we agree, or can we agree as a group of men, that power, the pursuit of power, is not evil?
They think the pursuit of power is you trying to be a white man. That's basically
that. Yeah, we said earlier. Yep.
Like the other guy said from earlier. He said.
I think that's my bad. I'll take you off. I'm constant, but my bad. But
no,
I think that's that's a perfect place to start the fucking video, because this is what these niggas are finna advocate for.
That can't quite work anymore if we want what we say we want. For sure. So how? I guess my question is, I know, and we're not gonna figure it out right here, right? And understanding that it's a destination. Sorry, it's not a destination; it's a journey. Sure. Understanding that it's a process. It's a planting a seed under which the tree will never maybe sit, right? But it's like, but we eating fruit off of trees that we didn't plant. Right. And so how do we keep that going? How do we keep the ball in the air? How do we take this dialogue that we've had here, even the hard parts of it, and go, you know what? 30 days from now, like, he was right. And that's all that matters sometimes, right? It's like, it doesn't matter, like, he could admit in this moment, you know, but okay, I planted the seed. The seed was planted. How do we keep nurturing that? How do we keep this going outside of this, right? Like, and how do we? It's so.
I think we got to make patriarchy look not attractive. Yes. I think that right now our community is experiencing a red pill pipeline, a conservative alt-right pipeline that's really, really appealing to a lot of young Black boys. And I think that because they catching these, you know what I'm saying, boys, they 12, 13, 14, patriarchy and misogyny and sexism, that shit is really like, it turned them on. So by the time they get our age, we seen as some simping, lame ass panderers. So the issue is that we're not being intentional in this conversation with how to get them young boys to focus on our career. Them incel niggas, the men that's patriarchs, that's into, you feel me, that's them, they really trying to be intentional about getting the young boys. So I'm thinking about
they agree that's the racism. It's like
thoughts.
I don't care what none of what they.
Like
let me
I
just say this: they have no. All of them combined don't have the market share of someone like the Andrew Tate. Which is, I'm just talking about Andrew Tate, and I'm not saying that I agree with everything he says or I'm in alignment with all end all be all, you know. But his notion is that we need to make it unattractive and, you know, make it seem as though those guys are incels. So as opposed to what? What's the option? What's the alternative? When you provide somebody, right? When you when you're trying to get someone to stop smoking, you have nicotine patches. When you want somebody to go vegan, you have vegan burgers. Like, as opposed to what? What's the other?
You know what?
But they never gonna answer. They're never gonna answer that. And, well, somebody else is gonna jump in. Go ahead.
No, well, you know what? I tie this into what Z says. Well, I'm going to do the opposite end because Z says none of this shit matters if you can't get the women married. Well, if you want to win the hearts and minds of young men, none of that shit matters if you can't get them paid and you can't get them laid.
So one thing about what, number one, they were saying a whole bunch of nothing. Like, they literally are saying a whole bunch of words, and it don't, even with the patriarchy thing. First, black people are not in a patriarchy. The closest thing we had to a quote unquote patriarchy was like the Black Wall Street era post Reconstruction. And that's the closest thing we had to that. And black women like to relive those days like it was Fenton in Color Purple.
I gotta cut you off, Ed. I gotta ask this fundamental question, notwithstanding what you're presenting. But let me ask you guys this question. What would be the power of what that guy is saying if Kamala Harris was president of the United States right now?
It'd be policy. It'd be policy.
Exactly.
If Kamala Harris were president of the United States right now, then what that guy is saying right there would have us all scared shitless.
Well, I mean,
because he would have the power. Because he would have the power of the presidency behind what he's saying. Well, now when Biden was president, he had Homeland Security, a Bureau of Homeland Security that made a hit list for the manosphere. So I think MTR. I think Mediocre Tutorial and Reviews was like second or third on that list.
Well, that's how I know.
So take that mentality.
So this is why I'm saying,
you know, so take that same thing. And by the way, Kamala mentioned the manosphere as being the reason why she lost the presidency.
Well, here's the game.
If that woman is president, this is a very different thing we're looking at here.
So here's but because, like, for instance, if shit was going downhill, black people would be getting blamed because Kamala, at that point, she would be black. So it would be a different conversation. You know, they talk about the manosphere, but they can only go after the manosphere. Like, cause when they say manosphere, they're mainly talking about the white manosphere, and they can only go at the white manosphere so hard without running up into, these are white men. You all are and they do have a political apparatus through the Republican Party that has backing. Like, you know, like to a certain, even if it's not for necessarily like manosphere stuff, you know, and black, obviously this is what happens when black men are vulnerable.
We saw black men get blamed for Kamala not winning the presidency. We didn't see men. or white men get blamed. We saw black men get blamed. So you're making this broad manosphere argument. I'm saying that they would specifically have gone after the black men.
Okay, that's true. I voted for Donald Trump. I understand that. But here's the problem. Here's the problem. The thing is, we're already at the bottom. So if the black manosphere would have disappeared tomorrow, that doesn't solve black men's problems. That doesn't even solve black women's problems. Because black women would have still been in the situation they're in. A bunch of autopilot niggas that don't know what's up. They don't know left, right. Their compass is spinning around and they still bitching. Well, niggas talking, but I do. So in my thing, that's one of the beautiful things about the position that we're in right now. It can't go worse than really what it is right now. It's what somebody can do. And that's the problem. They really don't have leverage. Because here's the thing, which is ironic, because black men would have came out a lot harder if for Kamala to win. So it's kind of like the reason the Democrats are in the situation, because Kamala was an extension of that. The reason the Democrats are in the situation they are is because they did benign neglect. And then really because the truth is they stole the money they were giving to black women and gave it to immigrants. So now black women ain't supporting them as hard. They're supporting the Democratic Party hard, but not as hard as they used to. And that combined with black men completely saying F it is really messing with their numbers. And they haven't changed that, because now not only have they stole the money, now the jobs are gone for black women either. And if they're not going to put that back, because trust and believe, black women, when they vote, they going to want something. They gonna want something put back. And that's actually what's fucking up the immigration thing. Why a lot of these white liberals wonder why people ain't coming out. It's really because black women ain't coming out, because they know they gave the immigrants their money. That's where that is. But as far as the video, this dude doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about when it comes to patriarchy. He's basically using words. And notice how he won't say a matriarchy, but he's using words. Black men, for the most part, have never been in a patriarchy. They don't know what that is. That's why it's attractive. It's like saying if you've had a busted up the actor or legend.
Hold on, my bad. I want to kind of bridge what we all talking about, because I don't think we disagreeing at all what you're saying, Ed. And I wanted to stop y'all because I think we keep making the mistake of, when we hear this nonsense, we hear the rhetoric, we're very familiar with it. A lot of times we go to which I think black, somebody said it earlier, black men rely on like morality, the long arc of morality bending towards justice and shit. I think, to Uru's point, all it would take is a different environment administration for this rhetoric, that shit you calling babble, Ed, which we understand the language he's using and why he's using it, the intersectional feminist logic. That can actually gain a lot more traction, and we can't rest on the laurels that the truth will set us free eventually.
No, and I don't. We're already in the intersectional bullshit. But here's what's going on. Number one, Kamala, I'm not disagreeing with Black Who said. That is something to keep in mind. That's something to keep in mind when it comes to the midterm elections. That's something to keep in mind with Gavin Newsom running and all of that. But Kamala's already cooked. Like, her rhetoric is like, that shit is cooked. And black women are out here in the cold. That's the reality. And as far as the likelihood that shit can flip, well, black people are voting for the Dems less than they were. Donald Trump's not going to be on the ballot in 2028. So good luck trying to scare black people to death with Donald Trump when he's not even going to be in there. It's not going to work for JD Vance as well as it did for Trump. And it didn't work on Trump. So for the most part, the Democrats are out in the cold. The liberals in particular, actually, that's really what a real problem is. They're out in the cold. And they're going to have to come up with something to get people to vote for them, even outside of just black people. And so all this intersectional bullshit these women are talking, that's them trying to hold on to power. That's people trying to tap into power. That's them saying, hey, if you make yourself available to be a vessel for what we're doing, then we're going to give you money. That Charlie Kirk money, but just on the left. The problem is a lot of that stuff has already been exposed. And so I'm not saying the truth alone is going to work. It's not. But what I am saying is these dudes are babbling. Now, the last thing I'm going to say is this is why stuff like that Discord is going to be very important, because we have to create situations where you compel these niggas to have to get in front of you. and the way, and you don't have to have the same numbers as they do. Like, for instance, if we're able to get like 2,000-3,000 people on a YouTube paid live stream, that carries a lot of weight in the algorithm. That carries a lot of weight. That doesn't require 300,000 people. That just requires us being able to bring people into a centralized point, you know? So it doesn't take as much as people think, but I'll leave it there.
I wanted to say this. The real thing here is, and why consciously sounds like this, is they need you to have your hands behind your back. They don't exactly know what's going on in this environment. They thought they were good. We have to appreciate what Donald Trump did by shredding US aid, USAID, what Elon did, which going in the federal government and just shredding a bunch of positions. This was like a good safe haven for people that was some people that were doing good work, but just people that couldn't make it in the market or that didn't want to be slaves to the market. When he upended all of that and allowed for Elon to upend all of that, that kind of changed women's worldview, not just black women, women's worldview, because they thought they were safe. They thought the systems would hold.
Mm-hmm.
What Trump did was show you them systems ain't holding. When rich, powerful men, white men, say the system ain't gonna hold, it's not gonna hold. So they have to spread their seed and see, hey, we have to find comfortable places for these women to be. And maybe that's with a black man. They need you to have your hands behind your back.
Yeah, easy.
All of this is shaming tactic for that.
Bullshit. At the end of the day, when the economic is fucked up, you're gonna have to solve motherfuckers' problems. And people have been out here long enough that intersect. I knew it was bad when that L'Oreal light skinned bitch basically said what she said about black men not voting for Kamala. I knew
and Stacey Abrams checked her.
When Stacey Abrams checked her to the point where she shut the fuck. She did it in a nice way, but she checked it. I'm like, well, bitch, if you was like that, maybe you would have been governor right now. You know, but
that's my point, though, Ed. My point is exactly what you're saying, which is they know that black men are they don't have anywhere else. What Trump did was just destroy a few decades of black women thinking they're slowly integrating into the system, and it kicked them in the face. There's nowhere to go. You're not gonna entrepreneurial LLC Twitter your way out of this. You're not gonna go ahead.
Look, my bad.
Talking about student loan debt.
No, Ed. But to your point, look, we got to recognize. I understand exactly what y'all are saying. That the environment is shifting, the money ain't there. They got to figure. And like you said, Ed, the liberals gonna have to figure out another way. Like you saying, Z.
Oh, by the way, the Latinas betrayed them. By the way, because remember that was their bet too.
No, but let me say this: we got to recognize intersectional feminism is built on Title IX legislation. Trump repealed affirmative action in DEI. He did not alter sex being in affirmative action. Black women can't leverage intersectionality like they once could. But guess who's next on the run? White women. You think white and intersectionality is already inculcated into law. It's been that way for 20 years. White women are not going to let go of intersectionality. They're going to change it, morph it, figure out a narrative, and they're going to use it to they're not going to, that's too good of a stick. They're not going to get rid of that. So what they're going to morph into is something we don't know what it is. My point is we have to push back against this babble because that's what it's all built on.
Let
me say this. Real quick, Ed. Let me say this. I need to go through these numbers. Okay. I was searching through the page just a minute ago. A bunch of views, that's 200 and some odd views, not 200,000, 200 views, 100 views, 153 views. And this stream, that video, in just a matter of you streaming over the past, 5-6 hours, Compassionate, it went up over 7,000 views. When I first looked at it, it was 31,000.
At the end of the day, what I always look at is, do these videos present like they're solving problems? And the problem is that these types of videos, they can put as much money as they want to into it. But at the end of the day, they're not solved. Like to say, like just off of saying.
No, you're right about that. But I'm saying they think you're the problem. They think I'm the problem. They think
They can think
and
that.
I'm glad
They
that
can think,
consciously said. That's why I had compassion to play that
and
piece
that's
of
why they
consciously,
lost.
because that's what he said. Yeah, I agree. Go
And
ahead.
that's
I'm
why
sorry.
they lost. And God help the Democrats if the Democrats don't take any chamber. Like the thing is, there's real things there. The bullshit isn't gonna work right now because the stuff that they're doing is a threat when shit is good. When shit is good, well, inflation is up, houses are up. Man, where I live, it is not crazy to see a house $3 million. I live in fucking Raleigh, North Carolina. When you're dealing with the situation like that, all that intersectional bullshit, these black men, oh, that's one thing I was gonna say, Mrs. Z. I said this earlier. Black women are side chicks to niggas that are married to non-black women. That's where black women are. I know niggas that
I know personally. I personally who has that situation or had that situation at least.
And these are not like they that nigga and they was getting crazy bitches before they got married type of dudes. That's where we're at. So when they talk that, and so it's to the point now, remember the black female account, because I'm gonna tell you right now, and look, I'm not dismissing what Black Guru said. That is something you got to keep in mind because sometimes you forget like what the alternate, we forget Trump wasn't supposed to win. We forget the effort that they put for Trump not to win. And so I get that. We're living in an alternate universe. And I think that's the main thing that Uhuru was kind of talking about. That technically we're in the alternate universe. We're not in the correct universe. The correct universe, Kamala was supposed to somehow win, even though Biden, so I get that part. So I'm not in what I'm saying is dismissing that. But what I am saying is if they can't solve the basic problems, all that other shit don't matter. And here's the other thing. With the Black Female Accountability Department, your Shay Shardays, Messies, all of these people, and these are independent operators. They operate independent of our space. The thing is, when you look at purple pill guys and guys like that, I'm not saying we need the women to carry manosphere talking about. What I am saying is, if Shay Sharday say that's ridiculous, a Messi says that ridiculous, a Didi says that's ridiculous, that shows up differently in a lot of men's head if it's just us versus them. And a lot of these dudes have scammed so much between Ace Metaphor, Derek Jackson. A lot of these people they don't got the same kind of trust credit card that they once had. Because it's like, we know you saying what you saying because it's in your best interest to say it. That's starting to become more obvious. I'm not saying we should dismiss any of these things. But my thing is, we're closer than what people think. And all this bullshit that they're bringing is, the other thing with the Z's don't give a fuck about that shit. The Z's occupy all of the 20s now. This is the last year the millennials any millennial will be in their 20s. My youngest brother turns 30 2 weeks from now.
Not to cut you off, I wanted to say this one thing. By the way, I just looked up, just randomly searched because they were talking about Lori Harvey in the Shade Room recently. And she's like 29. She'll be 30 next year. So that's to give context to what you're saying. But go ahead.
Megan just turned 31 like yesterday.
Yeah.
Megan is so it's over. Some of these chicks are like, I think Sweetie's 33. So this gang, so it a lot of the gang board is changing. And yeah, they're gonna push this intersectionality. And you're right. We should go after that law. We should, because another part of leverage that I want to throw out there, the part of leverage is not like abusing women, is you gotta force them to play defense. One thing that women have been masterful on, other races as well as Black women, is constantly making us have to play defense. Rather, like, for instance, take Passport Bros, for example, even before the Floyd shit, niggas got to say, oh, I'm out here looking for a wife. Niggas got to prove to Black women that you're not trying to deal with right now while you going overseas, even though them bitches go overseas just as much as you. BGS just did a video about them in Ghana. Like, the thing is, we supposed to pull up their business and say, this is what the fuck y'all out here doing. Y'all out here getting BBLs in the DR. Y'all out here getting killed out here. This is making them play defense. Look at what happened with that T-app. They got rid of that T-app as soon as they had to play defense on that T-app.
To bring context to what you said, Ed, Obsidian did do that actually. He did the video of what they were doing in Ghana. He also did the video of what they were doing here in Atlanta with the sip and paint shit.
That's one person. It's got to be more than one person.
Well, let me ask you this. You said something about the Z's. let me just play devil's advocate, because again, I'm as a strategist and as we in the war room strategizing, let's just entertain an idea that the Z's, I agree that the Z's have probably been disabused of pretty much all of their pro-blackness.
Well, remember, they didn't grow up with the R&B bullshit like we did, but go ahead.
Totally. But I can agree that they're not operating on no pro-blackness shit like millennials are at all.
NBA Youngboy is their god. NBA Youngboy will slap a bitch, but go ahead.
Right. But what I'm worried is we just had a clip of FD Signifier on a panel with some Z's, with about 5 Z's. And there's a lot of these. There's a bread tube has a lot of young Z's on there with making content.
I'm be honest.
They have not been disabused of their intersectional training.
I mean, they're young.
They're the minority.
No, I hear you, and remember, our stuff is not only active; it's got momentum. And so when all you have to do is insert real, like if they talk, see, they don't want them. There's a reason these niggas never bring up any black men that are in the black manosphere or in the manosphere. Them niggas don't even want to bring up Satan the Sinner, even though he does his own thing, because their stuff falls down as soon as they talk to anybody that knows what the fuck they're talking about, even at a basic level. Their shit falls down. It's theater. This is why they tried to ignore us to death. Well, that didn't work. Here's the problem with ignoring somebody to death. If somebody grew without you, they don't need you to be active. And truth is, we should have had a Discord years ago, honestly. But whatever with that, that's on us. But my thing is that now they can't shut you down, like other than doing what Black Huru did. Black Huru was talking about is they got to just literally say, F it, we're going to turn it off and dare them to sue or something. But even with that, the fact that they put up mediocre tutorial and reviews, he's one of the guys. People can say what they want to about him, but if you want to, he's one of the best guys to talk to them niggas.
Let me ask you this. I don't think because Z is up here, Ed, you up here, both y'all well-respected content creators within the space. What do y'all think about, because what Conscious Lee just said on the panel that we played was basically his position, his mission is to, like FD said it to you, Z, they're going around us. We're the niggas with the information and actual niggas they want to debate. What he meant by going
they couldn't tone police us, so now they're just trying to work around us to the young dudes on Jam.
That's what I'm trying to focus on as a space, as the other side of this argument that they refuse to actually acknowledge.
I heard.
What do you?
I heard when you said it earlier.
I'm gonna let you respond.
Okay, go ahead.
The idea that they're actively targeting the younger audience to try to perpetuate this propaganda. Are we doing a good job of actively targeting the younger guys, not just communing against us as millennials and peers? Are we targeting the younger guys like they are? Because they think it's they.
No, and I don't think that's something that we need to do.
Wait, Ed, but we don't. We haven't had to. No, but here's the thing: we haven't had to because the young men's experiences. The young men's experiences are why they come over here. Yeah, they need to go get those young men. We don't have to go get them.
And they haven't solved those problems.
I've said that,
Thank you.
I've said it in the past conversations. Your war with the red pill doesn't matter because the women will red pill them.
Thank you.
And remember, millennials, disease. The problem with the disease. The problem with the disease is the disease are running into a buzzsaw. Literally, they turn 18. They turn 18 with COVID. They turn
somebody's
22.
Background.
They turn 22 with AI. The bitches, these chicks are worse than what they could remember. The women today are like the Xers were on welfare the most. The Xers benefited from welfare the most, as far as the women being able. If you look at the age, how they came up in the years. Millennials welfare was starting to get removed. The older millennials kind of had it, but the younger ones it removed. Disease don't have Section 8 is come on, man. Remember what Section 8 was when we were hell, the stepfatherhood game ain't there no more. So a lot of these chicks are like roaming gypsies. These dudes go into high school seeing all of this in real time. Because you gotta think of who they came, like Nicki Minaj or even the people before that, they came up under city girl music. So Yeah.
Let me, because I gotta say this real quick too, because there's a couple of things that Ed touched on, and this is why I have the quotes that I have, and I spam the hell out of those quotes. When Ed said they're gonna be out here like gypsies, that's why I call them the gypsy and Roma class of America. If that's gonna be black women, number one. Number two, and going to Compassionate brought it up earlier, and I want to emphasize that, because it's not just marriage. Marriage, it's what it symbolizes, it's stability, but it's not just marriage. None of what they're doing here means anything if you can't get black women married off or subsidized or paid for. All of this feel good, it sound good to essentially tell the men to defang themselves, put their hand behind their back, not only an intimate relationship with an individual black woman, but with black women as a whole in the black community. All that sound good, but more and more of your black men are leaking out of the black community instead of conforming to this bullshit that y'all want them on. That's why it doesn't matter. Yeah. BGS has said before that much of what happened in the South with black businesses is that black people moved from the South to the Midwest, to the West Coast, to the East. And so we kept on blaming black people for chasing after the white dollar when what we didn't factor in when we're chastising black people for not buying black is that they moved. They moved from the South to the Midwest, or to the Northern Midwest, or to the East Coast, or to the West Coast. What I'm saying is much of what you're saying sound good, but more and more of these young black men, instead of dealing with the gynocratic bullshit, this egalitarian shit y'all call it, but it's really gynocratic, they're just dating and marrying out. So it's gonna make it very difficult to go ahead.
But also as young men, the other thing is to the 1-2 punch of what Z said about the women and constantly talk about getting the hearts and minds of young men. None of that shit matters. They're not getting paid and they're not getting laid. At the end of the day, they're still young men. They want to get paid. They want to get laid.
And here's the thing. These Z's talk amongst each other. Remember, Conscious Lee ain't old, but he ain't young. Ain't he over 30?
Yeah, Consciously is definitely over 30. Consciously is around our age, Ed.
There's a reason why, because think about it. There's a reason why none of them dudes are these that he's talking to. So they see, this is what they think. They think if we just, this is the same bullshit that they think on, like when you see Michelle Obama getting on, having a podcast. Oh, these guys have a podcast. We need a podcast, and we put our stuff on the podcast. They'll just listen to it. That's not what's going on. The reason why you got like the podcast on the right is, number one, a lot of the podcasts on the quote unquote right is just an extension of AM radio, which is an extension of talk radio, which is an extension of Fox News. It's not exactly the same, but there's a whole chain there. Professor Black Truth talked about that with Roger Ailes, and how Fox News got created. That stuff came from that talk radio.
Well, Roger Ailes isn't going away. Yeah, I saw that. Yep.
Yeah. So they don't understand that. They think it's just like how the conservatives understood that, like what's his name, Steve Bannon. When Steve Bannon, he was praising Obama from a tactical standpoint as far as using the internet and leveraging the internet. And all these people were booing him, and he told them basically shut the fuck up, because he was like, look, if y'all want to win, he didn't do that to praise Obama for his policies. And he said that. He said, I'm doing that because tactically, this is what we need to do. And to be honest with you, the conservatives are actually a lot better than the liberals and the Democrats now on the internet. Why? And remember, they turned that shit around in 8 years. Why? Because a lot of your libertarians are internet marketers. That's what they don't tell you. A lot of your libertarians knew how to make money on the internet, and politics is not that different of a thing. But my point is, the Z's, number one, the millennials have lived too long now. So a lot of them niggas, we just need to call it what it is. They want to be matriarchal. As far as the young dudes, they need their problem solved. And at this point, they're going to look at you running game, because they know what these bitches are out here doing. They see it. So you talking about all this, you need to do this, you need to do that. With what money, what job? It's not like they got jobs and they got money. You just telling them to stop running through hoes and actually get a wife. They don't have a job. And if it just sounds like you running game, again, it's like we supposed to ignore remember. And the last thing I'm going to say is this. When we got started talking this stuff, none of this stuff was out here like that. Remember 1.0? 1.0 didn't know half of the shit that was going on. All this stuff is out here. It's out here. It's disseminated. It's like BGS is escape velocity. Everybody know what it is. So you gotta choose. You gotta be on that Christian shit and choose to put your head up your ass. And yeah, there's gonna be some black men to do that, but the problem is black women don't do a good job incentivizing black men to do what they need to do. Black women do too much carrot and not enough stick. And again, coochie ain't enough. Coochie ain't enough. So all that kind of, I'm not, the thing that I'm gonna look at for this video, and I'm gonna look at it is what problem is he solving? Because what he sound like based on what I just saw is he just advocating vote Democrat. And I'm like, what is the Democrats
stay away
done
from
for
you
black
though,
men?
Ed. But Ed, to answer your question, look, they don't want these young men coming over here. The goal is to make you the weird uncle,
right?
The weird, creepy, sexist uncle, right? So like that's the goal. You go listen to Uncle MD, go listen to Uncle Consciously.
If you're gonna do
exactly.
Z, if you're gonna do that, you have to say the devil's name. Because this is what he also doesn't understand. Everybody ain't no gang banging, red wearing, red shirt only wearing red pill purple. Most of us don't go in our real lives and talk. The way I communicate the language is very different than what I communicated here. I communicated via question. You know, I listen to people's problems and I basically say I empathize with their shit. Like when I used to drive for Uber and shit like that, dude, I've done over 13,000 rides. I can tell you right now, the brothers that I picked up, and I Uber from time to time. When I picked up, these motherfuckers already know. They just waiting for somebody to tell them you ain't crazy. Because they start parking up.
And that's the problem.
You ain't crazy, bro.
That's the problem right there.
Just a minute, folks. Hold on a second.
Hold on.
Just a moment. Hold on. Charles is in the back, compassionate. That's all I just want to mention.
I got you. But let me say
this. So these niggas know. The problem is they want these dudes to be isolated, and so when they keep
but that goes to what that's what I was going to address is that they do want those people to feel isolated and feel crazy. If this is the thing, go seek therapy, go confide in her, come listen to FD and Consciously and Foreign Man, and we'll interpret for you how you're feeling.
I'm actually about to hop off at everybody. That strategy you're talking about would have worked pre Kevin Samuels and pre 17. That's what they tried to that strategy would have been more effective in the early days of the space because they had a bigger ability to define the argument. What they decided to do, the Chrissy's end of the world and for Harriet, they decided to ignore us to death. That's probably the biggest mistake they ever made. They thought we could go away. It's too late for that strategy. It's way too late for that strategy now. That strategy, look, at the end of the day, look at what they did to Andrew Tate and putting all them sex charges on him. Andrew Tate's still here. Look at all the goofy ass shit Myron has done. Myron is still on YouTube. Like, in fact, the shit is growing. I mean, Andrew Wilson, you got the Christian side of it.
Let me say this, Ed. The realist, let me say this. This is what makes the folks like Andrew Tate so dangerous. That clip that I have from when he spoke to PBD, that's in my community post, Andrew Tate said more real shit about what young men are facing in that, 15, 20-minute long clip. He said more real shit in that clip than all of these folks have said in I don't know how many years. Because he acknowledged the problem, he said the problem, he was going back and forth.
Andrew just lost a fight. He lost a fight and looked stupid. I mean, stupid. He's still there. His people.
No.
He got knocked out.
Can I add on to something real quick?
Kristen Tate just said that I am a half N-word, and white boys on Twitter said, "But you look like us enough, so you're okay." That's how.
Let's get this over with. Any man who does any combat sport is not a loser. Any man who takes a fight is not a loser. That's one of the most ballsiest things you could do in life. Let's look at things.
He actually showed you how to take an L too, FYI.
Let me put it to you. You got to be a great loser before you become a great winner.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say this, and may the church say woo. Woo. Give me a second because I'm recovering from this new strain of flu. Oh wow. One, COVID couldn't put me down. Iraq couldn't put me down. Baltimore couldn't put me down. I just keep trucking. To answer your question about the young men, the young men are doing what they're supposed to. Find them, fuck them, and flee them. They're not taking these women seriously. They're not lonely. They just, they're just not convinced like people are. Millennial men are not that convinced of marriage. So you think their children are going to be more convinced? Hell no. When it comes to the young men, there's an old Japanese proverb: when the student's ready, the master will appear. Who the fuck do you think a young man's going to follow? First of all, let's go back to that FD signifier panel. Those young men on that panel were salted and Toll House cookies. That is not the average fucking black boy in America or black young man. That dude was planning his hair like a bitch in the 80s playing with her brand new weave. That's not the average. What can they tell? Like, are they really going to listen to a dude who, number one, looks down upon a lot of the common black people, or the dude who's been through the struggles? The dude who actually gives back. FB's not trying to be truthful, and he said it. He just wanted to come at Kevin Samuels because Kevin Samuels was the biggest dog in the yard. He's not trying to help. He said, well, I'm going to do this because it was monetarily correct. And I get it. But you already say one thing on this platform, but you go to Clubhouse to say something totally different. The fucked up fact of the matter is that the young men are finding the fucking BGS and other spaces on their own. They're finding my page, my Z's, whoever. This is not a problem for us because here's the issue. Nobody believes women like they used to, if at all. There's a lot of young men who are more likely to call their own mother a hoe now than any other time in history. When you see the shenanigans that mama's pulling, why don't you let me see my father? It's the whole thing. Now you got social media. Chicks be like, look at my bum ass baby daddy. I had to tell a chick one time, if the guy you reproduced with was a bum, then obviously you must be a homeless shelter. You don't care. You don't care who comes in your womb, do you? So let's juxtapose this real quick. There's no way you could call yourself a queen if you're swimming around in sewage. When you look at these men on this panel, when you look at FD, do they look compromised and defeated? Do they sound like competent men that can lead a community without a woman's thought or a woman's say so?
Hence the reason I call them black soy boys.
Here's a question I had to tell my friend. When she says, why is it that you say something about women? I said, here's a question. Why is it that you got to question me every time I say something about women? But when I say something about men, you don't say shit. And she had to apologize and said, you're right. I said, you ever notice how the world says what a real man does, but not one motherfucker can tell you what a real woman is?
Oh.
See, the real problem is not the space, not the outlet. Everybody knows you're here. Knock, knock. It's not the skull and crossbones society anymore. Everybody knows you're here. The question is, what are you going to do when the spotlight's on you? How many people can say, what's your legacy in the black manosphere? I'm the motherfucker that keep all the boogeymans away and boogie women. That's my legacy. If you don't know, go ask. Go check the archives. The problem is this. When it comes to these old, tired, look like you don't even put yourself in the gym, look like you're scared to even drink hard liquor. What is manly nowadays in 2026? This is the reason why I asked a couple of weeks ago. What is the warrior class in 2026? What is the involvement? There isn't any. You know why? Because you bred the warriorship out of every goddamn boy you could. Going back to the FD, could you look at those young men and say, if something happened when this country got invaded, does those young men look like they can grab arms and defend us? Or do they look like they'll be hiding behind some bitch's skirt? You gotta look at the fundamental ideology of this. And I said this to my ex before about her ex-husband because they have a son in common. Was he raised by a father? No. It's so bad that he has his mother's last name, which means what? Back in the day, his mom was like, yo, where the hoes at? And she was one of them. So I said, if you want to get along with him, talk to him like a bitch. Like you would be one of your homegirls. And to her surprise, and of course my wisdom, how'd you know that would work? What men has he hung around? What men has he been taught? Thank God he likes mechanical work. I said, you gotta look at the fundamental ideology of how many of these young boys are thirsting for masculinity. What is Dick Grayson without Bruce Wayne?
But see, Charles, let me cut you off real quick. That's what I don't want us to get it lost that we're speaking right now as though, and like I understand, we're listening to the nonsense of these intersectional feminist men, and it's nonsense to us. But we're speaking as though we're not really living in a post-intersectional environment. The rhetoric is nonsensical as it is and always has been, has actually terraformed the environment, and people have gone along with it. To your point, Charles, that disease, 70% of boys 18 to 25 are not eligible for military basic training. 70%. So
they can't pass the physical test.
My point is, it's not as though it's just inevitable that young black men will just get back to some traditional frameworks of masculinity. These panels and even our panels are in a battle of defining what masculinity will be. I don't want us to get a hubris that, we don't have to worry about it. These niggas are so nonsensical. It'll default into traditional masculinity. No past performance, nothing in the past history tells us that is inevitable or true. They will, of course, I understand the resources are getting reduced. Things are changing, but let's not get it fucked up that guys like FD, these niggas on the panel consciously will not try till their death to define masculinity in some new metrosexual way that will not resemble anything we advocate for here. I don't want us to think that that's just not possible.
You got it. And to your point, compassionate. Oh, go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, you gotta understand. You gotta know that. You gotta know thyself and know thy enemy, and know the battleground you fight on. FD is like that guy who used to get swirlies. Once he's got the microphone, I'm the ultimate male. Why don't you like me? Why don't you? You should be like me. I went to school. I did all the right shit. Look, Buddha even said there's many lights that lead to the same path. Instead of actually, because we know that a lot of these guys are disingenuous and misled, and they're, well, let's just say pussy led. They're going to try their damnedest to try the gospel to apostolize this shit. But notice they don't come with any facts. The only thing they could come out with is Kevin Samuels, Russian Fit, Andrew Tate.
But Charles, the problem is their target audience isn't in a position to challenge them.
Exactly.
They're 14-year-olds.
Yeah,
they're not going to vet.
But see also, because you're right about the stat you just said about the Z's, but these are also the same Z's that almost 50% of them voted for Trump.
And you got to realize
that was a backlash.
And you got to realize this about that. when we're talking about the 14-year-olds, every young boy wants to test his strength, test his knowledge against older men because only a man can certify a boy's masculinity.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at FD and you look at these men on the panel, these men are still searching for theirs. And those boys sense it. See, this is the reason why a lot of young men went to the military and still do. Is because you want the sense of adventure. FD is not about the sense of adventure. He's not about the sense of learning. He's the sense of lambasting and giving you half truths at best. It's like saying you can have the rain without the thunderstorms. It's going to come eventually. But the part about masculinity is not just about strength. It's not about just running a house. It's about who are you when nobody else is around? Who are you when you're out of your comfort zone? And that's the fundamental flaw of the ideology of people like him. You think it's about females, you think it's about beating your chest. See, the one thing about being a man, and you have some of you who actually had the privilege to read some of my chapters of my book. The most powerful thing you could do is restraint. Sometimes I walk away from people when I'm like, either break their jaw in 3 places or walk away. I'm going to walk away. Call me anything you want in the book. I don't care. But if you touch me, the heat is on. Now, what their ideology is that you're trying to please people. Oh, a real man doesn't ask for anything in return. Bullshit. A real man, just like if you're playing for any professional sports team, you're going to want what you want first and foremost on that contract, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why can't you do it in relationships? Why can't you do it in voting? The problem is that, what's the old saying? There's going to come a time where the Egyptians know not Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know this Democratic Party like my grandmother did. We don't know these motherfuckers. So what happens when you spent 50, 60 years benefiting women? You wonder why all your court systems are so fucked up and inefficient? You wonder why so many of your government places are fucked up? Because that was their, welfare reform. You got these bitches in these government and corporate jobs who couldn't fucking hack it on their own, and it became inefficient. So now, what happens when you made women compete on the same level as men? Hell, y'all know what I said first and foremost. White supremacy is welfare for mediocre white people. What happens when white folks can't compete? Have to compete like a black person, like a black man. They don't compute. So when we look at these panels here, they try so hard to convince masculinity when that innate nature of that 14, 15, 16-year-old boy, and I went through this in my real life with my godson, my son, and other kids who I coached during wrestling. Because most of them think because I'm low key, I don't know anything about women. And there's things I predicted about girls in their school. I said, okay, you see her? Just go tell her how you doing, love, and she'll give you your number in 5 minutes. He was like, damn, how fast was that? 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Let me ask you a question so we can focalize this.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but I don't want to.
Don't want to get too far into words.
See, this is what I think. I think what you're saying is you're starting with the premise that that it's a battle, that their goal is to solidify a new definition of masculinity into some soy boy ideology that they possess. I don't think let's entertain. I'll ask you this before I go on. Those men you were finna tell us that you mentor, even your son, Let me ask you this. Do you think you could convince your son and those men, those boys you mentor to be intersectional feminists if you wanted?
No.
You don't think you could, with the influence you have on them, with who you are, and with your background, and like again, picture your son, and I'm sure that
your psychology.
Picture your son, and I know your son probably looks up to you like a god. Do you think if you suddenly started talking like like FD signifier, you couldn't get at least him to recontemplate his masculinity? Again, my point is, I don't think these niggas like consciously or even FD goal is to change the definition of masculinity because, to your point, it's biologically woven. I think they're fine with kicking the fucking can down the road into perpetuity and just having men contemplate their masculinity for as long as they can do it. Their goal isn't to redefine it, it's to get us to just contemplate it forever. The young men to contemplate like millennials have did. They successfully do that with millennials. That's why you got millennials that are cool with partner and all this shit, because we've been educated and socialized to contemplate and second guess our masculinity and how that is dominating women or maybe not considering women. That's going to be just a continued kicked perpetually down the road while the elites manage and control everything. Maybe that's their goal. And in that case, it's not that they think they're going to actually they're going to define masculinity. Their goal is to shut us up, the guys that are trying to define it. Our goal is to win the battle. They just want to keep the game going. They don't want the game to end and with a winner.
Oh yeah,
They're
I'm gonna tell you
the air forever.
And I'm gonna answer this question really quickly and thoroughly. The reason why I know, I'm in Baltimore. I'm in one of the gynocentric strongholds. You see this shit up and close, and you're like, you see the audacity of the women. Especially my son. Shit, my son is colder than me when I was his age. Whereas though I might have put up with it a little bit, nah. Once you show him a side, he'll cut you off like a goddamn gangrene toe.
But Charles,
So,
I would like that way based on just him, his wisdom.
That's just naturally him. And a lot of those guys, you got to realize, of course, you're going to have some fall by the wayside because there are no absolutes in the universe. But majority of them, no, because they're gonna look at you and be like, and this is the one thing about it. A lot of them rather just go out there fucking than be in any real relationship because there's nothing really tangible about it. Whereas though some of my friends still got this notion, I don't want to die alone, nigga. Your wife ain't going in the casket with you. So you're hoping, and they like, well, who's going to take care of you when you get old? I said, well, you should have married 10, 15 years younger because if some of them, their wives older than them. I said, you're going to be taking care of her more than she taking care of you because she's going to be older. I said, so your logic is you just can't hack it. Or you just don't want to be alone. Because you got to have, the one thing we got to really look at is how that person views relationships in the first place. And that's the key thing. We don't even have a definition of relationships in the Black community, let alone masculinity.
But Charles,
first of all, it's not relationships, it's partnerships, sir.
Hold on, let's keep
partnership. Oh, yeah, you're right.
The word is partnership, sir.
Partnerships. Oh my God.
Charles, you are black pill, and I think you're projecting a little bit. You're projecting.
Hold on.
I say this with all. I think you're assuming there's just some inherent lean towards this traditional masculinity that you possess, or that I think you assume your son is more tougher than you, not because of you. It's definitely because of you. I have a son. I could tell that nigga the sky is green tomorrow. Give him a reason, a logic, and he would believe that shit. I could convince my son I could convince my son of anything I wanted to. I can convince any little boy that if I had enough time around him, I could frame even the reality of life, the reality of the gynocracy. If I wanted to, I could frame it that he would at least tolerate it for a little while. So it's not that, I don't think it's this inevitability that black men left in a vacuum, which is going to lean towards like a patriarchal leaning or even a male-centric leaning as after being gynocrats. These are still gynocrats. Let's not get it
But
fucked
you know
up.
the issue is,
But I'm gonna just tell you this one. How many people here? Because this is me way before this place ever existed. This is me as a child when I noticed certain shit because it was certain things are just adverse to me. Like, why do you bitches so damn mean? And this is like me in single digits, 10, 11, noticing this shit. And you start noticing the behavior of your dad, especially when my parents divorced. You start noticing the behavior of his friends, my mom and her friends. And you're like, hey, Ma, how come you never talk about positive shit? And you're like, huh? And then she doesn't even know.
Mm-hmm.
And you start noticing because this is me naturally. I'm a very investigative person. That's why I'm in the fields that
Hold on,
I've been in.
Charles. Let me slow you down because I think that's not necessarily true. What comes with that as a kid when you realize why are black women so mean? Why is my mama so upset? It's not an empty narrative. They give you a very clear narrative because
That
black
nigga
men
was there.
failed them. Black men
yeah,
failed the black community before you were born, Charles, and that's
Yeah.
why black women are antagonists. No, they give you a narrative. Most black
Yeah.
men have a narrative that they accept. And it makes sense. Okay, that's why she's aggressive because black women are the struggle and they're the backbone of the community.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Most men don't question it like you did at 5
No,
years old.
they don't
They have a
question
narrative
it.
they
And
accept.
I
But
get
at the
that
same
because
time, but see, to your point, I want to
but see,
say
you know the problem is though. The problem, hold on, the problem.
Let Lion, he was going.
hold on. See, I want to say I agree with you about men not resting on their loins and just leaving it out there. But here's the thing: why I would say leave it out there. Yes, you understand Gen Zs are not doing that, but these are also the same Gen Zs that voted for Trump. These are also the same generation. Like, even though some of them may not want to identify with Tate, they don't want to get married either. Because they understand the fundamental part of they understand there's something fundamentally wrong when it comes to that. When you start talking about marriage and relationships, what are they saying? They're saying they don't want to get married.
I mean, you have to actively hold on. I mean, we have to actively understand that like these kids are seeing their friend's mom get exposed on OnlyFans on a routine basis. Like after we had picked up my nephew, and that was one of the things he was having a conversation with me about. They're in this environment where this is an actual thing. I'm actually watching kids on quote unquote TikTok, you know, saying, hey man, these lunchroom Jonas sessions gonna be evil. And
Yes,
right.
they undoubtedly are in an environment. But what the point is guys like FD and Conch Lee are trying to give them a lens to interpret that reality. But that's what I'm saying. We give them a lens to interpret it to a reality. We don't try to lie to them. That's the difference between us, our glasses we trying to give, and their glasses. They're just trying to front. And I'm telling you, it's a threat to them trying to get as many of those glasses on young men as possible to explain.
I don't disagree.
And
I don't disagree.
hang on a second. Let me put it this way. First of all, how many of you guys are familiar with the old trope, the magical Negro? Y'all familiar with that trope?
Yes.
Yeah, I am. Like
the magical. Okay.
Like the movie
yeah, hold up.
Will Smith, where he was like the golf whisperer to that white dude that was playing golf.
Bagger Pants. He's Bagger. The Legend of Bagger. Whatchamacallit? Bagger Pants.
Like Morgan Freeman and Morpheus. Lawrence Fishburne.
That was Lawrence Fishburne. Anyway, when they say that a black man is willing to do anything for, without expecting nothing, like it's some type of false chivalry. And as far as these guys like FD and whatnot, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get everybody to drink the poison, so to speak. Drink the Kool-Aid, but they're making sure the Kool-Aid is tasting a lot sweeter and more enticing. They're trying to convince them also that the truth we're giving them is way too disgusting, is more hazardous to their well-being.
Yes.
Because think about this, man. Let me finish up. Basically, these guys are trying to get these guys to believe in the sweet truth the sweet lie instead of the bitter truth. They want to paint them a false, beautiful picture of a lie than to have them face the ugly truth. But go ahead.
My question is this: all right, you got these young males that is raised, socialized, and indoctrinated in these households. Then they go to higher education. My question is, do we as a group have to rethink how we disseminate our propaganda? I mean, we have our PhDs. You have like BGS that constantly gave out the literature, like Dark Ghetto and all of that. Are we doing a good job disseminating the information out to the people so these young kids could grasp to it and open their
No
eyes?
and yes. No and yes.
And
And
I
I can
think
tell
it's,
you
I
that.
mean, it's not to critique, it's not to, I mean, it's not, I mean, obviously, because this space emerged with black men sharing notes between each other. Niggas didn't know it would get to a point where we'd be in a propaganda war with like fucking Brookings Institute.
I mean, it was like
Now we're in a position where now it's not just sharing notes. Like what dude, I could rewind the clip, but that was the most important part of this whole goofy ass talk. If anything was relevant, none of the patriarchal theories of bullshit. He made the clear statement that this talk itself is funded, and the purpose of it is to galvanize young men around these ideas, at least get them to entertain them. And to figure anybody not speaking this way is a incel, toxic, broke ass nigga that you don't need to listen to.
Can I? Oh, and you made a great point to that. To add to your previous point, I consider, people say, "Oh, the manosphere is full of just neck beards and stuff." I'm like, no, it's mostly it's an unconventional think tank that just blossomed out of, like what you said, people passing notes, and that's more or less what a think tank is, right? You have the most erudite and the most smartest, brilliant of minds that come together. You have the Brookings Institute, you have Milton Friedman's Institute, you have what's his name, Thomas Sowell's is in the what's
The John Birch Society.
Yeah, he's in the you said the what society?
John Birch.
The John Birch Society.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that's the conservative one.
Yeah, Thomas Sowell's is in the Hoover Institute since like the 70s. I mean, this is an inorganic think tank, but we all didn't know. But yes, people from all strands of life. I mean, you got somebody like me, this in like an accountant. You have somebody like Faulkner. He's in police work. You have your PhDs. You have from all classes and demographics, right? Of black men that galvanize and say, okay, we're seeing a natural pattern and a thread here. So it's not like you. I mean, yes, people do have their issues, but it was never a class issue in the manosphere, right? We never tried to. It's more like a big barbershop that's just a think tank, right? Or a think tank that's a big barbershop.
Well, one of the best things for it is that the greatest advantage the black manosphere had is that it's decentralized, because you can't cut off one head of the hydra without three more growing.
Right.
So that's what they thought when Kevin died, and they were like, "Oh man, finally!" And then boom, shit exploded more. And
to that point, though, that's our greatest flaw. That's our greatest Achilles heel and greatest strength. Because to the point of, we don't actually function like a think tank, because a think tank is centralized by nature, and then they start using, they think of shit, and then they operationalize it and start paying for political campaigns and putting out information to the schools and doing all type of shit. We don't do that because we're not centralized, which, to your point, Charles, virtue, but also makes it hard for us to combat.
It's harder. It's harder, but when we had centralized things as black men, that's when you start seeing a lot of your heroes being, separated from their mortal realm. And that's one of the advantages of it, because now, instead of doing physical assassination, now it's the character assassination ploy they're playing. And when you have, like, well, the world ain't ready to see a woman as president, not too much of the world's ready to see women as leaders anyway. This is what the women have said. Women don't trust women leadership. And when we get back to that partner stuff, I said, okay, anytime I hear a woman say partner, I said, okay, then we're going to do the partner. Okay, I'll cook, you take out the trash, you mow, you do all the hard labor. Well, I do it anyway. Do you like doing it? No. That's the difference.
Yeah.
And getting back to that real quick. You're gonna see we're gonna have to realize there's some people who are gonna believe in this shit wholeheartedly. And I think sometimes we like to beat the dead horse for one more lap. Like if I'm looking at a dude who believes this cold heartedly and think that, black woman's God and all this other shit, have at thee. It's no different if I'm looking at Chrissy or one of these other broads who just hate black men because they didn't get the black men they wanted or the attention they thought they should have. Have at thee. A lot of these dudes are already defeated. Number one, let's look at it. Masculinity is something that's supposed to be a creator, a maintainer, and a necessary destroyer. You're supposed to play the role of mini god. So when you're bowing down to other things and you have no dominion over yourself, let alone your family, you're gonna come up as a goddamn hypocrite. Because when you have your woman, your wife, or even the women in your family talk down upon you publicly, and that says a lot to a young boy. And I've said this for years. A lot of motherfuckers, the biggest hurdle you have to climb over before you become a man is to climb over the hurdle your mother created for you. Before any other woman, hey, Ma, can you talk to me like an adult? I greatly appreciate that. A lot of men are just so hemmed up and fucked up in the head. And this is where you have to see your purpose. Even with this space, like I said, what are we in? Right now, we should be looking for political power. We already got the name out there. What are your demands? This is very similar to when you had the ear of both parties when it came to reparations. And what happened? Motherfuckers wanted to call it this. They wanted to call it that. Oh, we should do this. Can we get the goddamn thing on the books first, motherfucker? And that's the part. And that's the part that we're at. We're at the cusp of a lot of shit. And when we're looking at it, yes, and I do believe what Louis said earlier, and I'm gonna give the floor. The first step to war is propaganda.
Right.
Before any bullet shot, it's propaganda. So
You
we
cannot
need
go
to
into
start.
war without public's consent.
We gotta really disseminate this stuff on certain levels.
Yes.
Because one, you're gonna have to have somebody who can talk to the children. It will not be me because I cuss too much, and I'm probably more for the ninth graders and above, purposely. Even though I can talk to the little kids, but purposely I do that for a reason. You're gonna have to have maybe Roger's better at that. But me personally, I like the more adult things because we like to get the hammered out the armor first. We have to
No.
disseminate this stuff a little bit more. People are gonna have to make more clips. We're gonna have to put ourselves out there. A lot of people are afraid of this machine, but somebody's gonna have to be the lamb.
No, and to
I think.
piggyback, yes, to
Go
Louis'
ahead.
point, yeah, and to your point, Charles, we are not. We got to recognize the game. We're at the phase we're in now. We're at the phase where we are the only people. The only point is going to generate black masculinist propaganda. Nobody else is going to do it on the planet. On the face of the planet, as extraordinary, maybe grandiose as that sound, there's no other space on the face of the planet that's going to generate that propaganda. And we do need to be very deliberate about disseminating it outside of just like, again, this ain't sharing notes. That was 1.0 through up to now. This is bigger than that shit now. They're actively avoiding us and shadow banning us because of this rhetorical war. So yeah, on one front, you said it right, Charles. For the older guy, for the millennials and Xers, we need to be centering around a black male political agenda and actually pushing that for policy change. What we need, on the other hand, we need to be pushing anti-Gynocrat in this cultural assessment to the younger guys simultaneously. Both of those missions, we do need to disseminate that better because it's a war, and they look at it like a war. We got to look at it like a war for our own.
Yeah,
Can I say something, gentlemen? I'm gonna tell you something. Too. Greetings to the men in the chat and the panel too. But I had to tell you something. You forgot to mention this. Some of these boys, you gotta look at this. We talk about the mothers, right? And how they raising these boys. You guys are forgetting one thing, and I had to deprogram myself from this when I moved out of my my parents' house. You guys are forgetting the submissive husband that enable this type of rhetoric and behavior. And the ones that will tell you, well, this is how a man's supposed to do with your mother, no matter what, she always right. This your mama. When you wrong, she always right all the time. You always, choose. It's stuff like this. You got submissive fathers out there, pansy fathers, punk fathers out there that teaching their sons this. But on the other hand, you getting all their daughter's resources, and she can mess up many times she wants to. But they treat the son like garbage, and the garbage has to that the son has to be damn near homeless and had to go to the military. Even that, they want to encourage you to go to son of the military. Ed Anderson brought up a good point about that. You got to look out for fathers like that and shame fathers like that. I told my dad, I said, Dad, my mom did all this. You let her do this. And what you trying to do is y'all try to raise me just like y'all, my father. I'm not about to do that. But that's not my spirit is not like that. My spirit won't
We talking
allow
about
me to
Steve
do
Harvey?
that. Huh?
We talking about Steve Harvey?
Basically, yeah. Yes. My father, and you know what's funny? My father looked like Steve Harvey. Yes. That's funny that you said that. Yes. So we got the Steve Harveys in the world and Dr. Umar Johnson in the world. That the reason why they won't allow that to do that, masculinity that's also a threat, is because the kid is going to rebel against their mother. And if she doesn't have control over him, she wants the police, blue leashing, or somebody else, a family member that will tone that down. You got simple enforcement and stuff like that. Let me say this before I finish. I don't know if you look up the Young Burge with Shannon Sharp interview. You guys need to watch that. And I got the clip. He said when he was doing he signed a DMX when he was a kid, was 14, 15 years old. His mama tricked him to go visit him because they had a bad relationship. Come to find out, it was some two spoiled Samoan guys that was waiting for him in the airport. What she didn't tell him was she gave up her right to give him to the system at Minnesota, this boarding school. He was trying to escape from the airport. The mama was like, "You got to go to school, and I can't help you." Instead of giving him to the father, she gave him up to the system. They transferred him to the airport and went all the way to another state. And it was like this place was so bad. It was so bad that people was getting, you know what over there, SA molested. They was getting brutalized over there. They was getting beat up by the staff and the students. He said, "My mom made the worst mistake ever." He said his father had to get him out of there.
But
that's all I have to do.
And to your point, bro, that's why I made this stream today. And I think, again, I said earlier, then one of our next frontiers is going to be challenging and putting a spotlight on the male gynocrats even more, because the damage they do with panels like this that spread, we don't know who's seeing this. To Z's point earlier, this panel is the largest video this platform has ever produced in one day. So the damage that this rhetoric does, the damage that weak ass fathers do, that we don't really unpack a lot. Gynocracy, I say it all the time, the gynocracy can't really operate without black men cooperating with it on a lot of fucking levels. And we need to turn more and more attention to that. And I think we'll appeal to a wider audience also. But I think that's going to be the next frontier. Go ahead, somebody trying to get in.
I got to mention something really important here. Hang on, Charles. Hang on. I got to mention something that's really important. I understand we have to use certain terminology, like the use of the term soy boy. I have to also say that needs to be used accordingly when we use certain terms. We can't just be throwing it out willy-nilly, because young men, when they hear that, some of them will be turned off and turned away from the message we're trying to convey to them.
That's a good point.
Because and the reason I say this is because, remember, if you want to help somebody, the first, you don't attack them. You don't tell them, listen, this is what happened. I remember saying that I made that mistake once with one brother. I had to do that with another. I had to explain to him, listen, this is what happened. This is how it goes. To call him a soy boy.
Not to cut you off because you cooking. I got to say this though. To your point, we have to frame Black young men as the victims of niggas like these on these panels and intersectional feminists. They're victims. They aren't perpetrators. They aren't goofies. Like, to your point, they aren't soy boys. They're victims to intersectionality, to feminist ideology, to matrifocality, to the gynocracy. They are victims. So we have to frame it as that. But go ahead.
Yes. Bro. We have to frame it as such, because immediately, if we to call them that, they're going to give us the pushback, because they're going to misunderstand us and think we are on the conservative side. You know, there's some people here conservative that said, well, I'd rather be a soy boy than somebody who's on the right, who is a conservative, who is a low-key power bottom, who is somebody who's into, this, that, and the third, or somebody who's got some disgusting preferences. I'd much rather be a soy boy than that kind of stuff. So we have to take that in account and explain to them, listen, come here. I'm not going to say they're a victim to this stuff, because the minute you say they're a victim, they're going to get pushback right there. Certain words do trigger people. So we have to choose our words wisely when we talk to them.
The framing though, you're right though. You probably should.
Yeah, the framing and the wording is where we have to be cautious. Like we say, brother, you've been misled. Are you trying to say I'm a victim? No, I'm not saying you're a victim. Because remember, they're coming to us looking for guidance, but understand that they're going to hang on. But they're also going to be looking at us with a kind of critical eye or skeptical eye, because any person who's coming to us to help, they're going to test you and say, all right, what you really about? Because they want to see, are you really about that? If we're going to teach them this, and we have to prove our mettle to them as much as them we're willing to listen. Well, go ahead.
No, the perfect word that you would want to use is, bro, you've been betrayed.
I'm gonna say
yes. Yes. Betrayed.
More like played. You got played, basically.
No, betrayed.
Betrayed is
I'm gonna say this because one of the craziest shits is that we treating boys with kid gloves. And the world's not going to do the same for your black ass, especially if you're black. And there's some truths like, yeah, you're acting soft as shit. There's sometimes you're just going to have to tell that person, yeah, you're being soft. You're gonna have to decipher when I'm gonna have to just tell you the absolute cold-hearted fact truth. Now, this is the part where I'll say this about black.
Charles, this is why we keep you in the barracks and they come to you for PT. Well, you're not in the propaganda department, because you got to understand the context of the boys you're talking to they're not patriarchal boys. Calling them a bitch ass nigga doesn't land the same way it does.
At some point, you gotta. And this is what I said. This is what I said on my show the other day. This is the worst thing that black people have ever done. You don't know when to give the olive branch and when to utilize the sword. And there's only so many olive branches before I have to correct the system. Like, trust me, I could go build up a propaganda tank. I mean, shit, I co-wrote the Gray Faulkner Initiative, and how much pushback did I get on that in this space?
Think about it. not pretend there's been really olive branch. We just talked about how ineffective we have been to disseminate this little last space that you got to get on a secret train to find and shit. This space that very blessing we're even here. We have not really extended an olive branch to the young guys. They haven't heard some of it.
I meant just in the community as in totality. Is that we treated people who literally kicked us in the goddamn teeth much better than any other group of people would have. And this is the point where, look, you got to go just like the old Matrix. Here's the blue pill, here's the red pill. You can choose whatever you want, because I always tell people the greatest gift you can give to somebody is choice. If you choose to be a baby mama, it's your choice, but don't blame anybody else for it. If you choose to pick a bad wife, it's your choice, but don't blame anybody else for it. Now, I can explain to you column A and column B in full detail, explicit detail. Once I give you the information, it is up to you to make that choice. You will never ever say that you were lied to, you were misled, because if I'm giving you both sides of the picture, you can't say that, hey, I didn't know. Ignorance is now taken off the board, correct?
But Charles, let me ask you this. Okay, let me challenge you by this. What if you only had 15 seconds to talk to the young boy? What would you say? You couldn't
Depends on what we're talking. Depends on what we're talking about. Because now, if you want to learn something new, hey, here's my card. Here's my show. If you want to turn in and learn something new, you can come on. You can agree. You can disagree. Because everybody will tell you, my channel is one of the most egalitarian channels ever, where I'll have anybody on there and I can totally disagree with you, and I'll let you be heard out. Now, am I going to prove without a shadow of a doubt why that person said and what they said was stupid? Yeah. But I gave them a chance to explain their part. So if you want to disagree, here's my number, here's my show, here's my email. If you want the information, I'll send you the information. If not, have at thee. It's no different than, blessed are the people who don't see. And when you give people that option, I think that's the one thing people, especially black men, have never seen was two things: freedom and power. That's a new phenomenon for black men. Even in today's world, freedom and power is not what black men are used to. So when you give people those options, I could be like, hey, if you want to learn something new, here's my card. This is my show. This is the time we're starting. If you got any questions, that's the number. Call me and I'll explain it on the way. Shake hands. Go in peace. And this is one of the critical things about it. How many people are going to admit they're part of this space? How many people are going to admit they know this information? Because people got to realize this is a new frontier, and a lot of people put a lot of their ass on the line. And how many of you had people email you or try to hit you up? Oh, I'm gonna hit you on Messenger. Oh, I'm gonna tell your command about your show. I said, go ahead. They love it. Bink. So when you ready to put your ass on the line about something, that also shows people how serious you are about it. When you look at
Constantly tested.
When you look at Dr. King and Malcolm, I bet you the majority of the people outlived them already. Because both of them died at what, 30, 39?
38, 39. Don't forget Medgar Evers was in his mid-30s when he was taken out. Fred Hampton was in his 20s, I think.
So think about it. You don't even really technically get to see middle age, but look at the impact I did on the world. Look how deep I'm in. And there's a point where
camera on it. I don't know if you know.
Zulu, your camera.
And you got to be like, look, I'm going to show you. Even if somebody points out FD, and I'll be like, okay, let's decipher what he says. What is wrong with what the manosphere says? Because guess what? Majority of the time, there's many channels we don't even have to talk about females. We could talk about us. We could talk about being a better man. We could talk about being a better father. For some, better husbands. If you got to understand something, and this is what I would ask any man, any young boy with the level of understanding. When you have people who are in opposition of you becoming a better person, that's when you need to question, who the fuck am I around? And why are they in opposition of me becoming better?
Hey, we gonna after my bad, Charles. Hey, we gonna do closing statements after Charles. We start with Lion, and then because I ain't been on this bitch for like 6 hours. But go ahead, Charles. Finish up.
But I'm gonna continue this as my closing. And I think that's the one thing about young black boys. You're not taught to make decisions unless a man gives you a decision, and that's usually when you start making them. The two things we need well, three things that I've always said the black community never gave a fuck about: black boys, education, and being the hero of your own narratives. Black boys need to be educated to become heroes of their own narratives.
Facts.
If you put that into one sentence. So now, not only do you need to take, Dr. T's, but we need to go back in the archives and bring back the Great Faulkner Initiative once we got the plans and put at least 10,000 boys in the military, fire, and police. What happens do you do that? You become a voting bloc. Once you infiltrate a system of government, which you don't have to infiltrate because it's your fucking government more than any other fucking Caucasian or any other immigrant in this country. Now that it's your system, you have a voting block. You can literally say in so many words, we need this pass, or we'll sit on our hands on the cannon. We'll go to work, but we won't do exactly the work you need us. That's how everybody else gets it done. And I'm gonna say this and land with this. Black men, stop being afraid of power. Black women have a fear of failure. Black men have a fear of success because you've been taught for so long to be reliable is to be heavy with the crown. Well, guess what? Do some neck bridges and get that fucking neck stronger. Take your crown, wear the crown, be the man of steel, be old reliable. Do what's best for you, regardless of what anybody else thinks. Woo! Thank you for having me.
Don't
Facts.
forget your complimentary cigars and brandy on the way out.
No, that's facts though. But Lion, I guess you could start with the closing out.
Yeah. Well, for one, thanks for having me up. See, you should do these panels. Well, you hardly often do panels, but I mean, you should start doing these panels more often. But I could definitely see why you put this one up because Jesus, I knew these dudes was gonna be a headache before you even started the video. I'm like, oh my god, here we go. But my thing about this is these niggas, man, these niggas. I'm glad we had the conversation with the gentleman with the dude that came up because that is an example of what we're dealing with. He is a prime. I'm glad he did show up because that's what we're dealing with. Even the guys who don't agree, because to his credit, he said he didn't agree with what the bullshit they were saying up here, but he did agree with the whole bullshit about white supremacy being synonymous with patriarchy, and that is a problem. And that is exactly where the dudes come from.
See, and that was the thing that I think I was trying to tell people, that if you're starting from a false premise, you can always easily be led down a bad road.
No, you were right about that. You were right about that. That's the thing. I think that's the part that pissed him off the most because you were right about that. I mean, at the end of the day, that's why we said what we said. That's why we said it says when he got started. As soon as I heard the words white supremacists, we talk about patriarchy, like, oh no, time out, nope. Because that's exactly
But
what
that's not.
these niggas say.
No, but that's what I really wanted to ask some questions, but I ain't really want to throw off the vibe because you kept saying I'm a with the progressive. But I understand. I ain't want to do that. But like I said, this is why I say at least personally, even when we come to these conversations, man, you need to kind of have to start from the proper premise, right? Because you at least start from the proper premise. You at least necessarily can understand who we talking to, their mindset, and how they at least view the world. At least from there, then we can quote unquote move in a proper way. And like I said, the two divergent, like I said, mindsets is coming. You will either be what is it? I call them the plantation boys, or you will be a passport bro. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In the sense that you either go and quote unquote adhere to the old narrative and stay to the old narrative, or you necessarily gonna change the narrative and see what's out there, right? And I always encourage these boys to quote unquote go out there and see what's out there.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, I got you, and I agree 100%. But yeah. But thanks, CC, for having me up. But yeah, I'll just end it on this. Like to what Z said, because to what Z says, he said about the women's like when he says it constantly, these guys like it don't matter if you can't get these black men married, you can't get these black women married and coupled up. And to what consciously just said in this video about winning the hearts and minds of young men, I'm like, none of that shit matters if you can't get them paid and get them laid. Because part of the reason why shit is where it is, why these dudes are doing what they're doing, is because they're not getting paid because nobody wants to get paid anybody, as SWP says, and then they got to deal with the female factor. They're not getting laid either. So until you address that, none of that other shit matters. But I'll land my plane there. Thanks again, C, for having me up, man. Be safe.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, bro.
I wanted to land my plane. While you guys were talking, I was looking at the video. And come to find out, the guy that has his hand up with the bangle, with the silver bangle on his left-hand side, he's a transformer, and the guy next to him is part of the LGBTQ. I didn't realize it until I looked him up.
Yeah, we was playing that earlier in the clip. Yeah.
See, that's the crazy thing. I didn't know.
Oh my God, it's even worse.
Yeah, I was shocked because I'm like, damn, this dude look like I knew he was a little zesty, look like, like the Temu Bad Bunny, Shout out to Bad Bunny. Shout out to because I listen to some Bad Bunny stuff, I speak Spanish, Portuguese, but
let me guess, your favorite track is Booker T, right?
No, you see the propaganda they push in with the Bad Bunny thing, bro. Have you seen it?
Yeah, but the thing about Bad Bunny is he's bigger than like America, man. He's like all of Latin America listens to him, so like he's huge. But I want to go on a tangent. Another thing too. Remember,
is he bigger than Chris Brown? He ain't bigger than Chris Brown.
Oh no, he's definitely bigger. You know why he's definitely bigger than Chris Brown?
Yeah.
Let me explain why he's bigger than Chris Brown. Because he didn't go on tour in America and he still made a lot of money.
No, he's definitely
I don't know, bro.
right now.
Well, he's self-expanded. So he knows he's got a bigger market to appeal to.
But y'all niggas are supposed to be doing closing statements. Y'all going off on tangents.
Okay, so long story short, I was going to say the guy, so one to do the transformer, and the guy adjacent to him is part of the LGBTQ, right? So I just wanted to add on that little agenda that they got there. Long story short, to add on to what Charles has said, he said when the grasshopper approaches and the teacher appears, and life is the biggest lesson of all. Life is the greatest pain-inducing lesson of all. So half of the people on the panel are either actors or influencers or just a part of an agenda. They're not going to relate to the average black dude that's in his 20s scraping by in college, trying to grind, trying to get through this crappy ass job market, and still having to deal with the woman talk about, oh, you need to pay all my bills and all that stuff. They can't relate to that kind of black men. These are guys that are in their social media proverbial ivory tower. So I definitely agree with you. We have to be proactive, and because propaganda is not necessarily bad. It's about instilling your own agenda, right? but they'll never relate. Like one of the guys on Insecure, he's not gonna relate to a guy that's in his 20s that's struggling, trying to make ends meet and trying to date out here. He doesn't relate, nor will he ever have that issue. So I mean, it's a bit futile, you know. And I also wanted to add this too. Last thing, consciously is just to put this in you guys' mind. Consciously was the same person that when Brickface, it came out that Brickface was lying, he still doubled down and didn't admit that. He didn't even say like, okay, I admit that she lied. What he did is instead of admitting that he was wrong and that she lied, he doubled down and said, oh, it was Black man's fault that she felt the need to lie and this, that, and the third. He did a whole live stream and turned the comment section off in the live stream. So do with the information as you will. That's the type of person consciously is.
Yep, whoever else wanted to go. Y'all had anything?
Oh,
I'll be last. I'll
go. Thanks for having me up, Compassionate. Guard your image, guard your peace, keep it moving.
Facts.
I guess I'll say my couple of things. I want to say hopefully in the future this doesn't. I'll hope it change, and the youngins talk to the elders, and the elders give us the youngest wisdom about what the bullshit is going on. And another thing is too is that we have to address this issue in our community. It's not just the female pornography; it's also the male. It's like the intersexual feminist bull crap, because the reason why they want to keep these boys in check because they don't want to rebel against them. As you can see, they want them to be undermined. As you can see, they don't want. It's like we back in the plantations back in the day. Like these kids, they don't want the boys to pursue education on themselves or reading and stuff like that, man. When we got a problem with black boys reading now, they read. It's like it's over with. So it's insane to me. It's insane. So it's getting to the point that they want to raise mindless zombies. And to put it back, and another thing is too, I'm not saying rebel against your parents, but when you know something's not right, the first boss that you have to go against is your mother. That's the one that's causing, that's the big boss battle. It's the first person you got to confront. But until that, I mean, that's all I have to say.
Appreciate you, brother. I like that. Go ahead, Shayma, if you want.
Wait a minute, Zulu. Have you said your part?
I'm good, man. I was gonna let everybody have that little thing and just drop off at the end, man.
Well, I was thinking about just speaking last myself, but you can go first.
I'll drop off when you drop off then, bro.
All right. First and foremost, thank you for having me out, Compassionate. As the only non-American in here, I will say this. Yes, this affects Black men, African Americans in particular, Black men in general in the United States, but this goes beyond the borders and the coastlines of the U.S. Spills over into Canada, into Latin America, into the rest of the world. Because this whole thing is now global. It's worldwide, and people sometimes are dealing with it in their own ways. And I will say also that, as much as they're trying to reach out to those who they're trying to document as much as possible, there's a group of people they are not dealing with that we're going to have to pick up and try to help out. Because I can tell you right now, from my own experience, if there's one group of people that the system will not break, it's those of us who are already broken and are gradually rebuilding ourselves. Those of us who right now rebuilding ourselves, those young men will be looking and seeking for guidance.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, some people are going to turn, and a lot of them are turned off from guys like this. And we got to ask ourselves, because nobody's going to ask themselves, what is it that draws them to groups like Fresh and Fit, to Andrew Tate and whatnot, it's not just because they're telling it like it is. It's because because they understand to use the right set of bells and whistles, so to speak. Because I've said this before, Tate is the Pied Piper. He's not of this space. And for us, and for those of us who are in this space, we have to understand, how do we connect with certain people? Hell, some of us are going to have to go about it like samurais, but I myself and a few others, we're going to have to go and do this like shinobis, aka ninjas. We have both sides of this. And there's more than one, it's more than just mobile infantry or artillery to fight a war. You need to have a whole army. That means you need to also have the support units and other aspects of it. Sometimes you got to send in the generals. Other times you got to send in the diplomats. Thank you.
Facts, Namer. Facts. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate all y'all coming up. Appreciate y'all.
Well, like Little Richard. Ain't nobody gave me no appreciation. Ain't nobody gave me no credit.
That was actually, I have to say, bro, that was actually quite nice, man.
No, that was definitely eloquent. That was that's very, very eloquent. Well put. Here. But no, these panels, I think y'all gonna probably like the next one. That's gonna be real interesting. I told you about it usual. But and I'm gonna definitely do more of these so we can kind of build towards something and can keep communing from, as the 4.0. I guess we're in 4.0 of the space, so we need to approach this and just upgrade and modernize. But yeah, appreciate y'all pulling up. Leave a like or hype the video or whatever the fuck people do. Share it. And yeah, next time. Until next time, basically.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yep. All right, bros.
Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are initiated. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated, but we are